Well, this is yours now. Now, this is a man who knows how to stay hydrated.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Strawless winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, that's the shot. Oh, I've got my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashback.
Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Going to be the first time we get to see you officially in the G2 jersey playing an official game, Sampayas. Tell me, first of all, how comfortable you're feeling inside G2 at the moment.
I'm feeling really comfortable, of course, but I think it's just the start of the team, and there is so many messy things, I would say. I think we need to work a lot, and we just need time, obviously, but I think we can do a lot of damage in this tournament, so I think we will go to try to do our best, of course.
There's obviously been a hell of a lot of changes for the side of G2. New players coming in, Hunter, now in-game leader. Can you tell me what you've seen so far? Obviously, there's no officials to go off of, but like how he likes to call, what Hunter's kind of style of Counter-Strike is.
I think he's pretty good. He has really good understanding of the game, and his calling is based on that, of course, based on his feelings, based on how he sees the games, how he approaches the games, and I think he's really good already, but he needs to, of course, learn a lot, and I think so can help him a lot.
Is there anybody that he particularly relies on when you're in a game? I'm sure, obviously, that's going to unravel as you play more officials, but is there kind of a secondary voice next to him that he's relying on in the team?
I don't know right now. I think it's mainly me and him right now. He's calling, obviously, but like about the overview. But obviously, every player has his own moves. They have full freedom to do whatever they feel like, and I think it's just like that right now.
And overall expectations, as you said, there's a lot of things trying out, a lot of changes for the roster. Where does that leave your expectations and goals for Cologne?
Well, we want to win, but if we are realistic, we shouldn't pick here, right? Like, this shouldn't be our peak tournament. So if we get 2 players, we should be really happy. But I don't know. We will see how it goes. We want to be picking at the end of the season, obviously, because we need time.
Thank you so much, Sampayas. You can go ahead and sign the wall. Good luck in the game.
Stage 2 of Cologne here getting underway. Very excited to get into things, of course, as you may have picked up on. We got G2 Furia to kick off the day, and to kick off this stage as well is myself, Scriv, and Neo to take you through this. But yeah, I think a great tournament so far. Been super exciting to get here. Furia, one of those teams as well that's given us some great games, and now we move into stage 2. This is really where we separate things out and where the game should get a hell of a lot heavier moving forwards.
Yeah, I mean, this is the real kind of test, and I think for a lot of teams who've gone through changes, especially, off-season, heading in towards the second half of the year, and they're really looking to make a push and really starting to kind of find their identity a little bit. I think Fury is a great example, right? They're starting to look like a more holistic side, not all based off what K-Serato can do in the server, and it's a really cool time to be around. You've got teams like Game Legion as well going through changes, looking very good. NIP, same thing for them, right? So teams that are going through these changes, this is now where we get to see just actually where this ceiling is, right? We've made it through stage 1 where it's a little bit more of an easier foray, overcoming sides in a kind of a similar stance to you. Now you've got to punch up. Now you've got to see what you can do. But let's take a look at stage 1. Let's see how things progressed, right, throughout all of stage 1. Of course, we've been on for the last, 4 days or so. We've had some pretty spicy games. FaZe Clan, they kickstarted things. 2 decent games, right? Big, as expected. Liquid had to work for that one a little bit more, but they make it through nonetheless. The NIP one, though, Script, that for me was quite baffling. I really thought they would lose to Heroic out the gates, if I'm being completely frank, and then against 3D Max. I also thought 3D Max were maybe the side to look at there, but no, NIP shocked me, and in a really positive way.
Yeah, I think a team that sort of infamously into the VRS era have really struggled to get the invites and whatnot. They've just started picking them up. There's a lot of pundits that have said this team is going to surprise you. They are going to look better than you expect, and that has been the case, right? I think, yeah, both those games feels like matchups that they should have a bit of a difficult run with, but it was anything but, to be honest with you. You know, a pretty close nuke as well that they lost in their 2-1 to Heroic. So yeah, NIP, very, very cool. We do have a couple teams from that lower bracket as well, just squeaking through, Heroic being one of them, Astralis the next. I think that as well was a very, very solid sort of run from them. Shame that they couldn't do it against Furia, but I think we're seeing sort of ups and downs for Astralis, another team that a lot of people are keeping an eye on. And then we move into the other side, I suppose, of the bracket as well. Gamer Legion, they were the standout for me. They look really, really damn good with that 2-0 to make it through to stage 2 here. So yeah, a very, very exciting time for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, exactly. They look fantastic. Of course, New Boy of Kersey coming in towards that side, who's been really, really solid. Of course, Fury the other side, who made it through that upper bracket really, really nicely. This is how things are going to kickstart here, though. G2 going to take on Furia here on this game. Vitality Astralis as well. That's a bit of a spicy one. A lot of history, of course, around those organizations. Team Falcons taking on Gamer Legion. They're looking, the Gamer Legion, of course, for that rerun of what they did in Bucharest, and 3D Max Mongols from Group A. And of course, through that, 2 teams make it through in towards the next stage. And of course, there will be that lower bracket too. Over towards Group B, Mouse Team Liquid, FaZe Clan, Na'Vi. Of course, you know, the same vein with Falcons, we've got Kaisuke's debut, same for Makaze. Both, of course, 2 of the hottest prospects in that sense. Aurora, NIP, and then Heroic Team Spirit. Another debut as well for a youngster of Zwei in towards that Team Spirit side. So as much as Makaze and Kaisuke getting a lot of the limelight, keep an eye on Zwei. This is a guy who can add a lot of firepower to that Team Spirit and potentially start to make them feel a little bit more, again, holistic, I think is the right word, right? Not just relying off the back of Donk's antics and maybe these Shiro moments here and there. He can really add stability to that rifling core as a whole. But we're going to turn our attention back, of course, towards our game. We've got Furia versus G2, and both of these sides, of course, are just posting that process of rebuilding, right? So we're looking to see now where the ceiling really is for both of them. We'll kickstart things with Molodoi, some Pious, 2 of the newer players on their respective sides as well. Molodoi, this young AWP who's come through the tier 2 seed. We've all known him, for those who kind of follow and watch tier 2 a lot, but he's been so standout since heading in towards tier 1 and has looked so seamlessly easy. Some Pious, on the other hand, he's had some real high highs, but then also some lows as well, right? And I think now is a chance for redemption for him in G2.
Yeah, 100% right. I think that it's been a weird sort of time. You know, the Falcons stint and everything was obviously kind of strange. That iteration of the team not really finding all that much success, despite still being like the same core under Snappy and all this sort of stuff, right? So obviously been a weird couple of years. We've seen the peaks that this guy could get to years ago now, it feels like, and we're really hoping that they can kind of get back there. Also, another interesting conversation alongside him for me is, of course, Saw coming in as this coach. He's been sort of one of these money ballers, you know, similar to Ash, playing with a few rosters that don't quite have as much bank as he might like. And I think G2, it's sort of the opposite now, you know. They have the opportunity. They're not signing mega heavy hitters, but I think if Saw comes in and he says, right, I want to get these guys, they look talented, he's allowed to do that, you know, and he has a little more freedom, and the check, as it were, is not going to be the thing that stands in the way. So I'm very curious to see now, given the opportunity, if he is able to mold a team to the heights that, you know, maybe an Ents were hitting under him a few years ago.
Yeah, of course. He's got the checkbook, right? And, you know, all of those checks are going to cash. So he can start to make changes. Of course, they got Hunter now taking the lead in that side as well. But let's take a look at the matchups for today. Of course, over on Stream A, we got Team Falcons taking on Gamer Legion. The Kaisuke debut to kickstart Cologne, followed by Team Vitality Astralis. As you mentioned, a banger. And another debutant on Na'Vi from Makaze as he takes on FaZe Clan. So a real spicy day over on Stream A. For Stream B as well, we've also got some banging games in kind of respect of the scene itself. G2 taking on Furia. This Furia side was still looking for what the ceiling is for them, and also a real good insight into what G2 looked like, right? Some Pius in towards the side. Matisse as well, another debutant coming through, but Hunters and IGL to see how this team look. All in all, Mongols 3D Max to follow suit as well. We're looking at Mongols can keep up that form from season 1, and NIP, the little team that could take in on Aurora, but a team that they can, right? Aurora have been at times shaky, especially when it's got towards playoffs, and of course we're not there yet, but NIP have been punching up, and I think they've been doing a very good job of it. So I'm not going to discount them in that one. And we're getting ready now, and I think, you know, a few kind of talking points that are worth bringing up in towards this one. I think Hunters, the IGL, is definitely a real quite important one. How will this side now look? I think a lot of people, myself included, I was not a fan of the Snacks Taz combo in G2. Unbelievably underwhelming, didn't really look very, very solid, and they just didn't play good Counter-Strike. So now we're looking to get back to what G2 have been in the past, explosive, and they're looking to that man on the right to try and do it as well. Matisse, of course, who came through Fnatic, being picked up by this side. I think this is a real big gamble, though, I will say. I've seen some really good moments from Matisse, you know, recently on LAN as well, at the Tipsport LAN, he dropped like a 1.32 rating. He looked pretty insane there, but he's also had some lows as well. We don't know what he's going to do in terms of consistency at this tier 1 level, but if we're talking about consistency and the lack thereof, Yukindo's also a name that has to come to the fray as well. Also the other new boy alongside Molodoi in Furia, but before being picked up by Furia, he was in a real slump. His time on Liquid was not looking good at all, and it looks like he's got a new lease of life now, and new opportunities to kind of play different positions and whatnot and be a little bit more comfortable, but we need to keep this level up for Yukindo if he wants to kind of keep his time in Furia.
Yeah, I mean, they're both very interesting players to talk about in that sense, right? Because I think we have Yukindo coming out the other side of maybe not being used in the right way. Matisse is also a player for me that I feel like in the Fnatic project is always a bit strange, right? A bit of a revolving door at times while he's there. You don't quite know if this guy's going to stick. It's also, there's a lot of people getting picked up on that team that it's like taking a chance. And it may well be the same as G2, but again, a little lower down, less money available and less options available therefore. And then for me, you do have a few resource monsters in that team, let's say. So sometimes you have to play around that, and I think that that can also be a bit of a challenge, you know, and we'll see now moving into G2, this is an opportunity for him to sort of break out of that shell rather than having the odd tournament or the odd series where he looks really good. Hopefully he's able to kind of conversate around this team and, you know, ask for what he wants and get what he wants, and we'll see, because there's obviously, again with G2, I think a lot of their message at the moment is there is so much potential here, right? Malbs, we've seen high heights that he can reach, but that was maybe with the promise of having Nico alongside him, right? Yeah. Heavy God is another player that for a while has been on our radars, but there are a lot of ceilings here to break through, and it's just all a question of whether the players will be able to do it, whether the support staff are able to do it. Interesting to hear some Pius is sort of having a few calls, right? Maybe mid-rounding and things like this. He's worked in some pretty loose teams in terms of calling in the past and with the IGLs that he's worked with. And Hunter, of course, quite new to this at the moment. So I think G2 is going to be a lot of fun to watch, but there are a lot of expectations here, and they could subvert those in a good way or, of course, in a bad way. And one of the key things as well, I think, to talk about, regardless of the matchup, but just in general, they're immediately into stage 2, not played any games at all, right? So this is serious, like, go time now, and it can be a bit hard to get from that standing start into an impressive kind of finish here. And again, for a team like G2 that are making all these moves and we don't know what to expect, they probably don't know what to expect of themselves either. I think it's a pretty tough spot to be in.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's probably... I think especially because of that, you've got to look at maybe saying that Furia might even potentially be the favourites here. I know it's not the wildest thing to say, but it's just because they are match ready, right? Where for G2, there's going to be that rust on this side of kind of the player break into sort of also new team, debutant in a way, and also just the probably a lack of understanding of sort of where this side are going to be. I mean, they have not played now in over a month, right? And of course, since then, of course, made 2 massive changes in terms of players, but also the coach as well. So the system is completely different. New IGL, new system, new everything. You probably look towards Fury as how they've actually got reps under their belt and good reps at that as well. A really, really solid run through stage 1. And you're saying they probably are the favorites at the moment. You know, you're looking even in terms of the head-to-heads, Molodoi versus Umpires. Molodoi looks so sharp at the moment. He's looking fantastic. Caserato's been putting up really good numbers as well. Fallen is not really looking sort of fantastic in a sense, but he's doing his job, right? And that's the big thing that I think a lot of people worried about, especially when he was not AWPing anymore, right? I mean, Molodoi came in, so actually is Fallen going to fall drastically behind? And sure, he's obviously on the lesser end, as you would expect for your IGL, but I don't think he's by any means been a liability as, for example, Snacks was on G2. So, you know, a really interesting time for Fury, of course. His case Rato's stats, 1.14, 78 ADR as well. I mean, this is a guy who now he's got support as well, has so many opportunities to really, really flourish in this side. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring to the table. I mean, of course, you've got to look on the flip side. Matties is going to really get tested. He's going to be trying to take a lot of the same positions that Caserata is going to be fighting through. This is the real litmus test. It's one of the most prolific riflers we've had, not only just come out of the South American scene, but period, right? It going towards CS2. Matties, this is a big jump for him, and see what he can deal against actually a really strong rifling core. Yuri, you know, often an unsung hero in this side as well. Yekindar, whose numbers have been looking really good so far. That rifling core on the flip side, Heavy God, Molbs, Matties, all have really got to find ways to flourish here, and it's quite difficult.
Yeah, and it's, again, it comes down to sort of like untested members, right? And whether they're able to just bring the level that is needed against, the likes of Caserata, but you've also got Yuri, who I think sits in there as a really consistent player, and then Yekindar as well, who, if he can get back to that inimitable style, right? One of the most unique riflers in the history of Go, it felt like. If he can get back to that, I think he's really a force to be reckoned with. So, again, G2, there's a lot for them to sort of deal with, and I think playing against a Furia that seem to be in pretty good form as well. Yes, they are match ready, but they've also had some really clean sort of finishes in last season, I think, right? They, unfortunately, for me, didn't quite hit the mark at Austin. I think that they should have beaten Payne there, but ultimately before that, I think looking good. You know, there's still a little bit of inconsistency in places, but now they've had time to bed everything in and get ready for Cologne, new season. Sometimes you just find yourself going through the motions of like, okay, let's play this match, and then we have to just wait for the player break. And once the player break comes about, that's where it really is crunch time. We do have the veto happening here, though. Obviously, a little bit of a delay on getting the game started, so appreciate the patience on that one, guys. We do enjoy chatting, but we also enjoy Counter-Strike. And I think that we are about to get into said Counter-Strike. We got the Dust 2 pick coming in from Furia. I do believe this is a map that, you know, they really look good on this tournament, so it does make sense. And then the Inferno round from G2 here.
I don't mind the Inferno. It's also a map as well in which Matties would have played a real decent amount as well, so he's going to feel comfortable. I wonder sort of maybe what roles they're going to put him in, but I think that's a pretty decent pick all in all. I feel like, you know, as a decider, Nuke feels like not a bad one, but I do wonder whether G2 actually ban it, just because Furia have looked good, but then it's also a map in which has been part of their pool. Overpass second wave ban, that's been very, very standard throughout the veto process so far. With it only being out for a week or so, teams don't have a lot of reps under their belt, they don't have a lot of prac on it, and they're not ready to incorporate it. I feel like, yeah, I was going to say, like I said, Train got to get banned here and coming through. I meant Mirage, not Nuke's what I meant, but yeah, Mirage is that decider. Again, it's a simple map, and I think for G2, where they're still currently in, not tested, need kind of reps under their belt, they go simple, right? You go Inferno, you go Mirage. There's maps in which you know pretty well. There's maps in which, for individuals like your Sunpiuses and your Matties, you can kind of slot in a little bit here. So I understand the way that G2 are going here. There is risks inherently, though. You know, Fury, these are maps they play to a very decent level themselves, and you even look at that Mirage, and yes, it's been a little weak for Furia, and they've, you know, picked up some kind of awkward losses. However, against FlyQuest, I thought it was a very solid 13-10 that they picked up against them, and I thought they actually looked really, really decent on that. And sure, FlyQuest have their issues themselves at the moment, and they're still trying to embed JKS in towards that side, but I think it's pretty positive for Furia, so I don't think they're going to be too upset with that one. But we're going to kickstart screenshot things on Dust2, of course, picked by Furia. This has been a good map for them. This has been one they've been incorporating in towards their pool quite a decent amount as well. They've only played it twice so far at this tournament, but one of which, of course, was a loss to Flycliffe. That was an overtime, but a really good win over Astralis, and I think that's probably the most important one for them. A good win that netted them that flawless running towards the second stage, and for them, I think it's a confidence pick, and also a pick as well, which G2 aren't really that great with as a core, and now they've got 2 new players on top of that, so they're probably feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tape. They did have the Giga overtimes against the Mongols, I suppose, was their last outing on this map. So, you know, a lot to learn from, potentially.
Sure.
But all the same, yeah, I think you raise a good point that it's tough to really analyze Vito super deep from the G2 side of things, just because we have had a few key changes here and, you know, some deep tactical changes as well. Yeah. Inferno makes sense as a nice starting off point, I think, for them, right? It's a good test for hunters. A lot of like mid-rounding required, a lot of reads required and whatnot. So we'll see how his IGLing looks, and I think that's where some Pius comes in to help a little bit as being sort of a director of the mid-round and what's happening. And, you know, in the Vanguard, he knows where the audibles are happening and where they're maybe putting most of their resources, etc. So I think that could be a very interesting map to sort of watch. And then, yeah, I suppose Mirage also feeds into that theory. You know, like you have to be able to call these maps if you are going to call yourself a decent IGL. So I'm interested to see. Hunter, for me, is one of those players that we like keeping an eye on, right? He's had so many shifts within his career in terms of being the Scottie Pippen to Nico's Jordan, as it were, back in that heavy mix style that they used to play. Then he's become a bit more of a soldier and a role filler, and now trying to remain relevant in a way as his stats have dropped off a little bit into the IGL. So curious to see here, and we are into the action straight away, of course. Out through long, Malb's not giving them anything here.
Fallen, flying around that corner. Gonna be that first contact. Malcolm drop a smoke on the corner of the site to give him room to play around. And what a shot from him. Avoids the flash with ease. He's looking for more. Malbs is sharp right now, and he is having a field day. Somehow stayed alive for as long as he did before he finally falls. But 3 kills from him surely should be enough here. Molodoy will need something special, and he gets damage, but leaves it all on the shoulders of K-Serato. Needing a quad and not to be heavy, got to close it, but it's Malbs. What a round from him. That was excellently played.
Yeah, keen start. Looking very good. And yeah, Malbs, I think it's the start of the round for me. He dips back and just makes sure to get that reset. Buy time for his teammates to come in. Pesky little smoke to work with as well. So G2, good start. Some nice energy to get kicked off here. First game of the tournament for them, but first game of the day. Of course, it can be a little bit tough to be the first ones up. Some Pius getting aggressive over short. Will open here in what is a pretty hard eco. Tiny bit of utility, I think, bought up for Furia to try and create a bomb plant, but, well, not looking likely now.
Yeah. I think that's safe to say. MP9 could get some cash in hand here, and he will. Hunter for 2. Yuri, a little consolation kill, but it's Matties who'll see him off. So just a one on towards some Pius. Really not the end of the world. Nice, easy round to get under your belt. Again, to continue building the confidence, especially on your opponent's map pick, no less. Liking what I see here. This is, so far, so good. Dust2's feeling like it's got a nice moment, at least for G2, to have individual shine. Pop shot, both ways. Missed them. Molotov going to push down mid here. Completely disregarding any short aggression. He wants to take these fights early. And now we can just stay posted on the pixel angle and let the AKs do a lot of the heavy lifting.
Feels like this round's come about super fast. Non-stop action thus far. And a wee bit of conditioning, as they say. G2 will drop back and just give them as much space as they want. Not really playing anyone towards middle even, just that CT player. Malbs can't really do too much to stop them getting out. Smoke goes down, he's going to have to trust it. Nade is in the right place, but maybe a little bit early. We'll start to take up short now, and Just trying to draw some resources and attention. Still hard to tell where they're actually going to finish here. Most in towards short, I suppose, to make this happen. But again, yeah, they've got to wait for the utility to come to them. Another mid to B smoke coming in. So where is the bomb going to go? We're about to find out. Nice nade on the way. Oh, that's a lot of damage. That'll really help.
Some bias. Gonna move his way back. 30 seconds, though. Fury not got a lot of time here to make this decision. They're committed towards the A side, but it's still going to be a bit of a bloodbath. Malbs is here. And Hunter set deep as well. Malbs going to play up close. There's a God Flash that comes over. Hunter going to fight behind it. And he does well for 1. Oh, it's actually 4. Hunter mows them down as they move through short. That is so expertly played by the new IGL. And Furia's chances are shot out of this round. All your Kindar can do is save.
Wow. Wow. I mean, first of all, on the A4, so there's an argument for it. I think you'd only get 3 with the A1S, but secondly, just looking so damn good. If he can inspire the troops, as it were, with moves like this. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And yeah, I mean, what can you do, though? It is, again, one of those situations. Flash comes over, you can't see anything, and as soon as you are unblind, all your teammates are dead. Just pure carnage over on short. Maybe leaving things a little slow. Maybe a bit too telegraphed. You know, they could have sent some actual presence in towards middle. The mid to B smokes are one thing, but, you know, maybe try and look for a kill. Just sort of keep them on their toes a bit more. Some Pious to open here against Molodoy. G2 looking good, man. This is not a comfortable map for them, but I'd say they're looking quite comfortable.
Yeah, right now, this sort of approach of being quite simple on the CT side. You know, generally speaking, we judge how good a side is when we look at Dust 2 in terms of how active they like to be on the CT side. But actually, at the moment, shelling up and playing a little further back and just waiting for what aggression comes is working really well. Flash. Nothing around that corner. Heavy guard. Oh my god, he's so lucky to stay alive. He's going to be hunted, but with the support of Matties, they can shut down B. Expert, they're just playing off each other. These little two-prong setups, this double stack that they're going for on both sides is working so well, and they can just leave one, primarily Matties, to float in between the sides. This has been so far perfect. And move back towards the A site. There's 3 players here to meet them. I don't even know how you even get any sort of space, and it doesn't start well. Fallen. He'll get tagged. Now they know they're here.
Mob stuck in his head. Ooh, Fallen has thread the needle here. Not a clear gap, but he's made his way in. He lands the tag. That's as much as he can do, really. Malb, so patience pays off. He was sort of hidden away, baiting his teammates out. Yuri drops, and that will be the chance at the round gone. Yeki to save here, and he should keep his hands onto this AK. Yeah, Matty's not getting too excitable for it, so looking good. Got ourselves a little bit of a left-hander. I didn't know that about Matty's.
Actually, I need to have a look and see whether he's changed his mouse mat. I'm sure you guys have all seen at this point, surely, the Matty's mouse mat. But he basically has one really torn up mouse mat that he'd been using for years. And he just said because it just feels really comfortable. He knows the speeds. He doesn't want to change it.
That one looked pretty fresh from what I caught.
Yeah. So. Okay. So then maybe he's finally being convinced to change it. Mouse. He'll open things up. Actually, Kindar gone down. Now, G2 setups are playing a little slower and a little bit more laid back on the sites itself. I wondered whether when the guns come through and, you know, Fury have the util, whether that's when they start to feel a bit more of the pressure. But a nice start for them. Hot flash through. That'll catch some Pious. That'll force him off the corner. So Fallen can start making moves through doors if he wants. But now there's 2 players with attention drawn here. So needs to be very careful. They're setting up for a mid to B split, but only 1 coming through mid.
Yeah, it's kind of backwards, isn't it, from what you usually expect. So it does seem like they've neglected the tunnel area, waiting for a lurk or something along those lines, but there's actually an entire attack that comes out, and Fallen now has control of this CT cross. He's not going to get checked. We'll just take that kill. It's all he needs, and trades another. So well played here Wonderful little call. They finally start prodding and poking in towards mid as I wanted. But yes, just sort of flipping the conventions of a mid to B split. And it works very well. They catch those B players. Even though there was 2 of them, they're fully caught off.
Yeah, he actually plays that to perfection. Fallen, I mean, closes it too with a kill on towards Mouse, but you're spot on, right? He calls around himself so well. He gets a bit of mid-control, gets a smoke down as well, knows that there isn't presence. At the same time, they're popping towards B, so attention gets drawn away from him, gives him time to set up. Well played. And the individuals have their moments too, but that round is one and done by Fallen. Brilliant work from him. He kills to his name, and a perfect dissection of that G2 setup. And that's what I was talking about. When the guns come into play for G2, sitting back on the sides all the time, you are eventually going to be punished and you're going to be drawn out into fights you don't want to be taking. So they've got to find ways now that this sort of gimmick is up, you've got to find ways to be proactive on the CT side. You've got to try and make Furia feel uncomfortable. Molodoi posted, he had the right idea, but on that quick swing by, couldn't catch.
Yeah, it would have been a really important kill to open. But not going to happen. This is sort of the wildest T positions I've seen in a while on Dust 2. Couple out long, one lower, couple rotating round from B. They have some weird control. They will make their way out long. But a reaggress here maybe from the CTs.
I like this.
He's going to go around this corner. Is he just holding? No, it looks like they will look to send him. No flash. He's just having a little shoulder peek. There's a counter flash that comes around from the T side, and they will contact, but it just doesn't work. And some Pius, can he make it away? The answer is no. Yakindar on the entries here. It played right into Furia's hands. I still don't think they were necessarily expecting it, but it was a flat attempt, to say the least. And now, I don't know what you do here. I think, you know, maybe saving is your only option, but they have a few bodies close to the action. So they're opting to stick around. Furia playing it well, though. Again, not getting too giddy, waiting to see what the response looks like.
What an aid.
And it just doesn't really find anything. With that damage coming in, you surely back off to save. Matty's excitable, but yeah, they are going to give it.
And now as well, that bomb plant. The 2 players over towards long don't even need to cross. But look at this lurking towards mid. This could be the one that really punishes them. Yuri, there could be a lot on offer for him, actually. Just fumbles it a little bit. Molodoi retreaded towards Matty, so it's nice. And keeping things really expensive over towards G2. That's a real important thing for Furia, who are scaling back in towards this game. Hurt that econ. Hence why, as well, Fallen's going to go have a look. He's already got a Galil, so it's not the end of the world if he is to fall. He may as well see what's on offer. He's going to creep his way forward. You can hear the jump peaks. Hunter's holding for this, and yeah, you'll find him. Nice work. So they'll save those 2. Silver lining, but it's Furia. Back-to-back rounds, and 2 back-to-back really nice rounds, all things considered. Timeout taken immediately as well, so G2 feeling that pressure. Now, keep going back to what I'm saying. I need CT aggression coming through from G2. When you're against a little bit of a lesser buy, you can afford to shell up on the side, but you can't in these sort of spots. Now, I want to see them start re-aggressing in towards mid, start having a look in towards short and see if they can get that lower control. Maybe post somebody boosted on that corner with an AWP, right? Those sort of things is where we see really good teams find really good control, or long control coming through, maybe pushing towards lower to get a bit of a thread of the needle, but you can't afford to just sit back and hope that Fury are going to fumble. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I can respect it. I can respect it here. Really solid from G2, and again, speaks to the fact that this map is something that they need to defy the odds with. Early shot, nothing found. So we'll see what the response here from G2 looks like. They're aggressive out long. We like that. Get proactive here. There's nobody really on the other end of it. Yakindar gives it a small look, but I don't think he was ever going to commit to this fight. So G2 have got some control, right? Which is what your timeout is all about.
So two playing in through mid for now. It's double stack B, but they're probably going to try and draw Matty's towards mid momentarily. That is completely open for now. And you can see Matty's making a little bit of move. Looks like he's going to post up towards the boxes. He has to reclaim a bit of control here, Matty's. just to see what they're doing in towards mid. And they'll do that with a smoke, which I can get behind. Molodoi above it, though, and this is where things become dicey. He's got the angle on Matties. He can't afford to peek.
Yeah, has to be very careful here. I mean, those little shoulder swings are getting wider and wider, aren't they? Might have just spotted them swapping the bomb around a bit. Off angle here, backed up. Oh, it's a good read. It's a good read from G2. There is indeed a move at mid. He's hearing lots and lots now. Dodges a flash. Double setup. Heavy God finds the double kill. The support comes in from CT with the break. And that will stop them charging forwards. They're trying to wait for this B tunnel player to get in, but it's not going to work. And a perfect read and hold there from G2.
Yeah, Heavy God, I think, as well, in particular, has done so well. Matties is getting the information, but I think Heavy God, under that pressure as well, especially when his teammate falls, stepping up in a big way. So, great round from him. I love the break open with the smoke, too. Super simple, but it gives him so much information. Spires and Hunter delivering their own regard. Big round, though. That's what you want to be seeing. Timeout taken by Furia. They themselves, understanding that this kind of game plan of taking mid control and then splitting from there, it's not as simple. We've got to find other ways to break down G2, who actually, fair play to them. I'm sure obviously they've had these guys in the team now for a little bit of a while, and they've had time to kind of practice together, but they're actually looking quite well. The strats and the protocols here from G2 are pretty solid. You can tell this is a well-versed map for them so far, which maybe is good signs for the series. Obviously, we expect a lot of teething issues in sort of the first tournament, especially with 2 new players, a new coach, new IGL. It's prime real estate for things to maybe be a little shaky or a little off guard. So far, none of that. Hunter deep heading towards lower. Yuri, the one who takes the bulk of it.
It's kind of the closest you can get to rebuilding your team without like dumping the entire squad, you know?
Yeah, so, but having a new VRS.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they've done well in that sense, but also a lot of risk associated with this G2 team, but hopefully in some safe hands. That's maybe what they tried with like the Taz Snacks move, but just a few years too late, I think, with a move like that. Heavy God over at the back end of Platt. Not quite as safe as last round. Matty's going to have to bail his teammate out this time. Looking good. Turns away from the flash and not quite able to finish that frag. Oh, God, it's getting a bit messy. Some Pius with a big old trade might give them a chance at this, but with that smoke in the way and they don't quite break through it with that kill, they just can't contest.
Yeah.
And they know it's too dangerous, so they have to save things here. I mean, the timeout's paying off for both of these teams, and that is, for me, a really great read, and again, showing some of the experience of a guy like Fallen to be like, right, they've taken a timeout, they won the round, we have to stop this in its tracks.
Yes.
And although it's still early in the game, the response timeout and therefore the subsequent round look really, really good.
Yeah, can't give them anything, really. Fallen goes hunting as well for maybe a little bit of a play at the end, but no, not to be. So, I mean, yeah, he called for kind of the troops to look to see whether there's any X's, but it looks like it won't be the case. They did go looking around, but the X out the other way. So, nothing. I mean, I guess a couple of things saved for G2 is in itself a bit of a positive. But yeah, I think you're right. Real heads up call there from Fallen. A lot of the kills go the right way. I think Morodoi's kill there is really important too. Just gives them a bit of breathing room. And like you're right, when you go towards the B side, there's just nothing you can do in terms of a retake. It's statistically so damn difficult. There's still money to be worked with, at least for this round. For G2, you lose this, you give up 4 towards Furia, money gets broken. Basically, the lead is lost with the round as well. There should be a bit of a freebie heading towards a 5-all scoreline. So, probably the most important round Furia have played thus far. The Galil to work with, I have to say, and it's Caserato being the one to wield it.
Yeah, always awkward to see, but I think...
Not a bad gun, though, I'll say. Comparatively to the FAMAS, I actually think the Galil's got some legs behind it. Oh, hello.
Oh my God, Malbs, man. What is that angle? I mean, it works brilliantly, and he's clearly comfortable with it. Oh, my. All right. There's your big boots to fill getting filled. We'll have a few more of those from Malbs. Thank you very much. Just completely solo winning the round. No utility, no support at all, and that one tap is just delicious.
Yeah, that is a sumptuous round. Yuri, he's all alone. And actually, the awkward thing now for Yuri is that saving's quite difficult because Malbs was pushed in towards long. So you can have this sort of internal expectation. He might actually wrap all the way through, and it's Matty's being the one who's sneaking forward. Do you check this close right? I mean, they're pinching through all assets of upper B, so he's going to be spotted in a mere moment. On to walk past him. Oh, yeah. Matty's got him dead to rights, and he does. Little panic, little flustered, but Malbs, that is a monstrous round. We have to take a look at that again. I thought, you know, in the angle you're playing, 1 for 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, it just gets the first here, and that's that. But no. Absolutely insane. It makes it look so easy. And this shot as well. Yes, that is just something absolutely special. That's why Malbs was brought in towards this side. I mean, those who are kind of following him all the way back on Team 1, we knew he was destined for the big leagues when he got the roles that he's meant to be playing. And, oh my God, does he shine there? And that'll break the bank of Furia. So, we said that was the most important round for Furia. They've lost it. Economy shattered, and well, G2 have the chance taking a lead heading in towards the second half, which looks like it's already being set up with a Matty's double. And he wants more as well. He's seen the drop pistol. Bomb is dropped as well, which needs to be recovered. For Furia, no chance already in this one.
Yeah, looking good here. They try and stay as far away from Malbs as possible. But Matty's also looks pretty good. He gets an ace, in fact. So one better than the previous round. And unfortunately for Furia, they have had the sting taken out of their tails really quickly. Another timeout coming in there I just caught. So, yeah. Man, you're going to be reeling from a moment like that for quite some time. And then to get sort of completely flattened in the following eco also doesn't feel good, you know? Like, it's not as expected to win it or whatever, but it would be nice to just be like, come on, can we not kill this guy? Come on, like, what's happening?
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, even just getting like 1 or 2 as like a trade in that sort of round, it maybe kind of rebolsters the confidence a little bit. You're not expected to win it, but it would be nice to get something away from it. But giving a guy an ace, that's also, you know, a couple of players who are really warming up. And actually really positive to see that Matty's isn't shying away from fighting. That was one thing I was a little bit worried for him. You know, having seen him kind of on Fnatic and then seen him in the past as well, kind of coming up through the tier 2. Super confident guy. And this is what makes Matty so good to kind of watch and to be as a part of your side. And I was worried that maybe when he steps up in towards tier 1 with G2 and playing these kind of top tournaments that he might shy away from those moments. Well, looks anything but so far. Some bias. Molly off. Matty's wanting to fight again. This time only going 1 for 1, but information gained that Yuri's also in towards lower. And he'll eat a nade.
Long control looks easy here. Fury not gonna...
They're double checking that corner as well, by the way.
Yeah, of course, man.
Really glaring
get that flash lined up. Double swing. Not having that happen again, but he's not around. However, the ghost of Malbs does remain.
The aura.
You hear, yeah, of course. Yuri with a nice angle here, though. We'll drop him. He gets traded pretty swiftly, but that confirms maybe 2 more players I think he might have seen there. So there's a decent chance to start running the game, but Heavy God has charged down mid. Drops your Kindar. Maybe they weren't ready for that aggression. So here we are, man advantage now. 30 seconds left. They're so far away from either bomb site. A is going to be the only option that they have.
Where do we go here for Furia? Man, I mean, they're pushing towards A. There's actually, in all fairness, it's probably the best site to go to. Only one here, but there's more than enough time for rotations. That's all Hunter has to do by time. You can allow the bomb to go down. You don't really care in that sense. It's about making sure that we set up in that short control. And actually, they didn't commit to the bomb pod initially. Now it will go down. Molodoy and Fallen, the AWPer and the ex-AWPer have got to go huge here. Molodoy, we know he's got moments up his sleeve, but he's going to be called upon in a big way. And now he's all alone. 1v3. Tag for the first. Playing anti-flash. He just needs to set up this post bomb as best he can. He's trying to isolate fights, but it's Sampayas who shows what experience really is. Sees him off. And that'll be another big round for G2. Nice retake. So patient as well. I love that kind of call. Just, we don't need to overfight here. We've got the numbers. Let's wait for them. They've got to be the one to level this playing field. They've got to be the one to set the tone. And it's just a mere elbow. And that's all that's required. Great work. Great round. G2. No complaints. I was so worried coming in towards this tournament. There was going to be a lot of rust off the kind of no officials. And obviously the whole thing as we built up about the changing of teams and all the rest. But my God, yeah, this side look excellent right now. And on their opponents, map pick no less.
Yeah, and generally speaking, on the side that's a bit tougher to control the game, they've locked Furia out quite a bit and just forcing them into areas where they're prepared. So, looking really solid. And just a lot of belief, a lot of buy-in here. I think that's maybe one of the things with Snacks. Look, if you lose the court of public opinion, it can be hard to win it back. And I think there was a degree of that, you know, when people were like, hey, it's called the same round 3 rounds in a row. Like, sometimes the players start losing faith as well. Sampayas to open here. Fallen can't draw him out. Will drop nice and early. So once again, an advantage for G2 to capitalize on. Bullets through the smoke are a bit close. Uh-oh. Heavy God. Heavy God in the off angle. Peaks round. Only one. Needs a bit of support here, and it's Matty's new boy on the block. Looking to hold the B-bomb site. Oh my God, he's lost track of the player. He's able to get the reload off and find the kill, for goodness sake. Absolutely ridiculous scenes there on B, but they will make it work in the end.
How has he got away with that? He's even having a laugh. He knows he has no right to be alive there. But what a fantastic first half by G2. 9-3. Furia look muted. There is so little on offer here. And they've got to have a starkly different showing in towards the second. We're going to head to a break. We'll see you soon.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Welcome back, G2. A fantastic first half from them, and Furia, all signs look so starkly different to what we saw in stage 1, right? They looked incredible, Striv, and unfortunately we're getting none of that right now. This is a true test, and this new side are looking excellent. There's a lot to like from G2, and the argument to be made here is that even just one pistol round might be enough to more or less seal this map.
Fallen. Oh, flashed off. Wisely here. We got a rinse and repeat. This is exactly the same as the pistol in the first half. However, Fallen maybe not going to have the same moves as Malbs. The A-bomb site. Right for the taking. Plant should be easy. One of those unicorn situations where nobody's gone down yet. So we'll see if there is a retake on the cards. Kind of has to be for Furia, it feels like. But they are not moving a muscle here. No chances being taken. No wide swings on the G2 side. In comes the short attack. Heavy God, the first line of defense here, and looking good while doing it. Lovely bit of movement here to just avoid being hit. They will start charging in through CT, though, to give themselves a chance back at it. One more head taken, and maybe we start to believe, oh, Molodoy does get it. There's not loads of time left. The longer they can stay alive. Heavy God spins around. He doesn't get the one at ramp. I thought if he's 180 in left, right, and center, that would be insane. But all the same, the hold is clean. And just a little smile out from the big man.
Cheeky little grin, but yeah, he's done so well. He's head on a swivel, dancing back and forth 180. This little piece here of the back forth and back again, really, really great work. Of course, has that support, but I think Heavy God, excellent round from him. 11 and 4 as well he is right now. Matty's 15 and 6. I mean, they're all shining. Of course, Malbs had that incredible round earlier. USB's trying to put pressure on, but speak of the devil, Malbs shall arise as he gets his third. And the Mac 10 Hunter will close this. Only the one casualty. Nice and easy for the most part. This is done for me. I can't see a world in which Furia get back into it. And if we're being completely frank as well, Furia, this might just be a case of A, saving face, and also B, maybe saving the mental a little bit too.
Yeah, no, you are correct. Just take it easy, take it in your stride, not your map. But it's tough, man. One they've played twice already. They won, they lost tight. So, you know, everything's been pretty close at the very least. So the fact that they're getting rolled over here is going to be disheartening. Maybe not as consistent, maybe not as good as you thought. And that sometimes is a hard reality to deal with. But decent enough into Inferno themselves, so they can fresh slate over there for sure.
Yeah, right now, though, the individuals are shining so bright for this side. It feels difficult to find and fathom ways. Keserato and Molodoy. This gun round is everything for Furia to give them life in this game. Mobs have been spotted as well by the AWP. And they'll lose out that fight. The one-tap had to connect, and it doesn't. So, Hunter and Sunbias, no real chance you feel for them, and not exactly how they're going quiet about it either. They know exactly where they are. Bomb spill too, makes life difficult. I don't see a world in which this one gets converted. I mean, look at where that bomb is.
Yeah.
If it was anywhere else, we could maybe even get a bomb plant and try and bait in fights in a post bomb, but there's no way they recover it.
Absolute Dust 2 classic. You know, someone dies on short, and they just go, oh, whoops, and, you know, throw the bomb into CT, apparently. Feels, I don't know, it just feels like it never happens anywhere else in such a fashion. It just goes absolutely flying from that position. Yuri looking to close them out completely. Sunpius made the decision, grab that AK, go for a save. They do hear him here, and they have actually read him quite nicely. He's trying to get an unorthodox save spot, bit of an aggressive save spot, but they'll be after him, slowly but surely. Maybe even going to try and take him after time. But we'll see. The man who's closest is Yuri, and he's pretty low, so there's not much that he can really do. Yeah, the hunt is half-arsed. They don't want to give too many kills away. They don't want to give too many weapons away. It makes sense. They've got a long road ahead of them here.
It's a good round, though. It really is. It all comes down, honestly, to that bomb spilling forward, but well played. Molodoy, that's quite a nice shot as well on towards Malbs there. And Sunpius gets so unfortunate, he dinks him through the door, and then Hunter sort of doesn't properly clear that close right corner. And then Sunpius can't win out on the spam duel. So it happens, it's awkward. another pause to be taken. You got to look at as well now for G2, the second timeout taken, but I think they're in such a comfortable spot for the most part. They're just making sure that we don't really get this fired up feeling for Fury, right? Let's ice them out a little bit. Let's not give them too much of a leg to stand on. And also, let's decide what we're going to do with our saved gun. How do we invest around it? What are we going to try and build here? Heavy God wielding just the Deagle. AKs along and across the board. So plenty of chances still. Get to that 12 and close out this map. I don't think G2 are feeling under too much pressure by any means. You just don't want to allow Furia to get to a position of being really in this game just yet. Although, break open the smoke, but not in the way that he would have tended, and Fury falling up close. This could be dicey for him. His back turn. Worst possible time to be checking in towards blue.
It's super risky as well, you know. Maybe just take the eyes and the control. There's no need to go in that deep. But he has traded his life for information. Molodoi trades back. Also going to drop the bomb, so pretty telegraphed at the moment from G2. They'll be able to recover things, but I think the A-bomb site is kind of a no-go for now.
Under a minute. All goes a little quiet too. Okay, Serato. Got an idea in towards mid. Double stack B, double stack A, and looks like they might even just leave mid open in a sense. The question, of course, is do they keep Serato around here to sort of fight? He'll drop an HE. And they are sticking around with a bit of kind of an aggressive stance for this mid control. So if anyone was to lurk out B, they get a lot of control here. Molodoi going to be tested. And the first, he does so well. Got an earlier kill to trade out in towards Fallen. But he'll get caught on the swing. Yakindar, he's low as well. So this makes this very difficult for him. We're going to try and gain control. And he does well. Mattis will trade, but he gets caught on the cross. There was no chance anyway. And another round for Furia. Really, really effectively shutting it down towards that long control. Molodoi, I think, does excellently again.
Yes, to be fair. I'm giving him a lot of work to do, but he is carrying the mantle at the moment. Still, long road. Sure. Should be able to get another one here. We are looking at just a bit of confidence boosting at the moment for Furia. Still not quite believing, but looking decent on the CT side. I think maybe if they'd won the pistol, if they had perhaps brought it a bit closer in that first half, it could be a different story at the moment, because G2 do look stuck in the mud.
Well. We're playing a little bit of footy. I wonder if you can get it in the tire, actually. But this is what we like to call an existence timeout, a timeout without taking a timeout. They've kind of got it under the car, but not fully stuck under there. But they're having a little game here.
Yeah, I think it gives it like crazy velocity by the looks of it. For a moment there, it was flying.
I did see a clip. I don't know who it was now, so I can't really credit them, but somebody on Twitter where they used a football and went out long and it baited out a shot. So he swung off the back of them shooting at the football. He kicked it all the way to long doors. So like a fake flash, like a decoy. I don't know if you can get up the stairs though. I feel like this is where this is where you get stuck. Thinking. Yeah. Unfortunately, not to be. They're going to head towards B. They're going to try and flash through it. Oh, it's a mow down for Yuri. Pistol pulled out. He'll get 4 in total. Serato closes it out. Nice and simple. But yeah, they've taken that as a bit of a timeout. An opportunity to talk without taking a pause and see what they want to do in towards the next.
Clean. Very clean from Yuri. So we do have that at the very least. Right, this is where, for me, it starts to get a bit serious. If G2 check out again and Furia move up to 7, deny a bomb plan, then maybe we do start to worry slightly. They're going simple, straight out long. It's Fallen here. Trying to find that first. He will struggle. And again, he's by himself. And it's a lot of pressure, man. You know, I don't mean to poke at the guy, but I feel like we maybe need someone like Malbs, right? Someone heavy frag potential. Fallen's just kind of acting as an information gatherer, maybe one kill, but he's having a struggle over there.
Okay, so also going to move back and relinquish that mid-control, but all comes down to what they can do through long here. 4 players in this direction. Off the flash, a spam. They are dragging a couple of players back towards mid at the very least, but it still looks like they're going to stay, for the most part, stuck here towards A. And Yuri's in the open. One flash, he could be in a lot of trouble, but he manages to get over towards Car, and he gets 1. I don't like the push to the smoke all alone. Yuri gets 2 before falling.
He's done a lot there, especially under pressure. It could have gone south real quick. But yes, they play into his hands. We now have Yukindar at the back end of the site. Got a flash with his name on it. Trying to spot somebody on the edge of this smoke. As soon as he fires, though, Heavy God takes his head clean off. Molodoy at the back end, relying on Keserato. Feels flat. It feels like they're not going to get in. And it would indeed be true. Heavy God to do everything here. He's got the information, and they're giving him a lot of space. The AWP shot misses. He can't quite capitalize on the kill, and second time of asking, Molodoy will get it done. And man, when the chips are down, Fury are looking a little better.
It's true. They are starting now to build up a little bit. G2 needs to be very careful. They've got, what, 1 more attack pause left to work with? They do need to be careful. This is where Fury are starting a lot of their best work. And they're fired up when they're feeling a momentum on their side as well. This game, for me, feels far from over just yet. Of course, money broken once again for G2. So Furia should get an 8th without breaking that much of a sweat. That's reaching distance. That starts to really open the door to that conversation about, can they bring this back? Sure, it might require an overtime and extra rounds and the rest. But this is a side that are looking really good right now. But building towards long. And Fallen's got support here as well. Probably 1 should be playing anti-flash, but they might just go dry. They are. It's an easy shutdown for the opening 2. Malbs and Matties. The M&M brothers get mowed down.
Keserato, nice find. Looking for a little more. Oh my god. I know it's... Oh my goodness. It's inconsequential, but that flick was just nuts, man. The speed of the thing. Heavy God, meanwhile, on the Deagle here. Does get 1. So everybody having some mechanical moments, but it is Furia to ultimately take it. How is he's so low down?
I know. I always wonder about that as well, you know. Surely after a while your shoulders from like hunching like that get like...
Yeah, probably.
Get a little bit sore.
Uh-huh.
He's also probably got some like wham lats as well, just constantly.
Yeah.
Like,
hence the whole time, like...
Yeah. So Pius doesn't shoot on any of the baits. He was hoping that the bait would bait out. A swing from the sniper, a shot from Molodoy rings so close in the second. Also the same. Look at this for aggression though. That's brilliant. That's what I was talking about as well in that first half. Proactivity from the CT side is a sign of things to come, and Molodoy, what a shot from him. Nice flick and a final towards Malbs. This round's done and dusted already, and we're still just shy of the 1 minute 30 mark.
Yeah, crazy, to be fair, how fast it goes down. But listen, I felt it in the air, Neo.
Yeah.
Been around long enough now to know sometimes it just doesn't look good. And this is maybe a monumental comeback on the cards from Furia. Fallen will go down here. They need to deny as much as they can. Bomb plants, saving weapons, etc. A flank round from Yuri. Grabbing info. Oh, Keserato. Just drawing attention, maybe. They know that they've got this man coming in behind, so feels like the round is confirmed. Heavy God, again, taking another, but just not going to be enough. It's all about the rounds, and Furia have brought it within 2. This was 11-3, guys, so bear that in mind. If it gets super close, it'll be a feat within itself, but it now gets into this weird territory, right? Pressure's back on for Furia. You're expected to maybe perform, whereas at one point you were just like, okay, let's just go through the motions, see what happens, focus on the next map. But now it's getting serious for both of them. Timeout coming round from Saw here. Locked in.
Final.
Fully track-suited up. He looks the part. But we'll see if they can make a difference now.
Dripped. You gotta say. I do actually like those. They're like kind of like old school trackies. Yeah, I'm a big fan. G2, hook a brother up. And a jersey while you're at it, because they're also pretty sick as well. They actually, this is going to be weird, very niche lore, but they remind me of the old Viperio RMR jerseys.
There you go.
Back from 2023, Paris RMR. Real throwback there. All real ones no, but Smoladoy, who's a real one, and he knows how to find some bias. Another opener for him as well. Keserato fighting in towards long, and while blind, finds Heavy God. Uh-oh, G2's tack pause is looking like it's going to end shambolically in this one. How do we recover? It's not a full investment in towards this round, but you still want to do something. A bomb plant goes a long way, something of the sort, but so far, not so good. Hunter spotted. Takes a pop shot with the scout. This is information being gathered a little bit. And they're moving up towards... Sure, and at least that's control that they can take for free here. There is no presence from Furia, but they got a double stack long one towards mid, so trying to get any sort of security in a post plant towards A feels very unlikely.
Oh, man. It's like the game speak for itself. Moladoy. Crazy performance in the second half, and just some really nice shots. Looking for some more, and he's confident for it. Shadow maybe spotted, but either way, he hits it nonetheless. Matty's tagged down. Trying to bait out the AWP, but, you know, Iserato's there. That's kind of funny to see. Nonetheless, within one now, this is crazy. This is already a capitulation of sorts from G2. They could indeed revive themselves, but they don't want to let it slip through their fingers. This is crazy so far.
Moladoy is a real joy to watch, though. When he's playing well, this is why his stock was so high before coming in towards the team. It was obviously very surprising him getting picked up in towards Furia. That was so out of left field, but it was inevitable that he was going to get picked up in towards the tier 1 side. He's way too talented not to. 11-10. This is the round for G2. You know, back when we were 11-3, I said for Furia, that gun round is the most important round they're going to play. This is the make or break for them in this game. Well, for G2, this sort of feels like their own version. 11-10. And it comes through, and Hunter hit down to halves. Not exactly the start that he would have wanted. Some biases of the AWP, sure. And they've got to find ways to try and neuter Moladoy a little bit. He's been getting away with way too much. Double stack towards B, 1 through mid. So basically a lot of mid to B presence seems to be the play here, but is that going to be the right call? I mean, potentially. They're leaving one lurking, none of Matty's. And speaking of, he's also dropped a lurk smoke out towards B. So mid-B split still very much could be on the cards.
Yeah, this has to be what they've talked about in that timeout. Drawing attention, faking things out. It's weird. If they get it right on A, they're so far away on those rotations, they could be locked out super easily. Mobs is going to get dropped down. And he probably goes, what the hell, there's no one here. So now the B-bomb site indeed feels like the way you have to go and the natural progression of the round, but there's just so many people here. Pius does well. He takes a lot of damage. Only 20 seconds to get his bomb in, by the way. Malb's still chilling in CT, hoping to try and trade things out. There's a man locked in closet. The Molotov doesn't reach him. Yekindar, all he has to do is live, but he goes down. He goes down. Pius with the trade will create space for the bomb plant. And Fallen doesn't know where to turn. Where's this guy in CT? He's gone missing. And my goodness, talk about down to the wire. G2, though, will keep it just in their favor.
It's a huge sigh of relief for G2 to see that over the line. I think you're right. If Yekindar just stays alive, that probably would have been enough, but not to be. My God, look at it means to them as well. This has been a real bad run of form, but they finally find the round to put all the pressure back on the Furia shoulders. Map point G2 on their opponent's map pick, and oh, we need a bit of a superstar once again. We're going to go double AWP here as well. Yekindar going to pick up the secondary. What has he got for us? So close. He can more or less smell them through the screen. And he might be required as well quickly to support Yuri. This could get a little dicey. He's double flashed, triple flashed, in fact. But he drops a smoke. He swings and he finds one. He looks for a second behind it as well. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. Gets away, looks for a third. Oh my, Yuri. How has he got away with 3 there? He has no right, but he's given a lifeline over towards Furia. And there might still be life left in this game. Molodoj's here. And he's thrust some Pius into a 1 versus 3. Make that now 1 versus 2, but he's got to try and isolate fights. And he has no idea of this second man who's creeping slowly behind him. It's surely just a matter of time. He's tunnel vision in. This round's got to be done, surely. But a pop shot draws his attention. He's looking all over the place. He finds one. Surely some bias. Can't make this work. Oh my, he misses the shot and Fallen shows his class and experience. Furia, they're not dead just yet.
Holy hell. Fallen took the safe peek. He shot like 1 bullet. Nervous. And that could have cost him everything. We might clock it here on the replay, but I'm pretty sure he just kind of took that panicked peek, didn't want to commit type peek, when he could have had that free kill on the guy not looking at him. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Got overtime written all over it. So let's see here if Furia can get it there. Long control comes in. Malbs is out. And the team looks to join him.
One last chance. Take this towards overtime. Ooh. Fallen? There should be a gap on the left-hand side. Yeah, nice block. He'll drop a smoke of his own. Flash, second that'll come behind as well. The third, he wants to swing behind it, but nobody was caught by that blind. So this is open back up for G2. Pop shot by Molodoj, ineffective. Breaking open the smoke as well. No one behind. It's carnage towards A.
Yeah, this is a mess. But it's a mess that favors G2 at the moment. Molodoj tries to get in there quick, doesn't respect how fast they have been. Massies with the double. Might just get them in. Yakindar with a double of his own. But it's down to just Yakindar. The bomb's been spilled in an awkward spot, so he has a semblance of control to direct this round. He's going to give it up. Going to fully give it up by the looks of things, as he will try for that reposition. I suppose I would think CT is the main option. He's going full wacky mode.
Yeah.
Slightly reprogrammed. No, okay, so he will make his way down there. He just wanted to play it silently. I don't know, man. He's not giving himself a lot of time here, right? He can't walk this whole way. And he will start picking up the pace. Yeah. He's been heard. He's surely been heard. I don't know, though. They're not fully trained in. He's picked up loads of util.
Yeah.
3 nades there off the ground, but it's just all going to come down to the headshots. Has to guess correctly, and unfortunately does not. So Furia, at the very final hurdle, are denied away. G2 might have to revisit that one, but in terms of the win column, it's still a 1, no matter how it comes.
Yeah, all that matters. A debut started well, right? A map under your belt and your opponent's map pick, no less. That was a crazy game of Counter-Strike. So back and forth, so up in the air all the way throughout, especially with that run that Furia were putting on the table. You've got to look towards individuals like K-Serato, like Molodoj, who really lit the fire under Furia. But unfortunately, the big thing that Furia will look back on this map is if we just had a slightly better first half, we actually had a chance and we should have probably taken that. But they've let it slip and they've opened the door wide open for G2 to kickstart their journey here in IEM Cologne on a positive note. And for this new look side to be looking good. And I gotta say as well, I know it's only 1 map and we can definitely maybe equate a lot of it to the honeymoon phase, but I like what I saw from G2. I think there's really nice moments there.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I think, again, there's a little bit to be desired, letting it come so close. Maybe could have taken the timeout a bit earlier, I suppose. It felt like once they did hit that timeout, there was that shift that they needed. I think this is just one of the things that, again, you know, Hunter and maybe a couple other voices, maybe too many voices, on the fly, dealing with a few of the fundamental problems, right? Like your kind of energy, the mental, things like this. It can be a bit harder when you're newer to that sort of role. You've not had to have the leader of men type role. There's the tactical side, there's the emotional side. And I think maybe that is where Saw just jumps in and is like, listen, call what you want to call, but I've noticed X, Y, and Z, and you need to just maybe tone it down. Comms need sharpening, you know, things like this. And they're going to get missed a little bit, or maybe Hunter is kind of afraid to just jump in and try and be that more direct voice. It's all going to come in time, but to me, things like that have to come into play. If it's nearly come back in the way that it did, there has to be a few factors like that that are getting in the way. So things to certainly revisit from a team perspective, but in terms of, as I say, the win coming in, I think that they will be happy with that. And not a great map for them. Now their pick coming up next. We are going to take a little bit of a break here, folks, so make sure that you do indeed stick with us. We'll be back with Inferno very shortly.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, that's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback! Oh my, what the f... Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Pulsing through my veins, I feel alive. A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath, I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by the sun. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move and sway. Lost in the rhythm, body's insane. We're in days. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. 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 Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by the sun. Your love is like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Wildfire. Like a wildfire. Oh, like a wildfire.
Welcome back. Map number 2 about to get underway here, and all of our attention is now drawn towards Furia in terms of this bounce back. Something is required from them. That first half was less than adequate on their map pick of Dust 2, and sure, we saw a little bit of a resurgence, but ultimately a cosmetic comeback, not to be, as they lost 13-11. So now we're heading towards map number 2 with Inferno coming up next. G2's pick. The 2-0's on the cards.
Yes, very true. I mean, the worst kind of cosmetic comeback as well, to be honest with you, right? Like the one that feels you can win. But yes, it was kind of down a little bit to these guys. Interesting to see the stats come up, because it felt like Molodoy's impact, especially in that second half, was sky high. So must have had a really, really quiet showing in the first. It's kind of fair enough. I feel like most of the team probably did on the Furia side of things. But yeah, an interesting map for sure. We see the yin and yang of both sides. Furia with their first sort of drop off on Dust 2 in a heavy way, and then G2 meanwhile look great out of the gates, but clearly there are still some teething issues. It's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows for them.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why I wanted to bring up the AWPers as well is because I actually think I wanted to showcase just actually how both of them do find bits of success without them actually really shining. You know, some Pius didn't really shine himself either. He had, don't get me wrong, a good game, and I think he was really, really solid, but we're actually looking at the tail end of that. Matty's I thought was absolutely fantastic. Mobs was incredible. Heavy got a really good moments coming through, and it's individuals like Rifling Core that we look towards that are really setting G2 up for success. And the flip side for Fury, I thought Yuri looked incredible. He was really good. Keserato, especially second half, when he started getting going, he was really, really solid as well. It was maybe a little bit missing from Yakindar, but unfortunately we've kind of gotten a little bit used to that. So we'll have to see. We're heading back underway momentarily. Inferno is going to be the one up next. Of course, it's picked by G2, but not a map that, generally speaking, Furia shy away from, so they're not going to be too upset at this being a pick. They don't pick into it a lot. They do actually ban it a fair decent amount as well, Furia, but when they do play it, success rate is not too shabby, so they're not going to be too upset with this. G2 though, I still feel like they're in a really good spot.
Yeah, 100%. I think that there's obviously some kind of tests in places. This is the map, though, that surely you have to come in nice and prepared. I think another thing that we maybe didn't touch on so much in the pre-match is, you know, they have had a full sort of player break. Yes, there's been some pretty big moves and tactical moves and whatnot, but there's a couple of teams in here, Furia included, that had a shortened player break, took part in the Fissure Playground, and maybe therefore have not had as much work, especially with the map pool change that didn't come into effect at that tournament, but is at this one. Maybe feels a bit sooner than we would usually do as well for Cologne to just adopt it and not play on the previous patch, so on and so on. So there's a lot in there that Furia have had to adapt to, whereas G2, it's been a bit easier from maybe the comfort of their own homes, so to speak. And therefore, I think looking at just, you got to have one or two maps, right, that you've done some really good work on, and surely Inferno has to be one here.
And for the most part as well, Inferno is one of those maps that has been kind of boiled down to being quite simplistic in a way, and whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, obviously, you know, for me, it's always going to be my most complaint about map, and I think for a lot of pros it is too at the moment, but it's also a map in which there isn't really that much new on it, even when they've made little changes in CS2. The grand scheme hasn't felt that different in terms of the pacing and how you approach it and how you like to play around it, what your saving mechanics are looking like, and how your executes are kind of set up. So for G2, I think this is one which it feels a little bit more comfortable, and where you can kind of plug and place your new players in, right? You know, for some players, you can give them that ability essentially to free roam a little bit, just be a little bit versatile, also that supporting util kind of player. Then for Matties, you can use him as a hard entry if you want to, right? And then send him up in towards B, see what he can find in those sort of kind of scenarios. So I'm looking forward to seeing how G2 kind of approach this. For Furia, they've obviously had a little bit more time and you know, a few more officials under their belt. When you look towards this map for them, you know, they've already played it once this tournament, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, and it was good against FlyQuest. Right? That 13-7 was pretty solid. They played it twice as well at Fissure Playground. 1 win, 1 loss. The win against was Wildcard. We're not going to take too much stock into towards that wildcard side are speed running down the rankings, it feels right now, but they did lose to Saw, and that is a little bit of a damning one. That Saw is also a side that are going through changes, and sure, they've looked better, but you know, Furia should be beating them every day of the week on every single map, more or less, right? So the fact that they've picked up a 13-10 loss shows that there is weakness there, and that has actually been the story. They've actually, in the last 3 months, Furia have never got a win on Inferno back to back, right? So with them getting a win against FlyQuest, all signs point to them technically losing here.
True. It is very, very true. I mean, yeah, it's getting a little strange to sort of read again before we get into the game. I think given what happened on Dust 2 as well, it feels to me that it could just sort of go anyway. I think both of these teams still have some issues to sort out, a degree of inconsistency and just not quite knowing where the wins come from. Got a little bit of relogging required, it looks like there on the G2 side of things. The phone safety box.
Yeah,
just
it's back.
Keeping them locked away. No funny business here, as you would well expect, I suppose. But all the same, just a little bit of a delay before we get into Inferno.
Yeah, exactly. Well, hopefully only a brief one. Of course, as you can see at the bottom, there's been a bit of a banger that has been happening over on the A stream with Gamer Legion and Falcons. Falcons ended up winning it 13-11 in map number 1, so right down to the wire. PR again had a really, really good map from him. He's been fantastic. He's actually he was the highest rated player of stage 1. He looked really, really good. Rez also looked fantastic as well. Flip side, Nico, he was great. Monacy was great, and the debutant of Kaisuke, not too shabby either. 17 and 16 for him. So it seems like that Falcons side are coming together a little bit. They've kind of ground out a close-knit win there, and it's on Gamer Legion's map pick no less as well, so that's really positive signs for them. You know, in that series, signs are pointing to a 2-0 Falcons now with Mirage up next. Of course, Gamer Legion, we know they've had struggles on that map, so a spicy one over on the A stream. Everybody's so excited to see is really just what Kaisuke can bring to the table, and it seems like as things go pretty good. I saw a clip of him getting a little quad kill as well, so mechanically he's most definitely there. But of course, we've got debutants of ourselves here, and I got to give credit to Matties of how well he played in towards that previous map. I thought he looked so excellent, and the big thing I said, I'm glad that he hasn't lost any of that confidence. This was the big thing that worried me for a while, was that if he's stepping up in towards tier 1, is he going to be a little nervous to take certain fights and not be as proactive as he usually is? Well, doesn't seem like that's any sort of a problem for him. He looked great.
Yeah, it's true. It is very true. I think answering a lot of questions right as well is one of the big things. So yeah, it's up there on the mainstream getting quite interesting, and I think it is this guy as well. Nice to mention alongside G2, of course, the sort of stable, safe, warm home that he left a little bit to go over there to the Falcons, which, you know, there's a couple arguments to go over, let's say, but also I think a few risks associated with the project, and will it work, and is this sort of superstar slam as many good players as you possibly can onto a team going to work for them? It's tough to say. It's tough to say. Didn't really work too well at the major, but now we've got another guy coming in. Just keep adding stars, right? I suppose is the formula. But at the end of the day, I think that, you know, there's a lot of heavy critical watchers of the Falcons team. Let's just say that.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people are expecting a downfall, but I'm the opposite. I think right now they feel like the only team for me that can actually challenge Vitality, and they've been already so close, right, without Kaisuke, and I do think he's a player who can step up. Now, I think for me, the big thing, the way I look at it as well, is that I think people are putting so much pressure on Kaisuke. There's been actually a really big argument that people have spoke about on Twitter. Is Kaisuke a player who's essentially got the most pressure on his shoulders while even playing a single minute of Tier 1 Counter-Strike? And I think the answer is probably yes. You know, you look at the comparative players of Dong, I don't think there was that. You know, obviously Kata was such a shock to a lot of people, so there wasn't, you know, people weren't coming in and saying, oh, Dong's going to drop one of the best ratings of all time on this sort of event. And same thing for Modesty. Sure, 600k at the time was an incredible amount of money, but similar thing where I felt like it was like, okay, well, let's see if he can hang with the big boys in Tier 1. And of course he did, and he did it with style too. But Kaisuke, he's kind of given no breathing room, I think. So I feel for him. He's got to deal with a lot of pressure, and that's what he actually looked towards, kind of like Lars, for example, in the Falcons setup, right, as being this guy to just say, man, you know, the only person you have to worry about is yourself, right? Doesn't matter what other people think. And he's already got the backing of people like Nico as well. They were playing Face It yesterday, and Kaisuke was carrying them, so I'm sure things are good in the camp. And yeah, getting a win under the belt like that, really, really good to see.
Yeah, got to be a weird position, to be fair. Like, I think a lot of these young guys, Donk included, seem to be in the innovator position and just a bit more creative as well, right? And everyone is attentively watching. We got the Donk slide last year, of course. Now we've got the whole sort of like tapping of crouch, which I think Kaisuke has been a big proponent of. The double click sprays, right? For like the tension in your hand and everything like that.
Mouse left, mouse right.
These seem to be things that, you know, the older player, like maybe Hunter or Yekindar on your screen right now, not really looking to innovate as much, but the younger guys, that's also, I think, why they have a few more eyeballs, is because they just find their way into a lot more clips because they're doing different things that are a bit fresh, especially in the mechanics, and it's like the CS2isms, right?
Yeah, I would say, you know, I've given that like left and right click thing a go. I don't know if it's placebo, but I feel crisper with it, especially in terms of speed. So for those of you who've been doubting it,
pressure in your hands.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe hit up a DM and see how you feel with it. I've been feeling pretty good trying it. But anyway, we're on the way. We're live. Second map about to get started. Deco around the corner as well to clear half wall. So Arms doesn't need to worry about that too much and keep attention at draw. And Molodoi set up for the pop flash to come over first orange. But they're not even going to hit towards B. It was all a ruse. They head back towards mid.
This, of course, is the game of Inferno. So we'll see here if Hunter in particular can keep that mid-rounding fresh and unpredictable. Utility out long. Moving fast here, keeping it simple. Moto smoke. It's quite early. I mean, he could just go flying through it if he opts to do so. Yekindar on the headshot angle. Bit of help from the Julies up top. I think that's really what it's all going to come down to here. Is the pace of these guns. Yuri going unchecked. He's going to let them all in. Oh, no! And he can't get anything done. He's immediately taken down. Tried to go for the big boy moment. And he will be left with egg all over his face. So this is just going to be a soft save here from the remaining B players. Maybe try and grab some exits on the way out. Keserato ultimately doesn't have too much to lose. A lot of the time we look at like saving armor and maybe getting cheaper head armor into the next round. He doesn't have that. So he's sticking around here. However, the Julies with no damage taken plus a flash, there's a lot going for Molodoi here. So he will hold on to what he has as best he can, but still also looking for some cheeky exits. Now it gets even better. So we'll see if he can remain alive here and remain undamaged. I think would be very nice for him. He's going to keep the kills coming in. He will lose his cheaper head armor there, but I suppose he's happy with that. Take some players down, get some kill bonus. It evens itself out, I guess. 600 versus 350. But then you have to spend 1,000. I don't know, man. There's a lot of maths involved.
It's true.
Clicking heads.
It's true.
Just clicking heads.
Well, not the start that they wanted. I think, you know, you have to say it kind of comes down to Yuri a little bit. Unfortunately, he tries this trigger discipline play and unfortunately does not work out for him. G2 start as they mean to go on. Nice round for them. I like the kind of change up the mid-round call as well, showing this adaptability there from Hunter. Of course, there's going to be a lot of eyes on Hunter as this IGL now in terms of what he can bring to the table, especially in this post-snacks era. And generally speaking, so far, looking so good. There was real nice moments in that first map, and even that round there specifically showing G2 have got ideas up their sleeve. This one, on paper, should be pretty simple. We got one alone towards B, and that's where they're heading. Yekindar does have a smoke, so we can't slow him down. But if he dies, that'll change things. That felt a little unnecessary from him. And that'll be the round. You just save you with Furia now.
Yeah, an oversight for sure. Maybe a lack of respect. They will pay the price, the ultimate price at the end of the day, as indeed it's a clean finish here. So they'll be looking to go for it in the next here on the Furia side. Look, they'd committed to the idea of the A stack. I think they know if it ended up being B, they weren't going to have an easy time of it. So Inferno looking easy thus far for G2. No real sweat into these rounds. We got another MP7 making an appearance.
Yeah, it is becoming a gun that is... I mean, the only man that was really using it for a long, long time was Nerds, right? And he actually looked really good with it, to be fair. He made it look like a rifle at times, but it was picked up sporadically apart from him. And now I feel like more and more people are entertaining that idea a little bit. I still feel like for me that the MP9 is still fine. I know it went through those nerfs and whatnot, but I don't think it's been too much of a massive change. As long as you're bursting, it's okay. Yekindar tried to pop around the corner here. Not to be for him. That'll cost him the site. So, a 2-0 start and probably a 3-0 start as well for G2, looking very similar to how things got on the way on Dust 2, where they were able to really just run away with momentum. This first gun run that we see towards round number 4, the next round, is so important for Fury. If they lose that, then we are getting dangerously in towards the similarities of Dust 2.
Oh, Yeki looking a little shaky. He failed the flash in the previous round as well. You can put that down to maybe getting killed, getting shot at, but the nade there doesn't make it over. So some experimental utility not going well. Smoke down, though, will push them away. They're playing exactly the same round as the previous, so again, Hunter looking to get those reads, and at the moment, not quite sure how to react to that smoke.
I like that they're sticking around here, though. Just disrespecting the idea of it being that strong of a defense. And they come, Yuto going to be set down. Another smoke by Yekindar, but now they've committed to CT smoke as well. They may as well commit through this. And one pump flash, thing to send somebody in and realize actually no one's home. They're doing their due diligence with the Molotovs. That's good signs for G2, but yeah, no one's here. The one man has been spotted by Malbs on the drive-by. Church is open, and so is the B side. And once again, another quad stack A and another quad stack save. And a 3-0 start for G2. Very simple rounds. Not that much of a conversation. It's just poor Yekindar getting overwhelmed with not that much in terms of an investment too.
Yeah, it's unfortunate here for Furia, but maybe the way that things can pan out. Get it added to the list of stacks that haven't found success. Hunter, lovely little flash for him. That's a moneymaker there on the Mac 10, of course. He will absolutely take that. Rolling forwards here, you can see he's got plenty of cash and plenty more to come in after this bomb goes off. Kind of a slow start. Furia maybe need to make their presence known here. I think, again, you have to look at what's in front of you. The previous map is a tough one to forget about. And again, a couple of young players on this team, a couple of guys that might struggle with that mindset, but we'll see here. Furia on the full buy. The AWP out once again. We'll see what Molodoi can do there. CT side, and he looked pretty good on Dust.
Yeah, exactly. Important gun round. Very much so. And P9 in play still for Keserato. Just the AWP Molodoi that we want to see get online. There's no big green on the flip side. He's going to try here, and that works well. Down goes Fall, and Yekindar quickly traded as well as Keserato, who's now all alone towards B. G2 are going for very similar routes. They're just changing the tempo and the pace of them, but they're working. Is that Molly going to spread him towards Keserato? It won't. He gets one, but a quick trade. This is excellent. They are opening B site, for the most part, pretty easily, and another sign where, for Furia, there's just nothing they can do in this sort of round. Excellent work. Quicker pace towards the B side this time, but a similar result. Success for them. A 4-0 start and a gun round that's ineffective for the primarily Brazilian side.
Not going to lie, it's sort of remnants of Snacks, to be fair. I think they do look a bit tighter, perhaps, but you might have called something a bit similar to this, you know, get them conditioned and just change things up. That was 3 on B as well. So it just goes to show how solid they can be if things come together and, you know, 3 kills split across the board. It looks really, really nice from a practical standpoint. Just a question of how far it's going to keep going here. Furia, I don't know, the round came at them.
Yeah.
It is a bit tough. They didn't really do anything with it. Again, very simply just playing 3B, expecting a B finish. Makes sense. They've gone there a lot so far this game. But maybe would have been nice to see them get aggressive early and, you know, try and battle for banana control. Just giving a bit too much respect across.
For sure. Well, good news with the saves and the loss bonus we can buy back in. Of course, that all kept in play. That's the real priority, I guess, is something they would not have been able to invest back into. At least smoking towards apartment, so you're going to play behind it. Long smoke that comes through, and this is going to give them this top mid control for free. There's no one really to pressure them here. That nade could be expertly timed. It's a little bit of damage, but not enough really to worry G2. And they're going to go off the back of that as well. It's heavy got an MP7 that's going to be sent in momentarily. I wonder whether they pop flash him out. They've surely got to, as they want to split through short. First time testing towards A. Let's see how they deal with this. There's 3 players here to meet them.
Nice little setup as well. Got Yuri, who's a master of this position. Playing anti-flash at the moment as they come bursting forwards, but the pathing's pretty good. Oh, comms get a little shaky. Heavy God still manages to find it, still on his trusty MP7, leading that charge. The Moto Smoke is not great. The follow-up Moto Smoke also not great, but the bullets find the head of Molodoi, and with him going down, surely you feel they have to save. It's all Heavy God here, by the way. Absolutely wild. The MP7, there's just a couple players in the history of Counter-Strike that have had an affinity for this gun. Kind of sticking around a little bit here on the CT side of things. Maybe if they can get that early kill, but not going to happen.
Yeah, save the AWP now as well for Fallen. There's no point, I don't think, having a look. That is Inferno, unfortunately, in a nutshell, but man alive, another big one. I say that. Oh my god, the gun barrel's just on the corner here. Even if he gets a kill, getting out might be a different story. Hunter might want to go have a look. They've got money, so why not? But no, they're going to opt against. The Kindar should be able to get one of his own. And actually, it's probably going to be the AWP too. Yes, it is. And that also can be recovered if they want. Don't really see much point in having a double AWP setup, to be fair, at the moment where things aren't going too right. So the hunt's okay, but still, all that matters, another big round for G2. Take a look at Heavy God as well. Gets very fortunate. He's running low on ammo to find Molodoi. 5-0 for G2 as it's Furia who call for a tack timeout and desperately need to converse. This is difficult. Of course, bringing in the coach and man, I mean, what do you even do in this spot for them, right? They're being overwhelmed both from the B and the A side. The tempo changes, but I think just more than anything, they're just losing the Angels. Sometimes in an unfortunate manner too, as we saw with Heavy God spam through the smoke, but it's part of the game. They're falling really far behind here, and this is, like we were saying, looking quite akin to what Dust 2 started out as, and that's the big thing that cost Fury. As much as they got going in the second half, it was too little, too late. They can't afford for that to be the narrative again.
Yeah, already feels like it's getting out of hand slightly. We've got a banana take round from G2. Furia just conceding the control. We'll rotate one in quickly. Molodoi not blinded, but also can't land the shot. And just like that, they pull back, not giving too much across. So here we are, the old tit for tat, prod and poke of Inferno begins. Heavy God remains in a lurking position, but not too deep on the lurk. They don't have the bomb. Always feels funny to me when the bomb is so far away from the action.
Yeah, so no real commit. Nade. A lot towards Fallen. That'll hit him. Second one as well goes a little deeper in response in towards mid, but nobody's there. G2 playing all the way back. So bomb now recovered. They're going back towards B. Especially if they were to go now as well, it would only be Kindar there, but he's going to get support of Molodoi. He's coming over from CT. 40 seconds. It feels like they know this is finishing towards B. I say that though, it's Fallen who was falling away and now he's coming back. Yekindar tucks in towards Nubox. Molly doesn't quite find him. His smoke down will keep him alive for now as he's playing a round, but he gets spammed through the smoke by Molbs. Fallen one of his own, but Hunter in response for the trade. IGL versus IGL going favorably. And surely that's it now. Yeah.
It's really tense, especially Yekindar. I don't think he likes being left on B by himself.
No, I think you're right.
It's kind of how it feels, you know? Like, I think he wants a bit more freedom. And he just looks nervous and tense and, oh, do I peek? Don't I peek? Do I take the... Do I live? Do I... You know, there's too many things going on. I think you just have to send this guy in. Let him work off of a teammate, at least.
Yeah. I think he wants to play in a buddy system, right? And he wants to be kind of playing together, either flashing them in or more likely him being flashed in to kind of peek in towards top banana and sort of have a look in a sense. But you're right. I think being left alone, he's getting angsty. He doesn't know in terms of when he should be dropping his Utah. He's kind of unable to read the timings of G2, and it's hence why he's been caught off quite a few times. Also, another opening kill for Mouse. That's his 5th opening kill right now. 5-0 in opening duels in the first 6 rounds of play is pretty nuts. He is having a whale of a time. Furia, they've got loss bonus and saves. They keep buying in, but we are getting to that point where they've got to start giving some of these a go as well, right? Especially if it gets down to a somewhat close situation, anything around a 3 versus 3, you maybe just want to chance it. Because already at quite the deficit.
Heavy God leading the charge towards A here. Another pace change coming in. Just the 2 of them. As they will look to try and take some control, but they're safely tucked in on site. Not much can be done, but you see... Good lord, they're all rotating initially. Yakindar will move back to B. But they are very, very frightened of what's happening here. Desperate for their first round. Lurking is Malbs over on B. So I think they're just waiting to maybe see if he can find anything. Sun Pius, it's a tight window, but he misses the shot all the same.
Fallen going to rotate over. It does look like they're angling again for that B finish. I don't really blame G2 here. We're sort of in this mindset now where it's sort of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, look how far Mount has got. Another opener for him, his 6th. Brilliant work, and he's looking for more. He's jumping across, but he'll actually get spammed down by Yakindar. He's all alone now. But won't be able to be planted momentarily. Can he deny on the spam? No. Can't commit to it. Matty's found to kill him towards Yuri. Already feels like a set in stone. The only issue is for Furia, they now can't just safely shell up and save towards A anymore because they know Matty's is lurking around there somewhere. He just slips the net in towards apartment. He can't be traded out, but he might still get another one. He's sticking around, and why not? You've got the money to spare.
They are being picked apart.
Yeah.
It is kind of insane. Just how well G2 are able to keep them guessing and rely on their individuals, but there's something at a base level here from Furia that just isn't quite sitting right, at least on this map. 7-0. I think we need a timeout. They will lose a couple more players than G2 would have liked at the end, if we're being super nitpicky, but another timeout coming around here from Furia. It's just going from bad to worse.
Yeah, no surprises. Another one for them. I mean, you may as well burn all 3 if the first half continues in this fashion. You can't afford to have no foundations to fall back on. So they're 2nd taken. I mean, nobody's got going. Keserato 1-3, Fallen 2-5 as well for him. Yuri 2 kills to his name as well. And the best we've really got is the Molodoy right now, who is really not even putting up that much of a performance. This is a tough showing. Granted, on the flip side, both Sun Pius and Matty's aren't really putting up the numbers, but they're not being required. Malbs is basically doing all of the heavy lifting. Like I said, 6-0 in opening duels in the first 7 rounds. That is nuts. So consistently getting away with this. Whether you play fancy and you have him on opening duels, you are getting some serious points right now, because he is having a field day. So, attack timeout taken. Will anything change? Malbs, he's trying to send himself in, but this time he overextends without the support as well, so Yakindar gets one. But a good flash and a good double for Hunter brings the numbers back in G2's favor.
They've got a lot of individuals to bail them out, it would seem. Hunter close there, man. But he can't find the headshot through the spam, through the smoke. However, he's given them the lead back. Molodoy trying to take matters into his own hands and contact his way forwards. Yuri hidden away. Kind of the only man at the moment. There is a rotation to join him, but Keserato is pretty low at the current time. Heavy God. He's just waiting patiently. Yeah, he'll walk into the angle. Not quite the crosshair, but, you know, he's got the flicks down pat. What can Yuri do here? Hold strong. And going to look to stay alive, staying cool, gets the reload off, buying as much time as he possibly can. They're trying to spam him down, but he is just surviving. Through the smoke he'll go. He hears the AK run out of ammo. Some pious on the pistol, though, takes him out. Big find from him. It's Molodoi now. Are they going to be expecting him? And with all this going down now, the bomb has found itself in pit. The bomb is isolated down there. So, well-placed frag could have made the difference. However, my man has got the throws. He has been working on his three-pointers. That went pretty far, to be fair. And it will allow the plant to come down. Molodoi, they now know about him. Low HP bars don't really matter. And just do not peek. Do not give him anything here. He's got a smoke. That makes things a bit awkward, but there's nothing offensive to finish one of these players off quickly. So as soon as he reveals himself, surely he goes down. Hunter up high is not expected. And the flawless streak continues.
Yeah. No way they were expecting that. Love that. Hail Mary, QB throw the bomb across onto the site, but so smart, actually, right? Just to make sure that we can get a secure plant. They know roughly where he should be coming from in terms of timing, and they can plant. Even if he was moving his way through long, they can still plant safely. So, yeah, that's well done. The only issue was the world in which it doesn't quite make it across. That could have been a little funky, but hey, you know, man. G2 looking great here. Nade's come over. Bit of damage, and Molodoi going to try and play up close with his AWP. And it will net him the first as well. There's a rifler in for support as well. They're trying to bail the shot, but Molodoi isn't falling for anything, and he has Yuri in support for the trade. Finally looks like a round that should go the way of Furia. Losing this is hard to come by, but feeding some pious might be one way in which you do so. 2 versus 3 now, and a recoverable C4.
Something to work with. Get the bomb back. But Furia, you gotta convert this one, guys. I think it just comes tumbling down if you lose a round like this. Some pious is low. I'll have a good idea of that as well, I think. So, yeah, got to be a secure round. It looks to be a B play. Malb's on the util. So it could get a bit interesting here. Some pious is kind of just going to be isolated on his low HP. Kindar needs to step it up. A little unsure of CT. Oh, the flash is nice. Going to allow this gap to close. Molotov. A bit deep, but he loses his head. Oh, man. B-bomb site fallen. Speaking of, here he is on the other side of the smoke. He will get that kill, thank goodness, and it eases some of the pressure, but you've got Malbs to get through now to clutch up, and he is most certainly capable. A great game to kick things off. The timing perfect. No. Isolating Fallen, and now Yuri knows that he's unlikely to come from CT. The nade chunks him down, but Malbs is so crisp with the headshots. Yuri further in than he expected, and the prayers are answered. Furia will get there first.
Ah, man. For Malbs, I think off the back of getting naded down to kind of below half, just becomes a little flustered there. Finally, though, around, though. Well played to Yuri. Just had to be patient in that spot. Not let the bomb timer itself get affected. But, A, was that some pious push through the smoke really needed? I think the argument, of course, in hindsight is no. But the fact that G2 even make a round out of that is also quite concerning. Opening few kills go the way of Furia. Everything looks set. And then they gifted over 1v1s that very nearly bring them back in towards the game. Credit Malbs and some pious, but, you know, especially Malbs, really giving them a lifeline there. 8-1. Furia, if we can get up towards 4, might have a bit of a chance, and finally a bit of aggression coming through as well from Kindar. He's going to try and fight. He takes a big nade as well as he looks to get the AK, but he thinks it's probably better than kind of staying alive in that spot, falling away. Smart decision. He'll get out. Opening kill, demonstrated both ways, but actually a positive start for Furia, something they've not really done.
Long smoke coming in. G2 finally being tested, so we're going to have to see how they perform under the pressure. And they're right on the corner of a great half. It's still not as good as they would probably want to start, you know, solidifying this second map and therefore series. So just one more would be nice. Somehow that nade does hardly anything. But here we are. Counter-strike, of course. Hunter flying around with the bomb. There's a lot of confidence here to find that entry on low HP. But again, see Kindar getting a little bit abused, falling on high. What can he find? It's a double spray down. They were not expecting him at all. 25 seconds. They're on the way to hell. Sun Pius with the AWP to try and trade things. Doesn't know where to look. And Heavy God holding behind is unfortunately required to get his ass in here. 10 seconds left. It's not looking good. Down they will go, and it's fallen. It's fallen with the big round.
Yeah, he's looked huge. Really, really big time to step up as well, just to give a bit of life back in towards this Furia side. I think you're right, you know, for G2, they're on the brink of this being considered a really good half. I mean, even if it was to be 8-4, you're still very happy with that, but you want to push it towards 9, as they did in towards Dust 2 as well, right? You know, really kind of put that pressure on. And they're making sure of it, hence why they're going to be taking their first time out. Saw wants to make sure that they just see it over the line. They're going to buy in here, but lose this round, and it probably is 8-4. Money is going to dry up quite quickly for G2, so it doesn't really matter, you know, all the success you find, how quickly this economy can dry up no matter what side you're on. 8 in a row, but you know, these 8 rounds come down to kind of 2v2s or 1v1s. It's going to take hits on the account. So yeah, a moment for both Hunter and Saw to enter in for the first time combined in Inferno, which has been smooth sailing up until the last 2. And they just want to reclaim a little bit of the wind back in their sails. See off the half in a positive note. Kindar going aggro. He's changed up as well. No longer anchoring towards B. They're going to send him down mid. Then it might actually just work out. He's in behind. Sambias is holding for this. He's going to get one. The second wasn't offered there, but Matty swings out to trade.
Fallen hiding in this smoke. They're not expecting him. They will start to move away, however. Just got to be careful not to get shot in the back as it goes down. No one around him, and now what does he do? Just keep in the position. I think that is wise at this point. They start to become a little more savvy. But still, it's the most unexpected angle in the area. Will he get checked? Will they even go anywhere near him as they cross round here? He gets the timing. Oh, the damage is massive. Matty's with a quick and important find. He will know he's done so much, but the numbers are even now, and there's nothing really to stop them getting in. No nade, no molly. So they will cross, they will clear, and they will plant. We'll see. Flash comes in. Serato quietly enters. Is there anything that he can find here in and around this smoke? He's got a bit of information for his teammates to work with. 2 in the church, stacked on top of each other here. Malbs has a lot of heavy lifting to do with this nigh on full HP bar. Down goes Heavy God. Trade there. Has to be. Molodoi does his best, but Malbs is still quicker. Matty's, meanwhile, not considered at all. Does his work to get one, leaving it all down to Malbs here. Break of the smoke. Oh my goodness, it took him a while to notice, but they both fluff their line slightly. Malbs will get it, and G2 back on the board.
Yeah, good stuff. And now this is where you sit here and say, all right, good half. We've got it towards 9. Really, really solid spot to be in. 8-4, all it takes is kind of Furia finding a pistol in the force buy, and they're in reaching distance. Now they're going to have to work with it. Exactly the same as how map number 1 was. Double digits is also a real potential, and if G2 can't get there, this map, this series feels more or less a foregone conclusion. But let's see, not the start that Molodoi wanted. Malbs again, another entry for him with the second. Not quite there. B-side cracked open regardless, but a 3 versus 3 again towards the B-side is the play. And look at this for Heavy God. If Yuri makes any sort of move through, he would have been a dead man. But Heavy God going to start now moving himself, and Fallen slipped the net here with the MP9. This is how awkward. Bombs on the back of some players, but he's alone. So is he going back towards the A side? I think he has to.
Super weird. And we got Yuri flanking the flank. Takes a bit of work there, but he will get it. Just some Pius remaining then, and I don't know, they really don't know how to deal. It's still a little flabbergasted Lot of noise made by Fallen, it felt like. But they don't hear him. Where's Sunpius going? Okay, what is going on there? He's gifted one onto Yuri. Fallen's not really in position to stop him now. Just has to plan in the sight. No, don't plan there. Oh my god. The one spot that Fallen could have denied him. Gifted on a silver platter, but still a good half from G2 and a firm recovery here from Furia required.
Yeah, what a flying first half from G2, right? Again, just showing a level of dominance that, unfortunately, Furia can't seem to manage with. They had a 9-3 on Dust 2, and sure, that was a little close towards the end, but they still closed it out regardless. All signs are once again pointing to G2 taking a 2-0 to kickstart their journey here in IEM Cologne, and the debutants, the new side, the new roster, the new system, with Hunter in charge and Sora in support, looking excellent. There's very little we can complain about.
Indeed. And we'll see if it continues. We do watch with bated breath here, as it felt like Dust 2 was going to be over fast. Furia managed to turn up the heat. And they brought it back about as close as you can, and then lost. So, unfortunate for them. maybe looking to take it one better this time. Quick B execute coming in. Miles doesn't know where he is. Where is he? Where have they gone? What is happening? Matthews has found 2. Hunter gets taken down at CT. How the hell is there 1 CT? He was just absolutely blasted in there and somehow still alive. No. Trading places in the smoke, but it will go down, and Malbs finally gets his just desserts. Heavy God holding here on a tight angle. Still got Matties at the back of the site, by the way, denying that bomb plant. He will lose his head eventually. Heavy God's got some decent nadage here if he gets it in the right place. They will take the head of Yuri. It's all on Molodoy. He's incredibly low. Surely just chipped down, trying to play this headshot spot. But he will be denied for now, and they are happy enough to give him the space. 30 seconds left in the round. No need to get excitable. Good discipline here. It's behind the pillar. Plant will come in. He can't be spotted, so it allows him to just reset the fight. Uh-oh. How is he still alive? How's he not taking a bullet on this 37 HP? Wild. Heavy God's got the smoke. What's he going to do with it? Drops it onto the bomb. Molodoy in with another peek. The fight now happening. He's down to 8 HP. Heavy God finds the bomb in the smoke. And he's just going to go for the 10-second hold. Molodoy doesn't know what to do here. Oh, man, he's on the bomb. He's on the bomb, bro. And he's just not considering it at all. Trying to hunt him. Finds the kill just to add insult to injury. But Heavy God, who else holding for all 10 of those seconds?
It's actually a really, really good round for Molodoy. He gets so unfortunate. So unlucky not to get that round over. He just thinks in his mind, surely he can't be sticking it, but just balls of steel there from Heavy God. Brilliant work and a celebration from Matties. 10-3. A bomb plot, of course, nice for Fury, and it does mean a bye, but chances are dwindling for them in this series. And in a similar vein, you know, it was 11-3. G2 went up on Dust 2, and again, it feels like it should be the same here as well. 1 AK, 1 Galil, and a few upgraded pistols just to try and hope to soften them up. Nice nade. I want to be thrown in response. Malb's going to try and spam through Harful here, but the G2 have got all of this banana control, and they don't even need to be too active on it. They can just leave 1 here with Util, and they can shut down B and buy time for rotations if needed.
Malbs playing the spot. He will be seen, so forced back. No smoke. Matties is here quickly, but it could have gotten a bit sideways if they just sort of ran him down. They opt not to do so, as it would be against convention, but all the same. No harm, no foul. And now what? The old back and forth. They've managed to get Yakindar out middle, so I think they want to move and use that to their advantage.
I'm just going to jiggle peek on the corner here. Some Pius is slightly pulling away, but even him just being an insurance policy here of catching people walking through long could be huge. It's our first contact probably will be Yakindar if they're going to move through long, and he actually has now crossed as well. He's still on the other side of the smoke. Heavy God got to step up now. He stepped up in the pistol. What have you got for us here? Spotted 1, avoids the flash, has support, but he loses his head, and this could get funky as Molodoy finds both. Some Bias out under pressure. They might be tempted to save.
Yeah, the Danger AK, the Hero AK, certainly living up to its namesake. Molodoy again putting this team in the backpack slightly. Not quite all the way in just yet, but he's doing a lot of work. And indeed, it forces the save out, so G2, plenty of room to work with. I think they also want to be careful not to let Furia get too close like they did on that previous map. So it's going to happen. It's a little awkward. Felt like maybe Heavy God had a chance to find a bit more if we had to pinpoint anything, but ultimately a large gap still remains.
Yeah, you're all right. It's a long, long way to go. But at least they've started the roll of things quicker than Dust 2, so that might be enough, right? It was just at one point, a one-round game that wasn't that sad, at 11-10, where things sort of fell a little flat. 10 for those 6-round buffer, of course, forced by in response for G2. 1-4 double 5 mass at double 5-7. Still a bit of a precarious buy. Looks like they're going to slightly bolster up B in the early part. I seem to drop a nade. Early chip damage, but nothing really too worrying. They're going to hope to try and bait them in here, but things are going to go really, really wrong for Furia to lose this round.
Flash through the smoke, trying to get re-aggress. They pause for a second, waiting for the next one. And they will successfully scare them away. No lives taken yet, though. But Furia not really wanting to stick around. They've got a lot of utility themselves. To spam through the smoke is pretty damn good. Malbs chunks out of him. Are they going to bring the bomb here? I think the answer is potentially yes. Molotov is not designed for him, so he's able to stand and fight, but he doesn't deliver. Man advantage looking good. Rotations are in quite fast, however. And again, B-bomb site might be denied away, but they still feel confident given the numbers. Sampaio's trying not to reveal himself, but he now will. And the smokes are just too good. Surely nothing they can really do here. I don't know, man. Fury is still so slow and tense, despite how good this round looks for them.
Yeah, you're all right. Fallen. Gonna get one as well. A second. Nice work. Just ensuring this. And Hunter's out stuck. There's no escape for him as well. Any kills on the way out would be nice. And the upgrades would go a long way. But there's no way he's gonna save them. Consolation kills is all he can really ask for. I say that 1v2. And they're kind of far away. Stick it. Oh my god, it's going to be close, but he's got a kit. It's a race, and a race in which it seems like Yukindo's going to lose. How has Hunter walked away with that? I thought he had no chance. I thought it was all about whether he survives and the unlikelihood of it. But Hunter's gone huge. That is a massive round to be taking. And Furia, that is such a bad one to let slip through your fingers. A 2 versus 5 and essentially a 1 versus 5 for half a second.
Exactly the reaction. It's the only kind of reaction. And listen, man, a key argument why you just squeeze the kit in there in a round like that, you know, because I think there's a lot of players, and Yukinda's fallen for it a little, where it's like, oh, it's a low buy, surely they don't have a kit. And you know what's hilarious? Full buy here, no kit. So, you know, they've just shown how valuable it can be. Kind of hilarious not to have it here, but yeah, it is a small, kind of understandable oversight. They're back with a vengeance. Yuri finds both at B. Not done just yet. The scoreline doesn't look favorable, but the individual's still able to deliver.
Does feel quite unnecessary for Matties in that re-swing, though. Into the same angle in which Malbs has just fallen from. Double stack up close shore here. This could be difficult to break down. So buys a spot on the leg. Another one as well. Will they expect up close? And B9 trying to drive by, but for Heavy God, not to be. So this round has fallen flat. Hunter, best he can do is save. And a response from the Brazilians. Like you said, not done just yet, but still a long, long old road to recovery. Furia, the level of form they've got to find is pretty insane. And we're doing all of that as well without trying to let mistakes slip through.
Right, not this time, as he is pretty far away. They're actually after him. They really want to hammer it home and make sure that he's not saving into the next round. He continues being a thorn in their side, however. Keserato will finish him off, but a good couple of kills there is always nice. Long road ahead, as we've said many a time, and as is evident. I just, every time, I'm sorry, but like, he's so low, man. It's just crazy to me. When you see it in the flesh, so to speak. Well, I don't know. He's struggling a little bit here on Inferno.
But in general, it works, though. He's, you know.
In general, it does work, yeah, you know. He's been in the top 20. I haven't.
He has 2 and 8 right now, so.
Yeah.
Or 3 and 8 off the back of that round. But yes, he's in a top spot, to say the least. Looking to try and change his fortunes, moving through B. There's 3 to sit here for G2. They've gone for a force once again. This time, they're bringing even less to the table. And no kit. Smoke double flash. 5 7s and 1 MP9. P250 to round it out. Feels very, very unlikely here, but there is one of those flashes. They're going to try and send Malbs in up close. He can now drop the smoke as well to shut him out from B, but that's them expending basically all of their util. And Malbs! Oh, does he get away with that? Yuri should have him dead to rights every day of the week.
Big find. AK retrieved. Matty's is a little worse for wear. Some Pius or Hunter would be nice, but they have to, of course, play with the cards they're dealt. All the same, it's a man advantage, which is a lot to work with in a round like this. 35 seconds left. One smoke over at A pulls the attention of Hunter. There's only one guy over here we can see, though. Meanwhile, the slightly damaged B players are going to have to give it their best try. Malbs goes down. Matty's with the AK. Head tucked in. 18 seconds. Drops another. And now just to play safe, 15 seconds left. Get that bomb on the deck, and maybe we've got something happening here. Matty's keeps the damage coming. Can they deny the bomb plant? Hunter is close. He's trapped in a fight, though. He can't really do too much about that. Still a man advantage. The plant will come in. They've not had time to get into the post. Yakindar immediately dealt with. It's all down to Molodoy on the half HP. Hidden away at dark. There's no kit this time, but they might not need it. They know roughly where he's at as well. There's only a few places he can be. Some bias takes him down, and G2, divine providence here as they are looking down the barrel of the 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, credit to some bias, but Matty's take of bow, that is so well done. The 2 kills he gets and then buys time for Hunter to rotate in. And then also on the flip side as well, credit to Hunter. He very easily could have swung there and tried to fight and most likely would have lost it, putting it back into a 2 versus 2. But no, plays patient, waits his time. It's a cracking shot for both of them from some bias in all fairness, but man, Matty's done so well. That's 2 unbelievably important kills. And that's map and series point for G2. 1 round away from Cologne. Stage 2 getting off to an absolute flyer. And Furia, who looks so excellent in stage 1, being silenced so quickly.
Oh, Matty's bested. Nice moves from Furia in all fairness. They're taking advantage here. We know they're capable of the comeback. Every round holds weight. Malb's going to be chunked out as well, so not looking as good for G2 here. But they have pulled off some very unlikely rounds themselves.
Yeah. Very true. Basically, it feels at the moment that you really can't discount them by any means. Malbs going dry, though. That feels like a bit of an overstep, and unfortunately, I think you just save it if you're G2. You're not in any rush because they don't have loads of money. And you can see that they're already angling to shell up on towards the A site, so it will be Furia staying alive, staying breathing for now. But a long, long old road all the way to overtime for them. Nice couple of kills, though, onto 2 of the more important players, especially with what we've seen recently with Matty's and Malbs. But you just save it. Not a lot you can do. So we can enjoy the caskets of wine. As G2 will be cracking them open soon to celebrate. At this rate, Furia, their road to recovery feels nigh on impossible.
Yeah, the 20-year aged. Fallen, looking to once again get these hunts going. I don't think they're going to be able to deny too many guns away. Actually, I speak too soon. Hunter, I think he survives. He might have taken one down with him a little bit there as well. Molodoy had like a pullback as though he'd just been fragged.
Can confirm he did survive. I think he didn't get a kill, but he keeps the gun alive. So that's all that matters, I guess, in that sense. But that not going to be taken. And you could maybe even say this is overly cautious by G2, but I respect it. You're 12-6 up, but you've already seen from that map number 1 just how well Furia can snowball into making things really dangerous. So why give them that opportunity? Why give them that chance again? There's no real point. So I like this. I feel like this is the smart way to kind of approach this sort of a situation. Even though the buy the money might still be a little funky, I think this approach as a whole is the right one. AKM4 and B9 few upgrades. So again, that force buy, or mostly force buy, coming through for G2, expending a lot of the cash here. But they've got rounds in arrears to take risks, so I don't hate it.
Could be an initial A stack from them. A forward-facing move from Heavy God, loses his head, hits the deck. It looks to be a B finish from Furia though, so not all that much in it. Smoke down from Malbs. We've seen it all before. A wide swing from Malbs.
Bold.
Hopeful. Ambitious, we might say. But it's 12-6, so you can get away with stuff like that for the time being.
Yeah, it's true. It's a bold one, that's for sure. On to playing anti up close. With Heavy God already down, they've gone for a gamble towards the A side. And actually, a call in which feels like it might be correct here. 3 players and the 4th being the bomb, which is not too far away. Popflash will come over, but look, he's here. Hunter, he's been so good so far, but he's stopped at just 1. And the molly that ticks onto the feet of Matty's forced him forward to his demise. It was death by flames or the AK, and he picked the latter. And that'll be the round. Malbs will save, and maybe even hunted as well by Caserato, who's sort of near enough. Another round for Furia. Not done just yet. Maybe, just maybe, life.
Again, when we've seen what Fury did on the first map, we're not going to write them off before that 13th round. Still, G2, I don't think they've dug super deep into the strat book, so to speak. Kind of interested if they will go for a bit of a buy in the next. There wasn't like a hard spend here. So I am curious if they're trying to, you know, min-max the loss bonus.
Yeah.
Terrorists win.
Attack pause. Ineffective. For G2. And yeah, a bit of runway now to lead with for Furia. They're sitting in a spot where things are okay. I mean, only the 2nd time this entire map that they've actually got a back-to-back round as well. First being all the way back in that first half, and of course we know there wasn't really a lot there. So G2 do have to take a bit of a step back and probably give up the 8th there. It's not really too much you can do. You're going for a little bit more of a default setup. Heavier lean towards B, but a 2-3 split, no mid control. And an unorthodox push, which could work or not. Your Kindle gets both. That's the round sealed. That was the upgraded pistol and the rifle that both fall.
Looking better on the T side here for sure. I think we pointed him out in some of the early CT rounds. He's definitely slowly scaled into the game. But this is where he runs the show. Set to try and find at least one on that G2 end. However, the AKs... yeah, just drawing them in. Caserato's trap has been set. Oh, and there you go. That's nice and crisp from him as well. 4 more to do it. It's not a million miles away.
True.
It's probably 2 rifles and a force, if you look at it that way.
Gotta be said, that still feels like there's a bit of a chance here. And that's the feeling we had in Dust 2 when they started snowballing, and hence why G2 tried to shut it down. When it was at 12-6 with that timeout, we said it could be considered overly cautious, but also fully understandable too. We're back into the buy. So Bias being a little slow in towards this map, so that would be a good chance if he can get going. Elite banana presence. He's going to fall off the angle with it. Unaware in towards second mid. Yakindo takes so much damage to that molly, and he's such a known quantity. And they don't have any apps control themselves, G2. They have so much info.
Like this as well. Four-man stack at mid, do something with it, and then maybe going to go for a look down middle. Certainly feels that way. Ooh. Jump is heard. So I think they know they can't necessarily commit to the apps play. Fallen just trying to keep attention on A at the moment. Little work over in Banana as well. Super conventional Inferno round at the moment. And then, you know, walking into the four-man mid-stack. Gets broken up slightly, but not well enough. It's so open. The utility is basic for like 1 or 2 people, but not 4. That's for damn sure. 5-on-3 now, looking good for G2.
Molly on default plan as well. The boost going to come through for Matties, and it's successful as Yuri's dropped 2 versus 5. They need a miracle round and a 1 versus 5. Well, Hunter pulled off one of these earlier, but Molodoy, the youngster, bomb on his back, but no chance, and he's sending it in towards his death. A flawless one to seal the deal for G2 as they take the series 2-0 and kickstart stage 2 of IEM Cologne perfectly.
Yeah, looking really, really good. I think there is that one half on Dust 2 that's a little shaky. We can maybe give them the teething issues argument, the fact that, you know, this is the first outing for the entire look here, right? So many changes coming in. We've talked about it at great length. Other than that, they look very, very good. That first half of Dust 2 in particular was really, really clinical. Some great rounds, some great calling, and it just felt like Furia were never really in the game. Inferno, the kickoff here as well, was pretty good. Couple hero moments like that round on the MP7 from Heavy God. Yekindar looking uncomfortable on B, to say the least. They did manage to sort of change that up and figure it out on the Furia side, but all the same, just too steep of a hill to climb twice. They needed a couple more rounds in the first half, and maybe we would have been on for some overtimes, or maybe even them stealing a map away. So you have to consider all these things, of course, but G2, it's good, and there's signs, right? We're giving them a lot of benefit of the doubt just because of all these changes. Furia, meanwhile, I don't know, just individually, mechanically lacking a little, and that could have really helped them if they had less heavy weight. They really could have brought this closer.
I think you're spot on. They really just, at times, were missing a couple of factors. I mean, Case Rata, of course, not really the map that you want to see from him. He looked a little kind of new to this as well. But then across the board, we're not seeing maybe enough out of Molodoy in the sense, I mean, he had these kind of flashy moments, but as a whole, in terms of being a consistent factor, not there. He wasn't really being challenged by some Pius either. So he's given the range, he's given the space, and he still can't convert. So it's a bit awkward for Fury, I think. That's the sort of series that you go back to the drawing board and say, okay, you know, what really went wrong here? Why was our fundamental approach and idea so off the game here? G2, I don't think did things particularly like super flashy or super in detail. I think they actually played quite a simple game, but a good simple game, right? They fell back on, I think, what was really good mid-rounding, really good adaptability, and I think Hunter's just given a lot of space to let his individual shine. And fair enough, actually, Hunter really did shine himself in that second map. He looked fantastic. Best player in terms of the numbers, but he's allowing individuals like Molbs and Matties to kind of free roam and have a little bit of fun with things and really take fights that they want to be taking, and having somebody and kind of players like that as your rifling core and it work is really good signs for G2. So as debuts go, there's really a lot to like from them, and for Furia, off the back of what was a really good stage 1 to fall kind of so flat, right? You know, it's basically 3 out of 4 halves, which are next to non-existent. It's not good, right? And hence why they're going to need a real stark conversation before heading towards that lower bracket.
Yeah, again, they have some really, really good pieces. I think Molodoy looked fantastic, but like there is just something secret sauce maybe missing, and maybe a few more moves need to happen, or, you know, whatever's going on with the roles here. There's just a couple people that look unhappy, that look uncomfortable, right? And just sort of having to fill gaps in places on certain maps, you know, and I think that they will be pretty disappointed in themselves that they can't take Dust 2. Less excuses there. They've already played it a couple times. It's meant to be a punishing pick onto the G2 side, and then a punishing pick onto a fresh G2 side, you know. So the fact that they unfortunately did capitulate their first half over there, really just not quite good enough, and I think that they will understand that. So we'll see. Furia we always want this team to kind of do well. Fallen's a hero of the game, Kei Serato, with such an incredible ceiling, and maybe robbed of his peak, his prime, by certain moves happening within the Furia team and being locked into Furia for so long, making that decision as well. But here, just not quite on the extra level that G2 seem to be able to call upon.
Yeah, I think you're right. But, you know, for G2, I think they can now kind of start to build upon this, right? And actually, there's probably real questions with this, what we like to call the honeymoon phase, as we see with a lot of teams, of where is actually the ceiling now for G2? You know, Matties is a really promising rifler and has been a really promising rifler for a while. Of course, his City Fnatic was pretty good, but that side was quite dwindling. Now he's in a side with a lot of talent around him. He's also not the kind of, when you look towards Fnatic, for example, he needed to put up numbers. You look at that rifling core, you've got him, BlameF, and Crims. Crims has looked off the game for a while and is probably at the end of his tenureship and in terms of his career. BlameF not putting up those kind of hero numbers from him, so Matties was required to kind of carry. He's not here, right? You know, you've got Malbs, who's, you know, mechanically arguably the best rifler in this team. Heavy God's a really decent shout himself. Hunter, maybe IGLing, but we know this guy can still put up numbers, as we saw in map number 2. And Matties on top of that, you know, if there's a world in which Matties is considered like the third or fourth best, kind of, let's say third best, with Hunter taking the IGL role, so let's say he's the third best rifler, that's a really, really good team in terms of just raw firepower. If they can get the structure around it, if Saul can get you know, his kind of prongs in terms of how he likes to set up teams around it too, excited to see. I think we still just need to find that kind of Sun Pius as of a year and a half, 2 years ago, right back to the level where Sun Pius are at his best. I still think we haven't seen that kind of for a while. Even actually previously on Heroic, it was kind of here and there. It wasn't that consistent factor. If we can get Sun Pius back to being like, you know, in and around that sort of top 5 sniper conversation, this team becomes super, super interesting. But all the matches, G2 are fantastic win for them. 2-0 to kickstart their journey in IEM Cologne. We got a lovely interview as well to throw on over. And for myself and Scriv, we'll be back on tomorrow. Is going to leave you with Exner and 5. But before that, an interview. See you soon.
Massive congratulations, first of all, Malves. Tell me the tale of that game from your perspective, because it was a clean 2-0 for you guys, but some rounds were it was a little bit back and forth, right? Was it were there moments where it did get a bit tough for you guys?
I was getting tough a little bit. We were, I don't know, pressure maybe. I don't know, first match together and everything, but I think we had the game under our control. The prep was really good. I was impressed with the prep from Saul. I think he's doing a really good job, and the way he does prep is really good, and I'm really satisfied with that. And also Hunter is doing a really good job as an IGL, and I'm really happy with the team.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about your perspective of like the change that Hunter's had to have gone through, right? Because you've seen him, you've been a part of the team when he wasn't an in-game leader. How different is he in the server now that he's taken up that leadership role?
I think he has been the same as he was in the past. Like I always had this thought about the Kovac cousins, that they have this thing for leadership, you know, like they have the voice, they have this leadership kind of gift. But I don't know, it feels really good. It feels natural, honestly. And he's been doing a really good job with calls.
And tell me a little bit about Saul, obviously a newer coach for you. You praised the prep just there in terms of this game. How does he go about, like, you know, actually talking to the team and getting you guys prepared to go into a match? Like, what's his kind of routine with you guys?
I can't really go through, like, everything, but, like, basically on the prep, we sit all together in the practice room, obviously, and then everyone contributes to like the prep. Like we watch a video from the assistant coach, and everyone contributes for like what we think is good for our position, and then it's really good.
Okay, interesting. Just final question, because when I spoke to some players beforehand, I was like, obviously you've got to temper your expectations and be realistic, considering just the sheer amount of changes you guys have gone through already, right? What's your personal goal though for Cologne?
I'm honestly really excited. I think, like, for what we showed now, we could have done better, honestly, but I think we're doing a really good job. I think we could make it through, hopefully. And yeah, after the past season, it feels like day and night, honestly. Like, I was depressed, but now I feel better. Like, I feel like the team is flowing really good, and yeah, I'm happy.
You can see it on your guys' faces, like legit. You feel like you've got like a kind of like a breath of fresh air, right? Like there's a different energy with the team. One more win would see you going through to the playoffs. So good luck with that next matchup. I'll give you this pen and you can, sign the wall.
humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, fuck! Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback! Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Well, Falcons Kiosko debut, I sleep. But Mongols first of the season, I'm awake. It is Mongols versus 3D Max here to kick off in another opening matchup. The major grand finalists are back in Counter-Strike.
I know this is one that you're going to be excited about. I'm looking forward to it as well. We got to see what 3D Max could do in stage one, but now it's a time for Mongols to show up here and look to see what they can test with their roster rolling out here, and obviously fresh off the back of those grand finals they're going to be feeling maybe even a new sense of confidence heading into this next season.
Yeah, they know that they are one of the best teams in Counter-Strike now. That last season was just established, making playoffs of nearly every event. They have attended multiple semifinals, and to cap off the season with a competitive grand final versus Team Vitality, obviously being able to take map number 1 of Mirage back there, and well, to a shame for everyone, every American in that crowd right there, they couldn't bring it home. But all that grand final shows is that this is a world-class team right now, taking on 3D Max, who are still, questions about their form, but they were able to stagger through stage 1.
Yeah, able to land on their feet effectively right there with that last victory over Tyloo, a very impressive one where it felt like they came through with the system, with the game plan to systematically shut down Tyloo and a lot of their opening antics, especially from Jam Young. You got a little bit of excitement heading into making it through stage 1. Now you got to continue that performance up against even better teams here, and their opening matchup versus Mongols is a matchup that they can handle and have handled in the past so far this year. I think Mongols are coming in with a renewed sense of energy, a little bit of a revival. They're finally getting these big playoff wins versus, really big teams, and I think that's kind of the difference maker that we're seeing heading into this next season. A little bit of proof of concept here that this Mongols roster can finally break through and make deeper playoff runs here versus the best of the best. That's what they showed us in Austin, and now they're looking to continue that performance here coming through into Cologne.
Yeah, here for the Mongols, but they're in their home environment. Most people would say that they're group stage merchants, and they should be able to clean up this matchup. At least that's the big-time expectations, because Senzu's on your screen, but he was a playoff player.
Yes.
Back at the major.
Yeah, that's an exciting factor right there, right? I think his drop-off in playoffs was obviously experienced throughout 2025. You're looking to see him elevate. That's what he brought to the table in front of a crowd. And again, you're back in home environment here. This is comfort territory for Mongols, and you expect them to come through with that elevation and level of play.
Yeah, here for the number 3 ranked team on the VRS, taking on 3D Max, who already vanquished number 7. Tyloo is down and out of the tournament courtesy of 3D Max. They've taken down some Asian Counter-Strike teams, and here's another one for them. But I think this one just a bit more well-rounded, and I think more championship caliber would be a huge test for 3D Max.
Yeah, a good example of them being able to continue their performance here, but have to do it on Nuke. Some challenges in the veto here for them. They're switching things up a little bit in terms of this map pick coming through. It will be interesting to see how they fare up against the Mongols looking to press on this pressure point.
It would be
fights for outer yard here. Maka had the P250 and he doesn't go chasing any kills.
Yeah, about that veto, 3D Max kind of had the decision. They could have even picked in overpass if they wanted to and try and test the Mongols on that, but instead they go for a bit of a safer pick in Nuke. And we'll see how safe that is. It's one of Mongol's strong maps, and Mizinho starts off the tournament with an instant headshot. So does 910, and here's the Modown on ramp. Just tippy taps, headshots for everyone, but Gravity now in the 1v4, he also took down his teammate, and he falls outside. It's not looking good. He's also armorless, but that's a second kill. He will pick up the bomb. He does have some time.
As rotation getting cut off, though, Blitz does get the early alarm bells, and now they're reaggressing. Senzo crunching in from all angles, and it'll close out pretty comfortably for the Mongols. Nice hold there initially. Instant opening picks with those USPs. That kind of sets the tone for how that ramp hit was going to take.
Yeah, I love it from Mizinho. First bullet of the game is a kill. And look at that adjustment. That's all you're going to see here from the Mongols. Everyone can shoot. Everyone's got high headshot percentage. Mizinho actually one of the highest headshot percentage players in all of Counter-Strike as well. And you're gonna see that a lot. He just, if you hand him a 1v1 fight, that's what he really thrives in.
That's exactly what was given right there in that ramp room before they could chase it down. No chance to overwhelm here. Now just on the Glocks for 3D Max. Not much to bring to the table here. And again, we're seeing how this team can kind of fare up after what was a little bit, of a kind of a surprise here, getting diffed by NIP and then that new Kaspersky introduction that NIP bring to the table. You saw him get a lot of opening duels successful in this map for him.
I mean, Snappy was talking about how he found his nerds in the form of Kaspersky and kind of revitalized his team. 3D Max had to be on the other side of that superstar performance, as Senzu just luring them in with the reloads. But 3D Max have historically struggled against high firepower teams, and this is one they're facing off against right now. But in the meantime, they've kind of broken that mantra just a little bit. You know, that win over Tai Lu is big time, and Jam Young was completely missing in that series. Whether that was from 3D Max or just himself is up for debate, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, right? They have to deal with that firepower that Jam Young just showed us at Fissure, and they managed to systematically kind of shut him down piece by piece. It felt like round by round they were, you know, making sure that he couldn't get his impact, his kind of electric opening picks that he can bring here, and then following it up with multi-kills. We know that's what he had in his bag at Fissure, and we saw so much of that, but 3D Max just didn't allow that to happen. It limited his success there quite a bit. It was forced onto the shoulders of, you know, other players on Tai Lu. And
shout out to Mosea, but that wasn't enough. But now, Mongols, they don't have those inconsistencies in their play. I feel like no matter the opponent, you get the same Mongols. Rarely do they get upset. Obviously, that's how you tower to number 3 in the world. You can only lose to the best teams.
Cache of utility here, but they got to be ready. This execute's coming.
There we go. Techno gets destroyed by Lucky. And already out in the A site, swing from heaven from Senzu. He gets 2. And 910 already developing here in towards Senzu got a 3rd. Are you kidding? From the heaven, he's looking for 4. And 910, though, is being watched. Doesn't matter. He goes for it. He can't get the headshot, though. 910 tries. Nearly the 2v4.
Perfect timing on that execute. That's just catching Mongols by surprise right there with that level of play. HE through the smoke. There's not a lot of utility or even smokes to go on in on this play here. They late throw utility towards Mini, but that still allows for 3D Max to catch them by surprise, especially while they're in a period of transition, tossing around utility on the site.
They barely scrape by that one, though, because Senzu somehow, like, Heaven's supposed to be one of the most impossible positions to multi-kill from. It's very difficult. It's very T-side favored. You can just get your head popped like that. But Senzu got 3, swinging wide in Heaven, and a 910 clutch could have devastated them early. Instead, 3D Max looking distant, but hit in the face with a grenade. Still only takes 5 damage, and Mizzino's still marauding through Secret here.
Yeah, double up on the aggro here, not alone either. So a lot of resources sent towards this outer yard to try and fight forward, and catching Body by surprise, but having to double back down. Going to catch some flack here to the utility and can't continue that conversation for re-aggression. At least for now. Can wait it out, though. He wants to poke his head out again. It's a setup. It's a trap that they're trying to lay up.
Yeah, but Mizzino not getting any fights. The information is still just okay. And so we'll spread out into the default. 50 seconds remaining. There's just a single smoke here for Maka to make the play happen. Where can 3D Max even go?
Oh, no outer yard control here. Late smoke may be designed to try and force some rotates here, try and weaken up this A bomb site, but they're ready to execute on it again. Testing the waters once more here, this time a more dedicated setup.
Yeah, you've got Techno up above, and if there's no flashbangs, Techno should be expected to bring home a highlight. We'll see here as Techno with the first, Senzu with the second, and it's a perfect hold so far. Techno now has teammates, now has the triple kill as he completely locks it in for the Mongols.
Now looking for his 4K right there. Body not going to give him it. Not turning that corner, calling a save. And 3D Max shut out with the coordination. That combo effort rolling on out from Senzu and Techno completely destroys that execute. And Techno offering up those big multi-kills. There's the follow-up pressure that you have to deal with here. But it's not just a one-man show. Mongols have the individuals ready to go on this site. And Techno offering up that big multi.
Yeah, and staying mobile in that setup too. You know, he gets that first kill and immediately drops top hut to help his teammate go up the vent. There's so many little interchanging pieces of chaos that are working there for the Mongols, and making sure that they're all coordinated on that play. Senzu's kill is nice, but it's Techno dropping top hut to make sure that squeaky play doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, just a little bit calmer out the squeaky door as well when Senzu finds out that one kill that amplifies the hold. takes down a potential trade that could have targeted Techno, and that's just the coordination and the push and pull between that setup.
It's a nice chaos too, because you know 3D Max are screaming, he's Mustang, he's Raptors, he's Raptors, he's Raptors, and then suddenly he's top hut swinging you Squeaky. That's the last thing they expect, right? The other players in Squeaky are going to be so focused on, say, a mini fight, or there's a player coming up the vents, and that's the kind of Counter-Strike Mongols love to play.
Drawing out that attention here. See one saved AK and a little bit of utility to back this round up. Not completely empty-handed, but a tough round ahead of 3D Max and a chance for Mongols to continue their start on their opponent's map pick. Body looking for some duels towards that outer yard, but nothing presents here. Mazinho, he's going to be tested.
See how good the flashes are here from 3D Max. Maka lobbing them in. Mazinho blind and will need to drop and escape, and he gets away.
I think a worthy sacrifice of that space in the danger zone right there's Mazinho, but able to at least continue a fight here. Now it's on Blitz's shoulders to hold off.
And the Glocks do get the better of him. There's 9-10 next, but he has no head armor. He gets taken down. 3 versus 4, flying up the heaven ladder. And now Mazinho needs to activate. He does equalize quickly. And players do get up the vents. You also have Techno outside, wrapping the flankers here. Bomb here from Maka. Does get up the ladder.
Just missed his chance right there to really disrupt that round. And now the bomb going to be planted. Body sticking around in heaven as well. This should be anticipated. You know this is where all the players were.
Top of the ledge, though, is perfect for Techno. He gets heaven for his team. Picks up the AK. But are you ready for the next? As Maka gets another big kill. Mazinho swings. That's a kill in Exorcist, though. It's fast. And now it's Maka. Back at the site, and it's not planted for him. The wall bangs will be no good, and Techno will just swing him because he's the Mongols. It's 4-1.
Lovely stuff right there. Well handled despite the chaos that 3D Max create right there. Running it down in towards hell. Able to capture a couple of kills. Finding themselves rifles in this round is so valuable, but you just see a little bit of aggression rolling out there. Mazinho knowing that he had to kind of spoil that round with his aggression to re-up in towards ramp. It always feels like such a risk, but nothing given.
I want all you Techno 4K rating Andes out here saying 0.9 rating. Well, currently he's 7-1 and has gotten 2 triple kills so far. He's got sharp aim. Everyone on the Mongols has got it in them.
Right now presenting right now 9-10. Again, this aggression through secret has given them a lot of control towards this outer yard.
All smokes. It's these I guess I call them the vitality wall. It's 3 that lets them lurk anywhere. It could even allow them to lurk towards Unbreakable. Now, big rock. Oh, never mind. It's just oh my goodness, Gravity's next up to go down. He'll be able to walk in towards Credit, however. This might be unexpected.
What's he get out of it, though, is the big question.
Gonna walk for. Oh my goodness, you miss 1 bullet versus the Mongols, and that happens to you. Mazinho now tucked away in the corner. Should be good for at least 1, especially with Senzu next to him, who is just going to swing off his teammate. It's Mazinho to get the first. Maka desperately looking for that AK. And Mongols won't let him have it. Right now, 3D Max are getting bullied on Nuke. It is just Maka.
Protocol's in tip-top shape here. Maka making some damage happen here. Another fight presents here, but 9-10 gonna put it to rest. And Mongols keeping their winning ways here. I mean, just that early smoke spam kill and a huge opportunity missed out on towards that outer yard with that positioning. They've spent so many resources, so many smokes trying to get a player tucked in towards Credit, and unfortunate that you lose body in that sort of fashion, maybe. But then missing out on that kill right there is going to lead to a lot of frustration. 3D Max have a game plan, they have a vision, and they're not being able to execute upon it.
Looking like something fast, like a top hit. As Gravity ready to lead with a MAC-10. And nade break here. Oh, but a CT smoke.
Gonna execute. They're running through the smoke here potentially. This smoke to get them down. Ready with the execute utility right now on the top ropes as well. This defense is going to be a little bit tricky with Sensu just holding the util out.
Yeah, he'll be stuck up towards Heaven at the moment. Now really up to Techno, but overwhelmed by pistols. And now Senzu.
Oh, goodness.
He drops down from Heaven, and he still gets the double. Or rather, that was 3 here for Senzu, I take it.
All right, well, I thought that hold was going to be a little bit more awkward right there, but they still have a little bit of vision around how they want to retake that site. They let him execute into it, and then they rip it away from them. Moving up the vents, and Senzu flying out of the heavens right there, helped out by Blitz.
Oh my god. He's like, what is happening, man? But they still keep winning.
Whoever gets the job done there. Mongo's going to take it just nicely. And now, again, trying to work this out of yard control here. They got a player playing around the edges of that smoke, I think. Lined up in secret here. Exorcist's ready, in charge of dealing with any lobby re-aggression. And that's where the Sharks are kind of circling right now. Mongols looking to take some initiative. And yeah, Blitz is kind of containing the secret control with his deep positioning. This is great information. And that Molly not going to make him budge.
Yeah, he still gets a hold of power position, and he wants more out of it. And first kill's easy for Blitz, then Senzu just gonna win it straight head-to-head. If 3D Max try to take these duels versus the Mongols, they're gonna get punished quickly. Gravity now.
Timing.
Working forward.
Oh, but he's not gonna miss out on this, right? He does get in towards heaven. This is huge, and they're on the back of Silo as well, but Mazzinho, is already able to keep it covered.
Dude, this is so brutal. Gravity seed in heaven as well, and now Maka, no good. Blitz from Secret single-handedly gets 3 kills. Absolute chaos as players are on top Silo, and the Mongols are just ragdolling 3D Max at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you watch that round right there, and you're thinking, okay, there's some chances right now for 3D Max to make this work, but then you realize that while that's going down, while you're pressing in towards heaven, they're also ripping lobby control away from you. And they're taking ground back.
By the way, I want to say Blitz has one of the weirdest crosshairs in all of professional Counter-Strike. He has like, it's hard to explain, but he's got like a giant dot, I would call it. And he also has movement inaccuracy.
Oh no.
With his crosshair. So every time you watch him, just think about how precise he's trying to be with his movement, because he's only shooting when the movement inaccuracy is perfect. That's why
you don't have a crosshair otherwise.
Yeah, you don't have a crosshair otherwise. It's very
spread out.
Yeah, extremely strange. Yeah, it's his entire crosshair spreads out until when he's perfect movement accuracy, he has a crosshair. So if Blitz is moving on a Mac 10 entry, for example, he's just no-scoping everybody theoretically.
Well, there you go. Still looking accurate as can be here, no matter with what crosshair trickery. Now it's up to 3D Max to try and slow this down here. Buddy in charge of trying to press the issue towards us out of yard, but they just haven't really been able to effectively show their presence in this space. Not up against the Mongols in the protocols here, having players down secret. Getting early spam damage just hasn't let them cross. Now you got an op posted up here, and they're reading into this ramp execute.
Well, 910 hit the jumping player. Will there be a jumping player? There it is. He just goes for the second.
Oh, man.
Back in, though. And has to let them through. 910 backs away.
Just a worthy sacrifice, though. You take that every day of the week. You have a man advantage. Now you have to be prepared for what's coming next. Gravity pressing in, and now Blitz is back against the wall right now.
He's in trouble. Actually overwhelmed there by 3D Max. Collapsed in upon by the team.
Reading in that setup effectively as well. Re-aggressing and same for Techno, but this is still a position that could be surprising. Lucky turns away, though, just at the wrong time.
In the meantime, Mazzinho is back. And will get actually found, but that doesn't matter because Techno 4K with 2 headshots.
Oh.
And even an 8 for Gravity. Lucky does come back in through spawn, but here is Senzu. Waiting for the hot play. He does miss, though. That comes down to 910. Both players descend into the site. And he knows. Both are on the site. Tech9 is out. For 910! And he gets them both! Just a few bullets of the pistol. He sneaks up with them, and he robs them around. Pickpocket is 910.
Oh, man, that is so deadly right there. Turning that corner with so much confidence right there. No hesitation in that play from the very get-go. Sure, he has an op and a clutch, but that's no matter, because he's got his sidearm right there to bail him out. And they were looking for the double swing right there. That's why you're kind of extending close to that wall. You're looking to combine that swing with your teammate, and that's how you shut down an opera right there. There's no way to counter that if you're 910, but he's got his sidearm out able to completely disrupt that setup from 3D Max.
Yeah, we're looking at Blitz's crosshair here. We got it. Thank you so much, production.
There it is.
Here is Blitz's crosshair, everybody. It is absolutely insane to look at. As you can see,
my gosh.
Oh my god. It's disgusting, but
it is not pretty.
When he gets these kills with it, just think about that. Oh my goodness. Thank you, production, for showing us that. I mean, he's going to be active in this round. Okay, we're back to normal. Okay. Thank you so much.
We didn't need that for too long. Just a little example of what he's working with. Back to the basics now. Body moving in here. This is all being heard. And again, this is credit sneak that's coming through from Exorcist right into. Perfectly. Blitz able to capitalize. Senzu. It's a whole team ready to collapse in on this outer yard setup.
It's disgusting right now from the Mongols. There is no ground to be gained. How dare you heaven wrap into 3 people? And now Mizzino wants the ramp fight versus Lucky. In the meantime, they're just throwing flashes into Garage. They're like re-executing. Mizzino won his fight on the Lucky though, and that's all that matters. He just ran back outside. Mizzino gets the kill in ramp room. That's a nice shot there from Maka, but he's on 2 HP. He's down to the B site, but this is very difficult considering that the Mongols have 2 HE grenades.
Also just following in his footsteps right now. Here's 1 HE spent. Another one here maybe from the... Oh, nope, just Tech 9 out. Again, that's what closes out the round again for Mongols. 9-10 turning that corner. Maka just didn't have the health to make that one a possibility. Mongols moving up to 9 here. Only 1 hiccup on what was the 3rd round kind of bonus buy where they got caught surprised. Right now, Mongols are not surprised. They're ready with every move that 3D Max are making, and they're meeting them with just opposing force that you just can't anticipate. I mean, 3 players toward the outer yard right there when 3D Max are trying to scale. That is such a shock to the system.
I mean, that's just the Mongols, is that they, again, it's this Asian Counter-Strike where they're so coordinated in their chaos that they create. And you're seeing this again, or maybe they just make an individual play like this. Ooh. You already see Blitz trying to sneak away into secret, but now that you know...
Call it visual.
Yeah, so Blitz is already rotating. Just because it's got seen. So outside control here for 3D Max.
Well, I think they're going to use a lot of utility to try and flush him out, as you can see.
Their smokes have already faded, and they haven't taken any map control right now for 3D Max. Just the fact that Blitz got seen was enough.
Ready with the re-up on the utility. You can see Body throwing in that smoke as well as Maka. That tosses out the utility, so there is still that threat of secret control, but it doesn't seem like they're too interested in biting in on this rotate either. A lot of eyeballs turned towards this outer yard for now. How long will that remain true here? Late utility tossed in from Techno. He is a little bit isolated on this defense, but that utility can buy time. A lot for the rotates, and this A-site attack is coming through once again. I mean, everyone is on T-roof here for 3D Max late into the round. Just execute.
An A-site play. Good molly back from Techno. And now the flashbang forward. Techno on the hold. Does get blinded. Goes for his 1, but Blitz the swing next for 1. Not quite the second, though. There's an entry as well from Lucky. This is 9-10 on the site, and it's Tech 9 out once more. He's a highlight machine with the pistol. He needs another 1v2. Good for 1. Switches to the op. No way. Scope again. Another 1v2 for 9-10.
Oh my god, he can't lose. Mongols just can't lose here. Heroics coming through from 9-10 again. Over and over, put into pressure and able to rise. Unbelievable stuff, making anything possible here. No scope here. Knew Lucky was going to chase him down.
What is the decision making? Like, no human being would panic. Most operators would panic scope up there. We're looking for the quick scope or something. 9-10 swings him for the no scope as he's running forward.
Yeah, at least expecting him to keep the Tech 9 out at that point, right? But no. Just all in, trusting in the opticals at this time here.
And it'll be Mizzino to fall. It's 9-10 once more. Miss flick, though. And lower control established there by Maka. And it's actually 3D Max. He might break through. Last round of the half is looking good. Shot there from 9-10 does connect, but this clutch.
Lose.
All right, he's got 1 flashbang in the event. And Maka eats it, but he does spam. And we'll stop 9-10 for making that happen. Stopping a complete blowout, it is still 10-2.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Nine 10, a little thief there with back-to-back 1 versus 2. That Tech 9 is a dastardly thing. Never give him that gun. But he delivers a 10-2 half here for the Mongols as they have just been thrashing 3D Max here. Just one round towards the tail end to give a little bit of hope, but this is their map pick. And 2 rounds on T side, even that's not great.
Yeah, tough to catch Mongols off guard there multiple times and a half right there, and able to do so at least in the very get-go, but not able to really bring much behind that here. And again, this is kind of 3D Max getting a little bit tricky in the vetoes. There's obviously adjustments that both of these teams have to land on in terms of how they work around, and anticipating something more along the lines of an Inferno pick here to start off the series. They go for Nuke, which isn't a map that they pick all that often, and they're definitely getting pressed on it here at the moment. Mongols just looking way too well versed in all of their attacks. Felt like they were able to constantly get players where they needed to be, the constant rotations, the dominance that they had in containing Secret, never allowing 3D Max to scale down. I mean, that's going to be a really tough T side.
It's the Mongolian Horde play style, really, where just so many players are stacked on top of one another, and they're all capable individuals that it's just a death ball wherever you go. And they're all ready to swing, they're all ready to just catch you off guard with nades in hand, or you looking the wrong way, or just bad movement. And it is 10-2 on 3D Max's map pick. This is a real different beast than the Tyloo we saw back at stage 1, right? This is the big brother of Tyloo here, right?
You're just a little bro Tyloo.
I mean, I think Mongols have the right to do that. 9-10, yeah, he gets domed outside. 2 headshots out of that USB.
A little bit of distance right there required. Distraction pulled though to open up access into the ramp room here.
Drop down. Lucky.
Whoa.
Techno's trying to clear every corner there.
Ooh, he's really concerned about that red box
got a
right
second outside. A second double headshot, mind you, because from back garage to outside, the USP doesn't actually one hit to the head. That could going on a legendary difficulty outside. Still gets a double. Body does fall, but this will allow a bomb plant. And Techno, if he gets this kill, they're in the round now. He gets single control. 2 players coming back in from the ramp. Can Mizzino possibly do this with the Glock at this range?
Oh,
he
God.
can, and Techno spots gravity inside the vents. Mizzino has an isolated fight. Techno wins his duel. It's now 1v1. No kit as well here for Lucky. Fake on the defuse. Techno not gonna bite off of it. He's gonna stay inside the vent and win the duel. And critically, 3D Max, they had a 2 versus 4, and they cough it up.
They just can't lose a clutch, man. They don't know how. They constantly are able to work through these difficulties. There's such little timing right there to try and get those numbers punched in that 2v4 as well, and they're fully confident in that small window of opportunity. They capitalize, they trust that there is coverage right there, and Techno just letting the round fall into his hands with that finishing blow.
Mazzinho and Techno, a duo since they were 13 years old, and now stepping up at an IEM Cologne. Running through here are the Mongols. Great grenade, however, and that does make these MP9 dangerous, even Deagle body shots dangerous.
That's deadly stuff right there to start off, but Lucky can't complete the kill, not just yet. Smoke to get him into safety for now. Oh, this fan doesn't connect either, but eventually Blitz will back it up. They will not let Lucky escape.
With one SMG, there's another magazine coming for him. There's 60 bullets emptied out through that smoke.
No relief, man. Lucky again. He was such a stud yesterday, able to bring so many multi-kills, but it's a different story today. Different challenge, different beast.
Charging down towards the lower site. There's 2 smokes here, 1 to single. I mean 3 actually. This 3D Max completely locked out. Should be an easy bomb plant here for Blitz. And well, that's a nice start, at least, for 3D Max. XRC's trying to chip away onto Techno. Now Senzu pushes forward and gives up another fight. Suddenly 3D Max in the advantage. And now 910 falls next. It's really up to Techno, and he's doing it. Oh my goodness, Techno with 3, and pulls back the deficit for the Mongols. They can't lose.
No, they're not. Absolutely not. They're shutting that one down completely. Techno able to keep his crosshair quick, covering off the single door and ramp. That is deadly stuff. Mongols looking to coast to the finish line now. Denying these big plays, denying these late round heroics coming through from 3D Max. Unable to land the kills necessary here. Now just Famasa's MP9s, a scout in the mix here for 3D Max. This one could be a speed run of Nuke.
And Lucky. Oh my goodness. You had 1 chance at the king right there for Senzu. Shoot. Oh, and there's another. And that might be game. Senzu's here. Didn't need to see too much from him in this map, but just a quick reminder that the Mongols MVP is very much in the server. Now 910 gets a tap, a couple heads.
Oh gosh.
Everyone can shoot on this Mongols team. It's a top frag performance here from Techno of all players. That is the bomb on the ground. And maybe as a kill. Does Maka have anything? Well, now he's in a 1 versus 3. And they know where he is. They're bombarding grenades on him. And he's on 27. And he's done. It's a 13-2 blowout as the Mongol Horde is here in Cologne. They're up a map in this series as they take Nuke from 3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, good stage 1 performance right there from 3D Max, but this is a scary sign when you have to challenge some of the best right here. And that's exactly what they face up against. It's a different story when you have to capture kills in consistency on this team in Mongols. You cannot find those same traits. You cannot work with the same execution power that this 3D Max team has when you're constantly getting disrupted, when your game plan's getting broken down by aggression on the CT side and stack setups that come through off the back of good reads. And then the clutch factor coming through from Mongols. That's also a huge difference maker. When you finally do break through and when your execute starts to work, you just get 1v2'd, and that has to feel like a huge gut punch as well.
Yeah, there's just so many elements. There's early, mid, and late round. Mongols have got you beaten every front. Right there. Their individuals are sometimes better than your 2 players in the 1v2. And, I mean, a Techno 4K top frag should speak dividends to just how this game goes. He's typically the first line of defense, and they couldn't even get past him.
Yeah, I mean, it was just sharp all over the place as well there. Techno was able to lock down so much here. 910 with his constant 1v2s in that first half. Just not allowing for 3D Max to
it's so
have room to breathe.
He gets like 4 kills with a 9 in 1 half. That is a T-side weapon, mind you. He took it from them and turned it against them. And then Techno, in a pressure situation, turning between multiple different angles and just handing out headshots.
Yeah, you got to think this Mongols team here, you know, you've got a little bit of a break. They've had a very, very heavy season in 2025, filled with a lot of playoffs, and now you are finally able to break through and win some of those playoffs. You've just experienced a bit of an elevated level of success at the end of the season. That sort of motivation is going to carry you through the player break, right? You're probably not going to want to take much time off. You're going to want to keep grinding and finally break through and get some belts here in the next year for some big events. And Cologne is your first big opportunity, right?
Yeah, Cologne. I mean, this is compared to where Cologne was back in 2024 to now Cologne 2025. It's really a night and day difference here for the Mongols. Big expectations for the Mongols as they do throttle 3D Max there on map number 1. We're heading off to Ancient, I believe, here for the pick of the Mongols. We'll go and check into that in just a bit.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll carry you. Flashback. Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Lucky, of course, 3D Max return after successfully making it through Stage 1 into Stage 2 of Cologne. Tell me initial takeaways from your performance in Stage 1. Was there anything you were happy with, anything you were maybe a bit less happy with?
Definitely happy with what we did, obviously. I think we beat some solid teams. Tyloo just won the last Fisher tournament like last week, so I guess it's pretty good. So yeah, really happy. Even though we lost against NIP, I think we had some good things to take away from the games, and yeah, we are evolving. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about Overpass, because we haven't seen you play it just yet, but it's been a map that, you floated, sometimes you banned it in the second wave, sometimes it's been a third map that we didn't require in a series. How comfortable are you guys feeling on Overpass overall?
I mean, it's hard to say because we didn't play any officials yet on it. It's been a while. We practiced it, obviously. I think we're feeling pretty confident. Practices have been going pretty well for us. Now, official is another story, as always. So let's see.
Yeah, curious to see if we get it in the mix today. Just final question, looking at 3D Max is a team unit overall and what you achieved in the first half of 2025. It was almost a case of like always a bridesmaid, never the bride, right? You were so close to making it to those playoffs, but just never really managed to get there. Is there anything that you've identified that maybe was a stopping block for you guys in terms of making those deep runs?
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's been a bit disappointing for us. We expected to do better, to reach some more playoffs. But yeah, we've been analyzing what we did, trying to get just more consistent overall. I think that's the key for us. I mean, nothing really specific. It's just a lot of things together, yeah.
Is there a particular goal for where you want to place in Cologne?
Playoffs, obviously. We want to play on the big stage. That's our dream for everyone here. So, yeah, main goal.
Well, best of luck in your matchups today. I'll give you this pen. You can go ahead and sign the wall.
Laying down the law, yard is closed. You better be throwing smokes before you have a go. Apex pays a price. That's a very well-informed spam from Robs. Good awareness, good game sense on display. Puts Yabi down to half health. Flames returning to the scene of the crime, actually investigating the yard side, expecting Device to have fallen off, and it is a correct assumption. The AWP has gone all the way to join Stare on the potential for a ramp finish. Device now staying active. We'll be able to report safely numbers of the cross.
Surely they use smokes now. They have a couple to work with. That's drawn the AWP away.
Pause Device. Logic.
Up at Masters right now, Vitality.
Held by Hut, though, and Device returning. Oh, loses out. Flames, another impact frag from him.
30 seconds.
Yeah, he's stepping up. They're wrapping as well. This is cheeky. So late in the round to be wrapping Heaven, but 20 seconds. They have got enough time for this. Bomb coming in through Heaven now. Mezzi into lobby, asking questions, kicking up a fuss. Nice find from Robs in. Hook sees MP7 trying as hard as he might to maintain control. But they're now planting the bomb, and man, disadvantage. Astralis having rings run around them. By Vitality. Oh, it gets better as well. Zywoo, nice angle. Not an easy one to tap the head.
You take that if you're staring, you'll back off because you're eco into the next. So any upgrades are a positive factor. Oh, okay, well, gets given a kill. Zywoo peers in for that. There's extra cash for his team to work with, but really should be the eco for the Danes into the next. And this is 11 now for Vitality. I do love how quick the reaction was, right? And it's perfect. That you get to see the details of Counter-Strike and the thought process unfolding and how high level it is. A couple of flashes. Device leaves outside. It opens the smallest of windows. Flames gets across in towards Warehouse. Device comes back. Feels like he has the jump on him. Misses the shot. Flames punishes immediately. They understand Device is dead. They wrap Heaven. They sandwich the site. Rops hits a couple of absolute must hits.
And it was also the fact that the two players in lobby weren't allowed to like focus on the exit Heaven because there was someone coming trophy asking questions of them at the same time. That was the kill onto Device.
It's saying that's how simple it was for it to be back on.
Right.
Like, these two are great. Without these, right, they get to turn and focus fire Heaven. They don't have to worry about main.
Yeah, they ended up having like, it felt like everything. They're asking questions, main, lobby, Heaven, all simultaneously. The power of a couple of flashbangs from Mezzi, pulling rotations, manipulating. I mean, use the word perfectly, puppet master. Just making Astralis dance to their tune. Puts them up to 11, and I mean, there has been a very distinct shift since the timeout of Xtaz.
Astralis are playing to win. They do not want to play for overtime. They are playing right now to win this in regulation. So with that Galil, they are shoving behind it. It's actually been dropped across to Stown. Stez bought himself a Famus. There's no AWP for Device, who's been doing good on openings. 20 kills for him. 2 SMGs and a Deagle. So they don't want to let this one finish in overtime. They want to fight for their right.
Okay. Early excursion solo for Apex, trying to sell that yard is occupied. However, after that molly, it's likely they'll be able to call yard rather quiet. This two-man operation between Yabi and Stown, starting secret, but now knife out.
Can we just look at the A site, please, J-Raz? Empty. And what does it look like they're setting up for?
An A site pop.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Richardson. Yes, indeed.
It would certainly put you in a bit of a pickle, wouldn't it?
It would. You would be, I think, saving immediately.
Yes, yes. I'd say you get a B for your hot molly, though.
Oh, dear. Ah.
Well, the worst case would be losing all your guns and the round.
Yep.
Which is the case for Stown. Yabi should be able to retrieve a little upgrade off that, though. Eventually. And for Vitality, they're not really interested in losing out on giving you any upgrades. They know you're working with whatever you're working with.
What a shame, right? That this is very likely now going to just be the map for Vitality. And if you're a Vitality fan, not a shame at all. But in terms of Astralis, right, who had to work hard yesterday, they had to play 2 best-of-3s just to get through to this.
A full-on raiding farm for the Mongols here as they 13-2 aside of 3D Max and Techno 4K, which is a casual 1.8 rating to take 3D Max's map pick.
Yeah, I think 3D Max doing a good job of shutting down the Tyloo team and shut down the star players, but there's 5 players that you have to shut down here on the Mongols, and couldn't quite capture anyone on this squad here. Just way too strong. A full team effort formulating in a dominant map 1. They plucked their opponent's map pick. Now 3D Max have to bounce back on Ancient. We've seen what they can do on this map yesterday with a big comeback on the CT side. I was really impressed with what they were able to pull together off the back of a timeout, off the back of a little bit of a halftime break there. It felt like they really were able to surge in the momentum, but you do have to roll up against this Mongols team that is hitting their stride, firing on all cylinders, and it's just going to be another huge challenge.
Yeah, I mean, this is picked by the Mongols, but still, like, the Mongols enjoying this kind of map, honestly. I feel like they're just ridiculous firepower, levels of aggression. It kind of fits this.
It's everything they could ask for in a map, right?
Yeah.
It's early duels that you can take on both sides of the half. It's setup that can really determine whether you win those fights, and we've already seen how, you know, pack orientated the Mongols were on a map like Nuke, where you can kind of do a similar thing in terms of stacking your resources and taking those duels on the CT side, but you can just see that you know, the Mongols, it's just a map that fits their DNA, that's for sure.
Yeah, here for 3D Max, they actually picked it in a Tyloo yesterday, and it worked for them. Truly, I mean, Tyloo were, like, they were kind of struggling out middle, right? I think Lottie and Lucky had that on lock.
Yeah, it was a lot of CT side success that came through. I mean, if you remember that Tyloo winning the 8 rounds in a row to close out the half there, it was kind of a struggled T side where we watched some really odd decision making come through from 3D Max in terms of where they would try and work through a couple of rounds where I did feel like they were looking a bit lost on the T side, but then that dominance in the defense that came through. As you said, Body and Lucky were a powerhouse duo in middle. They were constantly finding multiple opening kills there and shutting down the pops, and hey, if they can replicate that success here versus the Mongols, if they can continue to show what they did yesterday, I do think they'll have a good opportunity to try and bounce back here on this map, but it's about being able to do that versus a team that is hitting a stride right now in Mongols, and I do think that's a bit of a different story.
That is it's a very, very big difference, though. Obviously, the Mongols can now take a peek at what 3D Max had to do for their mid control. We saw so many run boosts for Body to get up towards that shell for Catwalk Heaven. You know, there's 30 different callouts. We're from America, so I call it Cat. But he got up there so many times and was just above shooting down on Tyloo as, you know, Jam Young would just explode at middle every round. And for the Mongols, you can kind of read into that. You can take it slower towards middle. If you work towards B lane, you can break middle. I think the Mongols have much more variety in their takes, while Tyloo are really trying to just brute force, which they can, right? Tyloo are Tyloo. They could try to do that, just didn't work there. It got them eliminated from Cologne. Once again, Mongols are just such a little bit more well-rounded than that Tyloo squad.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you also saw some great utility from 3D Max that helped out in those mid-holds, so that's something you also have to lean in on. If you are able to consistently blind up the Mongols, that's going to be a way that you can break through. We'll see if they're able to do that here. It's a whole new challenge for 3D Max entering into the next stage, and they're facing that challenge head-on here, down a map, looking to bounce back.
The Mongols at another IEM and delivering on their expectations in the group stage. It's 5 out middle, rather 4. And sprinting towards Maka, who just can't hit a headshot. Trying to fall back, flashbang to try and slow him down. It's worked, it's found Blitz, but then there's 2 right back from 9-10. Still, 3D Max trying to close in, but they break out of the cage. Mazzini with an instant headshot onto Maka. And now Body can try to stop the bomb. He just dodges death from Senzu, but 910 lurks into CT spawn as Senzu finds the kill. Oh my goodness. Still though, 910 was worried about the red room, now has to worry about XRCs. That's bomb on the ground. That's 1 HP here for XRCs. And the nade will sail past him, and Senzu would hit the bullet instead. And trying to troll a little bit with the HE grenade, I'm not gonna lie, but the bullets will do just fine.
Yeah, I guess that'll do. I almost thought the impact of that HE was gonna put him down right there. but able to escape a scary situation for the Mongols, and again, just kind of shooting their way out with the quickness. The instant headshots that roll out.
Still 3D Max in a decent mood, right? They got owned on Nuke, but they're not emo about it. I think that's one thing about 3D Max is, again, as a team, you know, they have good mentality, they've got good tactics, and I mean, that's the tier 1 mentality right there of just saying, oh, well.
Close round. But, I mean, again, all of those smiles can be wiped away if Mongols go on another big run. That's something you're looking to avoid right now. But,
oh, God.
Just not letting you breathe here. Instant dismissal on Gravity.
I heard a 2-bullet tap there. I heard a 2-bullet tap. Now Maka up next on the same angle. Oh, he's about to be beat from Cave. Yeah, there you go. Techno will reset his aim and get in the headshot there. That will be a plant inevitable. Eventually 910's got to go scramble, get the bomb.
Yeah, 910's got to get the bomb. He already got his ecos. You got to plant.
You got to do your job there too, buddy.
Let everyone else have their chance in the sun now. That's something Mongols did on Nuke. Everyone having their fun. 2 pistols to hold on to. They're stuck inside cave, and the Mongols are just bloodthirsty right now.
Oh boy. Just think about Blitz's crosshair, by the way, as he's with the jumping Mac 10. He's basically no-scoping them. You don't need to show the crosshair again, by the way. Observer team. JNZ and Chev over there.
Actually, like, would feel like you would have to have a bind that can change your crosshair for that. There's no way his crosshair's just flying around.
Yeah, just imagine that Blitz is basically no-scoping them. As Maka goes for the alligator.
And there's still the Mac 10s held on to as well. So, see what's determined here. The issue with this gun round here coming up, I talk about the utility that 3D Max put down towards middle. They don't really have that luxury in a round like this in a 3rd round buy.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to lose mid control. Maka is unable to fight for mid.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, Gravity's not doing that.
Yeah, looking for the spam here, but he knew that smoke was soon to fade. So they're stuck in the corner.
And now he's isolated now. Oh, he's in big trouble. And he's getting spammed and nade. That's it. And Xenia will be baited into red room, but you know, 2 players in red, they're just gonna
up on the B.
Yeah. Oh, and 910 just one-tapped Exorcise. Well, that's probably the round here, as they're completely locked out with minimal weapons and no kits. 3-0 for the Mongols.
Just capitalized right there. They had the weakness identified, and even though Mazinho goes down there, essentially kind of a freebie, it's such a quick reaction from the Mongols, and you have the entry prowess to knock that round out with 910 plucking another player out towards long.
The shots that they're hitting, like 910 from the B ramp to long, you can't face him like that. I don't know. I think
X have an op, right? He's just plucking him out with the rifle as well.
910 on the rifles is a real threat.
Oh, they're gonna hunt.
Okay,
they got flashbangs to retake A main control as well. You know what player's here.
Here from Maka is the flashbang. Oh, he gets completely blinded by it. It's a full 3-second blind. Maka giving him the salute as he walks back, and now Lucky trying to escape. He will be fortunate enough to do that. Lucky and Body are the power duo here for 3D Max. They need to hold their guns.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and they have to get utility to fight for this mid control as well. That's going to be a win condition right now that they need to capture. Oh, man, as you can see...
Didn't even have his gun out.
The quick switch right there. Able to keep their weaponry high. They do have utility. They're going for another kind of force buy around the saved rifles. See if they are able to capture mid. There's that run boost you were talking about.
They
missed it this time around, though.
Nade's back, but the fallback is hurt there by Mazinho into Donut. In the meantime, 910 gets destroyed. Gravity, big time kill right there. As 910 was looking towards long, wasn't ready for the close flick, but still Techno is in this round. Player at the cutout here, Body.
Full committed right now. There's no chance at an escape, but you're hoping you get overlooked. That doesn't seem to be likely right now with Mazinho.
I mean, Maka jiggle peeking Donut, though, will lure him in. And the kill's easy on the Body. He did check it for the moment, but not meant to be. Disadvantage here.
Oh.
And made worse there. Gravity with a nice double. But they're
running into B right now, though the bomb has to cross.
Now they've left Cave alone, so they've let Senzu onto the site. You've gotten Mongols in a playable position.
Oh, no, not another 4v2 here. And a perfect bomb plant. It's also planted for Senzu in this position towards long. He's got another smoke to work off and the spam is perfect.
That's what Senzu does. He just spams every smoke, then there's Blitz to follow up, and you give Mongols a little bit of ground. They take it with every single step. Just 1v1 here from Maka. To stop devastation, and the reposition from Blitz is perfect, but Maka's got the clutch. He stopped an absolute calamity from hitting 3D Max.
Absolute savior right there. Maka with his first 2 kills, able to bring home a 1v2 clutch. That was a problem for 3D Max. They couldn't capitalize with the advantages. They were constantly getting diffed in the clutch. And right there, Maka able to provide that difference. Even still, though, a 4v2 coming down into a 1v2 is terrifying.
And again, that was a full force buy. Like, 3D Max just emptied out all their pockets onto that round 2, so they won't have much to buy on back. But you could just see the capability of the Mongols to win any situation. Just because there's one thing about Senzu's play style. He will just go for the high-risk play. He'll go for the play that gives him that small little percentage of a chance to win a round. But those percentages adds up, and it nearly delivers that clutch. That smoke spam there is everything.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't pan out in his favor, it just reveals his position. Your Cave players collapse through the short side as well. Blitz is going to be out to dry. But it just creates opportunities there for Mongols to win rounds that feel impossible. Any sense of weakness, they're able to press on and quickly, even in 4v2s.
Missed door smoke too, so that's not going to stop the Mongols at all. In fact, it'll just give them cover from the short swing. They did pull off the run boost again. Body with the flash.
Coverage right now. Techno spots it out. Body unable to get anything going here, and a late swing coming through from Gravity.
Is he seriously? Oh, he's going to walk it? That's not... Oh! And he missed the kill. Senzu whiffed. That should have been an instant death for Gravity. And, I mean, a mistake that just went unpunished.
That was a freebie. But 3D Max walk away. Survival instincts kicking in there for Gravity. Doesn't even know how he was gifted that opportunity. And they miss a chance to capitalize on Maka solo on that A side. Now reinforced. Late mid control. How to be prioritized right now, and it again seems like 3D Max want to match the fight here.
Okay. They're trying to push through. It's a full collapse here from 3D Max in the mid round. Mazinho's Deagle has to do it all, and it's not meant to be. Techno walking up from the cat. But it's a triple kill from Exorcise. He got all 3 of them.
There you go. There's the multi-kills coming through from 3D Max. Definitely missing in that last map. But able to provide them now here. And again, playing with a little bit more confidence. You can see with the quick rotates and the collapse, the risky moves that they're making. They are able to catch Mongols by surprise. I think showing them a lot of respect in that last map. It looked like they were scared to take a lot of those duels on timings. A little bit of fear factor on Nuke. But again, I think this team does have a lot of value in the way that they bounce back.
I do like that decision making to 4-man collapse middle in that 4v5 because oh goodness, there's Gravity. Yeah, that was just a bit of a whiff from Senzu. That was the last thing he expected, to be honest, right? He's so focused on the potential cave swing. And also, keep in mind, view model as well could have likely been blocking Gravity there for a little bit. Obviously, we see something different than what Senzu saw. So he's on the 4-3 with a bit bigger of a gun on his screen as well. So yeah, a different set of circumstances.
Oh my god!
Full movement! Remember, he's no-scoping them with his crosshair on the full run, and he gets the kill on the body.
They escaped this HE. I think he's repositioning already to do so. Actually, HE to blow up in the smoke, but he's dodged out on it and is going hunting for the rifle. Has picked it up and is now going to go identify multiple players towards the middle.
Saw Shadow, sees the shadows. He knows what's coming and gets the headshot. Sees the next 2. Blitz, is he going to get all 3? Not quite.
Multiple players heard, though, in the death cam. So, again, it's about speeding up towards this B side. And they're doing just that.
Yeah, they have one smoke here for short. That's on for Techno. Puts that in. But it's up to Gravity here at long. He could stop the plant. Instead, he gets dinked up to 6 HP, and he's dealt with by a headshot. Exorcist next in line. 1 dig by Senzu. As per usual, the Mongols on a low buy win it.
There's no chance right there to stabilize. So many resources spent on trying to deal with Blitz right there. And great calling coming through from the Mongols once again to capitalize. 3D Max are putting all of their eggs in the basket of this middle side control and are getting punished for it. Yeah. The Mongols are reacting way too quickly.
Yeah, again, it really is those fast reactions because the Mongols are always prepped and set for a site take. They're always already grouped up. That's just the nature of their play. They're always in a buddy system outside of their lurker. And you have 2 players in cave, 2 players in ramp. They feel confident enough just to hit the site. No one's there. Blitz's 2 kills are just straight robbery.
Yeah. That definitely doesn't hurt when you're kind of rocking with that 4-to-1 setup. And Blitz is alone and he finds 2 kills. That's going to help out.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay on the mid take though, for sure. Allowing Blitz to be able to even get that kill is just a big time mistake.
You can see the HE for the smoke right there that was designed to make sure he can't press in towards Red Room. So you think he's still kind of at a range here. And he's a low HP, body did some damage. But Blitz just snuck into that donut smoke and then is able to get into a deadly position.
Yeah. Also, again, I never even knew that shadow advantage existed. But for those lurkers, it might be better to play that off angle as well, because you can see that shadow coming and you'll prep yourself for the duel.
3D Max trying to keep up the intensity here. It's a force buy. And one that, again, is missing a lot of firepower in terms of Maka having to rock with a scout. But still have the utility. See what body gets set up for this time around. Fast towards middle. They're flying out into these duels once again.
Lucky up close. There's no elbow smoke, so that's only going to invite in the Mongols, and he gets deleted. Lucky and Body, the star duo for 3D Max, are dead instantly.
That's just a huge difference right here. It feels like Mongols did look at that last matchup. They're waiting out that early utility and the little late flashes that 3D Max throw to try and capitalize on that timing.
Imagine if Senzu one-tap Maka there. He's pre-firing it. He sees the players coming through.
Good move.
It's a molly deployed, and it just completely emptied out for 3D Max. Dude, they're just going way too hard here. Mongols are just bullying them. They're just on the B site. They know where the remainder of the team is, but this is just a glorified hunt at this point. Exorcist is not keeping his gun, and they're going to get all the kills. Gravity here on the B site, 1 HP. He's clicking all right. And oh my goodness. You got to click a little bit harder here, Gravity. Get your gun out. 5-2 here. The Mongols are back to thrashing.
Yeah, this is scary stuff right there. Again, just great reactions. I mean, you kind of highlighted it there in the pregame, but if Mongols kind of want to disrupt this setup, you've got to let them get that early utility out. Throw all of their belt towards middle. The missed elbow smoke also does a whole lot for them to entry on in, but Mongols just let 3D Max show their hand and then react accordingly. Able to offer up that late punish. And what has worked out so well in that comeback effort yesterday versus Tyloo is now getting shut down. But let's keep trying. Run it back here. Collapsing towards middle, Blitz calling it out, and he's punishing.
There's a counter flash. There's support from Mizzino. They anticipated the mid-crunch, and there were 2 flashbangs. They were full blind as they ran through.
That's a breeze of a round right there. That one flew by. No time. Talk things over for 3D Max, just all in into an instant meat grinder.
There's an op for Maka, finally.
Still feels like the kind of setup from 3D Max doesn't necessarily even play around him. As you can see, he's starting over towards A. Right. He's setting up utility right now.
I mean, we saw him versus Tyloo. Even when he was opping, he was just A anchor all the time.
Which, I mean, can again help out your setups towards middle with the rifles, but doesn't seem to be the case here. A bit of a different port of call right now. Nade stack onto Lucky, taking him down to half HP. That's not a fun kickoff for him.
And so he's just waiting for the reaggress that he knows is arriving. Like, the Mongols have a really good read on 3D Max at the moment.
Again, you spot out that ramp aggression that can also trigger some speed up towards that cave side control that you want to take. 4 duels here. XRC's playing confidently, looking down the ramp. Doesn't feel the pressure just yet, so 3D Max able to shift up their setup right now.
Okay, push.
Oh my god.
Gravity just stood in the molly. He's hoping a player wasn't ready. And now instead, it's going back.
It's flash.
It's flash. So Maka will turn it and deliver the first kill, but he's going to be overrun, surely. He's missed a shot. He's getting chased down. Another. The infinite jiggle peaks, man. There's nothing he can hit. It's a game of peekaboo.
Oh.
XRCs will bring one back, but what more do 3D Max have in this?
What do you do here? Trying to get this retake going. Lucky can provide some coverage here through the temple side, and he spots it out at least.
43 HP though. Remember those early grenades? Doesn't matter as Mazinho hands out a headshot. Missed shot for 9-10. Clutch attempt for Gravity. Suddenly in the 1v3, but he doesn't have a kit. He neither has a smoke. Now needs a reload. And now in big trouble. Senzu keeps jiggle peeking, keeps being a nuisance. Totally annoying. Just messing with them at this point. He'll get a kit, but that's just insult to injury as it's 7-2 for the Mongols.
A little bit of relief right there. Rolling on out. You can see it on Senzu's face. Didn't actually capture the kill, but is able to walk away with the round here. Gravity's still able to connect on these shots right now. He's still able to provide some coverage for 3D Max. He's the one stepping up to the plate right now in some of these B-side duels, but having to be the hero there without the proper resources, without the kit to back it up.
And 9-10 still a little frustrated, right? He had an easy shot into Gravity. Let that round go a little too antsy. But even then, double nades in middle. Blitz just full, sending it with the nades. No way. The flashes. It's impeccable. It is perfection from the Mongols in middle. Maka trying to do something extra with just a FAMAS, drops his smoke, and 9-10 entry fragging with the op. But you're right, 3D Max trying to back up their player. Senzu picks up the scope, though he misses critically. Bomb down, bottom mid. And Mazinho rushing forward to try and save it. He hears the utility to being deployed, sees the other, Mazinho, not quite for the clutch. Gravity, he's looking for Techno.
Another chance at a 1v1 here for Gravity.
There it is. Gravity actually brings home a round there. Big time performance here on Ancient if 3D Max want to get back into it.
Able to step up to the plate right there. Gravity necessary in another clutch situation. This time able to capture it. Finding that last kill off the back of this over duel though. You think it's a big time pullback. 3D Max throwing numbers at the problem even though Blitz provides.
Let's go!
This has to be a springboard here. You have to capitalize. Gravity is firing. 10-7 right now, able to do the damage.
9-10 struggling. Oh, and now running through a molly and misses. Doesn't even get a chance to shoot. But then there's Techno. Instant entry back. He's looking for extras, but molly into the wall will stop his approach. And it'll have to be a settle down for the Mongols.
I think that's a trade here that you'll be willing to take early on. Just double up on aggression towards this A side is going to give them a little bit of extra leverage, but Blitz is coming back. Unfortunately, this is a bomb. He could be at risk.
Drops it. He's going to go clear it, and he misses, but he sees both, I believe.
Why are you going to continue his flank? He's going to spot the bomb.
Oh, but look at this from Mazinho. He's already in the back line. Maka has no idea. Maka has no idea. In the meantime, Body's reloading in the open, too. But he still gets the kill on a Senzu. Rolling back the round. Mazinho coming back in through red.
Body gives up the bomb here, moving right past it, and still looking to catch him by surprise right now. Maybe that's a bit of a problem, but you've got players on both the sites right now, and you have a man advantage. You can also cut off the entirety of this B side of the map.
He's doing exactly that. 30 seconds now. When they get the bomb, they're going to have to wonder where Body is.
Oh, there's back.
There's Lucky now, too. So, bomb scooped up here for Techno. Where does he go? Nade for him. B-side is available, and Techno knows that. Techno has also made the read that Body is trying to cut off the B site, so a perfect timing has just been nailed for Techno to get a free bomb plant.
Surely not. He's comfortable. Full commitment on the bomb plant.
All right, there's a joke in the community. There's top 4 players in the world. You got Monesi, Donk, Zaiwu in no particular order, and then Techno 4K in a 1v3. Let's see if he can deliver on that with the first headshot. But he's getting wrapped up, and he will be shut down. Techno, when he's not looking at you, is a little bit of a different beast, a weaker one. And 3D Max will go ahead and claim this round.
A little bit of relief right there, and that's a couple rounds in a row that 3D Max need. Able to find the closer body, being the disruptor right there in that round, completely shutting it down, dropping that bomb, identifying it, and being able to activate on that fast flank. It puts Mongols in recovery mode early. And it's when they play confidently in this aggression is when they're able to thrive and catch Mongols off guard.
I mean,
that's how they've won their rounds.
That kill from body is everything. Even while reloading in the middle of the open, he's able to stabilize himself and take down none other than Senzu.
One last-ditch effort here for Mongols in this half. Still already happy with the 7 they put together. They want more, though. All-in purchase rolling out for the last round of the half. Every tool at their disposal. They've got to deal with aggression down the B lane here. It's been coming through pretty consistently for 3D Max.
I think it's just going to be a cave slingshot here. Gravity is going to throw in a smoke, but I don't think that's going to stop the Mongols, who are already running at him with the Tech 9, 1 HP remaining. Gravity is run over. Exorcise in the middle of the open, and the chaos from the Mongols will break through.
That's explosiveness right there coming through from the Mongols. 3v5 now in the retake. Utility looking possible to blow open these smokes and do damage, and that's exactly what they're able to do right now.
All right.
Watching out Mazinho.
Mazinho's out. Techno, though, still close. Blitz playing an off angle, dodges the flash too. Eventually goes down, though, and Maka gets a shot back. 3 versus 5 potential here for 3D Max. It comes down to 9-10. Onto the shot, and Body's got it. 3D Max are coming back into this round. They've got their own X Factor. It's going to be a 7-5 half as the Frenchmen hold on. Max are still playing in with some force as it's some frustration for the Mongols. 3D Max still down in rounds, but you can still see them animated as the Mongols have been put in a bit of a more precarious situation than the previous map.
Yeah, facing some challenges, which is new to them here in the series. We'll see if they can keep it up on the T side. Now fast towards middle. This one looking like a quick play in towards the cave side already for a couple of individuals, but hitting the brakes now. It might look to lean in more towards the B side of the map here in entirety. Ready with the execute. You're going to see Techno drop that smoke and try and delay with the dualies.
Yeah, and playing behind the smokes now. Could be a big time risk. Gets inside though. Gets a backstab. Gets a second. Team killed.
Oh no.
He got. How did he get Senzu?
I think he accidentally flicked over towards CT or short.
Oh, but still Mizzino can bring it back. Lucky needed the reload. He's low on ammo. Mizzino gets to close the gap between him and Lucky. Body as well back of the site. 910 also gets his kill. 2v2. Oh my god, 910's hitting everything. It's got to be the 1v1 here for Maka again. Needs the clutch and he keeps doing it for his team. 10 and 10 with 2 clutches to his name.
This is a huge step up for Maka. I mean, they had a little bit of troubles yesterday with the op on that CT side. Wasn't really able to provide a lot on Ancient, and now is bringing home the clutches. He just caught a stray.
Oh my.
A complete stray right there onto his teammate. And provide some extra leverage into that site right there.
More 1v2s though, and more devastating losses here for the Mongols. They are finding ways to bring it back just barely, just so close. But is the captain here? There's a dink through the smoke though. Again, the Mongols win these kind of rounds. Cole?
Well, surely not these kind of rounds, right?
Well, 910 does have a Desert Eagle. Like, it's armorless and everything, but it is a deagle.
Not these rounds.
Well, he's dealing a lot of damage, and there goes the first, but everything else does settle down, but it feels like half the team has taken a dink. And Techno, inside the smoke, runs through and gets dealt with 7-all. But it is getting a little complicated here, for sure.
Maka looking not to run out of energy right there. That seemed more like a yelp. We're seeing...
Still got the graffitis, by the way.
Oh, yeah. You got to keep those on.
Forever. Forever, ever. I like seeing some of the team graffitis. We'll hold on to that thought for a bit, though. It's mid-control. For the Mongols, a lot of utility dump, but 3D Max are not actually going to back up their threat.
Yeah, they love their HEs out middle just for some extra chip damage. It provides them a lot early on in rounds. And they're going to maybe look to lean on Gravity, who's gotten himself tucked in towards Cave, an element of surprise that you might not anticipate here.
Sure, Blitz could recognize that threat potential, so it would be even scarier if he walked back into Cave.
Regression down the ramp instead. Exorcy's ready for this.
Look at this at the same time. Blitz is re-clearing Cave. Beautiful shot onto Gravity. Exorcist does sideline Techno and Senzu under pressure, so Mongols are going to give up that space.
Have to concede it. Exorcy's doing a good job of offering up the resistance on that re-aggression down ramp here.
Red smoke, though, so 910 wanting the fight takes a dink, though. Now he's going to call in Blitz to try and help out with middle.
And Mizzino.
And they clear it.
Multiples collapse here, but there is still a player towards the shelf side that could play spoiler in this B side stack that they're leaning in
jumping
on.
Up though. Hello, free kill. And now they know it's coming towards potentially that A site. Mizzino clears middle. The rotate scrambling.
Yeah, they're moving fast here. And they might beat him to the punch as well. Blitz is already on the scene right now, ready to deny the cross into the site, and he can't find it, but there's more behind him. Senzu with 3. Absolute destruction right there. 3D Max denied.
Oh, Senzu with the typical play of just stepping forward and committing to the fight. Never messing around with the idea. He just wants to spray them all down because he knows he has that capability.
It's that fast reaction as well. You look at Mongols and, 5 seconds prior, it looks like they're in a dire state. Sure, you're re-clearing middle. You're probably going to get a freebie, but there's more players behind Blitz rotating in on that A side so quickly. There's no hesitation in the decision-making right there, and that's how it had to be if they wanted to win that round.
The push and pull there from the Mongols was so perfect, though. As 3D Mac pop out in the mid, they see a couple shots, they immediately reassume the map control. And 3D Macs are actually the ones who were pushing back, right? They maintained that B lane control only until the mid round, where the Mongols play better with positions. Obviously they find a surprising kill into XRCs, and they know that the A site play is coming through because of that. It's working that map control. It's taking these little individual risks, but these individual reads that are paying off for the Mongols.
Absolutely. And when they get that small bit of information, that's when the round instantly floats in their favor. See, the nades come through once again, and this time there's...
That's a T-side molly right there, Lucky.
Behind it. That's damage done. Lucky has to scramble out of this position towards middle.
Oh, and in the meantime, Techno wins his head-to-head. Gravity's going to continue fighting into Cave, and he had a strong first half, but not strong enough to beat the Mongols.
Guy getting punished right now. That smoke just perfectly working in his favor to catch a visual before Gravity can get across towards that shelf side, trying to help out some of those mid duels. And now a man advantage here for Mongols that they're happy to trust in their site setups with.
Yeah, 3D Max have no utility, right? So to execute onto a site, you could just play back, play crossfires.
Yeah, that's going to be tricky here. There's a smoke that just got picked up for body. As you said, no utility is a difficulty here. They're going to need to find some instant shots to break through here. And again, there's no re-aggression. Time slowly dwindling down. There's the pressing towards Cave. Body reading into it and finds the kill to provide the equalizer.
Now it's 9-10.
Oh my god.
He's getting spammed. He's low. He needs the help of Senzu. 9-10 on the off angle. Shadow Scene gets the kill. Helped out there by Senzu. And 9-10 on low health. Gets 2 kills. Body running through will get spammed through the smoke. Mongols don't wait to see their opponents. And it's 9-10. A laser beam on the B site.
I'm just confused. Like, they're just getting plucked out straight through smokes right there. 9-10. Somehow able to stay alive, pinned into that execute, that contact walk. And you can see Senzu providing that coverage, but he also allows for a little bit of distraction there.
Yeah.
So anybody trying to trade things out is getting spammed through the smoke. It's just impossible.
Yeah, they don't know where they're getting shot from. It's going to set their aim off. They're like, oh, do I need to look somewhere else? That's the big question. It's a ton of panic there for 3D Max. That forces a full eco at a devastating point in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the panic right there. You just have no idea where these bullets are raining down from. No chance to react, no chance to trade, and again, that's a specialty of 3D Max.
It's all for like activity from the Mongols. It really teaches you a lot when you watch this team, just like even in your pugs and stuff, that you don't sit behind a smoke and do nothing. You do everything you can to try and help your teammates.
When your teammates load like that, you have to be able to provide some coverage, and I think there's just so much trust in Mongols that you're going to have that backup. If you're left alone on a site, you're not going to be alone.
Let's also give credit to 9-10. He hit some blinders.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Like, it does help when he's just first bullet headshots the first few guys coming up.
I mean, you still have to be quick and accurate right there to lock down those kills when you're on 1 HP, but again, just so much disruption from Mongols.
I actually played a pug with the Mongols when they were back here for the Austin Major, too. And
were they spamming smokes for you?
I mean, what I would do, dude, I mean, I'm offering every flashbang when I see them.
Okay.
Right? It's like, you know, dude, when Mizinho is sprinting up Dust 2 catwalk, all right, you just say, I'm running up with you, sir. He would run up Dust 2 catwalk and just one-tap the site player, one-tap the long player, and the whole A site would be gone. I'm like, all right.
I'm only CT?
Yeah, basically, that's what I would do. Like, he would just dry run it, too. And in a way, like, you can just flex the aim right there for Mizinho. I will say 9-10 doesn't give. It was Mizinho and 9-10 who were in that pug, and I will say 9-10 doesn't give interviews, but he sure knows how to talk good Counter-Strike in game.
Okay.
I'm just saying, he's hiding stuff.
He's got that bag there. He's just not letting it fly. There's an opening pick from Blitz. Good utility to try and counter it. And again, XRC's trying for a little bit of resistance.
Mizinho, smoke fades. Oh, they're not looking at it. They're not ready, but a great flashbang to help them out in the middle. Mizinho is down. 9-10's low and a full scramble from the Mongols.
Everyone rotating instantly here. Mongols trying to beat him to the punch, but this time, not going to be able to do so.
Techno's already here. But a molly for him.
Wow.
But he's going to smoke it out. He's going to push past. Okay. Oh, but he tries to jump. Still, though, the smoke's a little awkward here. Oh, but that maybe works in the favor for Lucky. Senzu's still here. Senzu's actually interested in this. Okay, first is good, but yeah, they're not going to wait to spam him out. Not going to give him that space in the clutch, and it's 3D Max who are trying to work back into it.
Yeah, really good read from 3D Max that you can see come through right there. They maybe hint on the tendencies, but they get this kill followed up onto Mazinho, and it is an instant rotate. It's a rush into that A bomb site. You've dealt with the presence there on that A side. You've gotten multiple players out towards middle, taken down, so 3D Max smell blood in the water. They instantly rotate towards A. That's quickness.
Mara to get on the mic. This is a huge, pivotal round right now for both teams. If 3D Max are able to pick this up, a third map could be possible. Honestly, I mean, Mongols trying to match up versus Falcons in this upper bracket to compete for playoffs. But seeing them in the lower bracket, obviously we're still a ways away from that potential future, but it'd honestly be a bit of a shake and a scare here. The Mongols should be dominating here. They should take this 2-0, as many on paper would say. And Techno also affirms that. Opening kill for the Mongols.
This time able to shut down Exorcise. A lot of damage. Senzu down low, and the HEs might chase him down. He finds a way to escape, to stay alive, but he is going to lose his sight.
Techno to step forward, though. Nade in, and Techno's picked up an AK. He's ready to lock in for this fight. Jumping through the smoke. Oh, it's a team molly as well. Techno gets the first. Mako, he gets the double entry. Low bullets, low HP, doesn't matter. But he's running back into Mazinho because he needs to try and clear. He doesn't need the bomb. It's Gravity suddenly alone on the site, but Senzu's not ready. Gravity will take the avenue back to the A site. The body is paved.
Oh, man. Huge lifeline. Mazinho's still in the mix, though. Getting cut off in the mid-hold.
Let's see. In the open, and Body will catch him knife out. Opening pick for the Mongols, but it's Maka. Rifle entry on B.
He's been the difference maker so far, man. Clutch factor coming through in that first half, and now being able to crowbar back into rounds with the trades available, with the entries provided to back this one up. It's his last bullet on the head of Blitz that changes the tide of that round.
And that breaks the Mongols here. A tie game between world number 3, major grand finalists, and some French guys. Not any French guys, of course.
Powerful collapse is scary. Timing looking good, but kills to back it up.
Hello there.
One left here. Still a frag coming through here. No, not like this. Senzu.
That's a bomb. Okay, but Maka should lock this up. There you go. 1 bullet required. Now, if Senzu had like a deagle or like a 5.7, if he had that quick insta kill, he picks up the 8K, and that would be a quite typical Senzu. But so here we are. Loss bonus. Enough to get a 9-10 off.
That's a big difference maker. I haven't quite seen that out in the CT side yet. Seeing if that could be something that can help out the setups now. Start posting up over towards that B side of the map, and that's where a lot of attention's been. But this time, mid control taken by 3D Max, actually able to get out towards the middle and not meeting much fight just yet from the Mongols. 9-10 pressing the issue, though. He's putting the weight on his shoulders right now.
Whoa! And it gets the kill.
Oh my god.
Vino also swinging middle. Gets a dink too on the Lucky. And Blitz pushing forward. You think you can move forward, Body? Absolutely not. The Mongols charge forward. Horseback and bow. And it's a 1v4 for Exorcise.
That just vanishes right there. The collapse on towards the middle. Lulling 3D Max into a full sense of security. And then springing into action. Exorcise has a timing here, freebie, but he's not going to expect the other. Right around the corner. Senzu with the freebie to secure things. 11 locked in now.
I think what Techno was really going for, maybe he heard a footstep there from Gravity, especially working towards Cat. Yeah, definitely that. But also you can spam towards Elbow from that same position to help out your mid players too. And I mean, Techno's opening kill there, and that just lets everyone from the Mongols focus on Elbow. Techno just has been a huge asset this entire series. He's been winning his necessary duels as well. He's constantly been best in Gravity and Cave.
Oh, man.
And a monster grenade. Max damage on the Gravity.
That's nasty work right there. Huge kickoff. That flashbang also to allow Sinzu to get in a position towards long. B-side a little bit weak number-wise, and the contact walk is the perfect solution to deal with this.
Senzu, wide angle. But misses out on the kill critically. Blitz will drop a molly on a site though. And that's gonna light up some extra damage. Blitz will swing in front with the flashbang, get the kill, but not the second onto Gravity. Still advantage even more, and so now a flashbang through for Techno's no good. And despite a low HP bar on Gravity, Mazinho might be giving up this round. We might go every round of regulation unless there's a Mazinho clutch.
Oh my God.
Maka's missed. Molly onto the bomb planter. Gravity forced off of it. Maka holding. Gravity getting chased down. Oh my God! Mazinho up for the 1v4. Raka, his position's known. He's smoked out now. Mazinho with the chance to absolutely gut 3D Max. He's holding the smoke. He's waiting for the play. The timing is unreal. He's seen him. He's seen him around the smoke. He's looking for a gun. He'll get an AK now. Swings forward and gets the clutch. Mazinho 1v4 absolutely robs 3D Max. Oh my goodness, how are they going to recover from that?
Leaping into action, man. A 1v4 that shatters 3D Max. That's a chance to tie things up instead. Mongols move on to series point. An impossible round for Mazinho, but he finds the gap. He slides by the op and catches everyone by surprise. Mazinho takes it all away.
Dude, he was just everywhere and nowhere all at once. He's moving between the site. He's non-stop. That's not a sneaky clutch. That's him going for every duel, winning every fight.
And there's a certain level of respect you demand right there. You don't think he's going to jump around the corner and bypass the op. Maka's just kind of sitting back there, Gravity hoping that he can let his opper take that contact with low health. And Mazinho just throws everything at the wall. All in, playing with nothing to lose in a 1v4 like that. A situation where maybe everyone else goes for a save right there. He goes all in.
Oh, nade stacks for Gravity. You're surely cooked, but instead, well, he'll get quickly traded. Keeps going all in. 9-10, Wild Blind gets it, catches a glimpse. And the second, and the series looking darn over. Mazinho's back-breaking 1 versus 4 will send the Frenchman into the elimination game of IEM Cologne. They were able to best Tai Lu, but Big Brother Mongols. Will this be the end?
Here, Exorcise can revive this round.
He was just cleared on the timing. 9-10, first shot. Exorcise has 2. Exorcise has 2 right here. 1 the second, and 3D Max are back into the round. Blitz, can he stop this? No, he can't! A 2 versus 4 back from 3D Max! Techno scrambling now in the 1v2.
It's a huge oversight there. Mongols had a chance to punch their ticket on in.
Are they gonna second guess this? The bomb in Temple.
Worried about this flank here. They may be right initially, but Techno reroutes this play, and they're still patient. Might walk right into his crosshair. Instead, he's going to scale up through CT silently. Oh.
He's going to clear the site, and now he's aware. Now he's fully locked in. He's made the hard read. Techno 4K in a clutch. First kill. Can he end the dreams again for 3D Max? Another clutch for the Mongols again. Mara laughing to the bank as 3D Max will be sent to the elimination game and Mongols face off versus the Falcons.
The Mongols just know all. They know everything, man. What a read from Techno. How do you read that play so perfectly?
Top 4 players in the world. You've got Zaiwu, you've got Dunk, you've got Monacy, and then there's Techno 4K in a clutch, man. How does he keep doing it for this team?
It's just so flawless right there. An absolutely perfect clutch to cap it off the back of an unbelievable one from Mazinho. in the 1v4. 3D Max don't know what hit him right there. I understand the frustration they faced. They had a chance to take this into a decider. They should have taken it into a decider every day of the week right there. But there's just so much disruption. There's so much X factor here on this Mongols team that rips that opportunity away from them.
I mean, I want to give some credit to 3D Max as well, because they showed up and played a good game there too. Like, they had their own 2v4s, clutches as well for Maka, gave us a real entertaining game here. But even when the Mongols are struggling, you've got a Mazinho 1v4, you've got like at least 6 clutches for them this entire game, and you can't really blame 3D Max for it. The Mongols are just pure excellence.
Yeah, that's definitely a game that you're going to be a little bit rattled by if you're 3D Max. You had so many opportunities right there to take this into this decider. If you look on Nuke, they had a lot of opportunities to try and build up a little bit of steam. This is a team that's tough to really break mentally, I feel like. 3D Max, you saw after a pretty crushing defeat on Nuke, them come in, lose a pistol and still have smiles on their faces, knowing how close it was, and then still scale back even though Mongols were showing that early form here on Ancient. They hung in there, they were able to take them to the distance, but what you can't survive is the back-breaking clutches like 1v4s from Mazinho. You just can't survive those rounds here, and they fully capitalize on this moment of heroic.
Oh my god, the flying, moving headshot from Mazinho, and the perfect swing on the Maka, and then the Techno with the brain, with the perfect read. The clutch minister might be coaching Maus now, but I don't know. I don't know what to give the nickname to give him.
You can't coach that, that's for sure, man.
Yeah,
that's just pure cerebral Counter-Strike right there rolling through it. The anticipation coming through from Techno is just flawless, and kind of a risky position to set yourself up in, but knowing, understanding the game sense that goes into making those moves and those risks, that's something that Mongols have in their bag.
Yeah, again, there's just so many players for the Mongols that can turn up at any moment. This was Techno 4K's entire series, by the way. This was an incredible showing. I mean, that map of Nuke was actually just a hard carry performance. He was unbreakable on the entire A site, and it also helps that 910 has 2 1 versus 2s. Techno continues pulling back 2 versus 5s, 2 versus 5 pistol round, 2 versus 4 spy. And that's just Mongols gameplay there. They're not out of a round until everyone is on the spectator deck.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous for the 3D Max run now, obviously, into an elimination game here. They've got to fight through a tough lower bracket there, and a scary situation for them. But a chance to kind of build back here if you're facing up against more of those stage 1 teams that they've been able to handle in decent fashion. So expectations still pretty high for them, but as they enter into the lower bracket, this could be a little bit more of, okay, we came close to a playoffs, okay, we made it to a next stage, but we can't quite break through into a consistent playoff team. And that's something that they've been looking to do, I think, off the back of this player rig.
Yeah, that negative storyline will kind of continue here. Obviously, this is like this is one of Counter-Strike's most prestigious tournament. This is the tournament that is max stacked out. So obviously, like, missing playoffs in this kind of event is, I guess, I suppose, acceptable. Yeah. But obviously, it's not over for them. They still have a lower bracket run and a chance to continue to impress potentially, and play against a less difficult team like the Mongols. I actually think their lower bracket game will just be versus Gamer Legion as well. So in my head, Gamer Legion a good team, but a beatable team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a team that I think 3D Max can handle. It's a team that they're able to handle throughout this year. So I'm excited to see that one face up there, but I believe we do have the stats of the Mongols here bringing into the picture, and as you can see, it was just a dominant series rolling out. Blitz performing there incredibly well, which is an exciting feat, but Techno 4K, I think, showing up with these monumental moments, and then again, not a lot required out of a player like Senzu. He's still having the rating, right? He's still bringing in that energy, but he was a couple of times plucked out by 3D Max, which makes you think here they're still doing a good job of shutting down the stars. This time, a lot more reinforcements, though.
Yeah, to be honest, Senzu wasn't needed. 910 was kind of struggling a little bit. I'm not going to lie, actually, as well. Despite those 1v2s.
Except for the clutch.
Except for the clutches. But
except for the multiple 1v2s you won on Nuke.
I mean, you could say, if I want to bring up the cliche,
I get what you're saying.
A team effort here from the Mongols. I think it doesn't matter positionally anyone could perform. Everyone on this team plays with maximum confidence, and anyone, like, no one's like some static player. I mean, even Alexi B said it in a podcast, but they play ballsy Counter-Strike. You know, they play high-risk Counter-Strike and entertaining Counter-Strike, that's for sure. We got a bracket update coming to you as well, obviously. But of course, coming soon, of course, because we know Falcons have already advanced. G2, new look, also looked quite strong versus
very
Furia.
exciting, man. And obviously a Furia team that's looking in good form right now. So you're looking at the way that G2 were able to establish. This is their first, official rolling out and already showing a strength here in a 2-0 and shutting down comeback efforts. I just feel like you can get a lot out of this team here already.
Yeah, I think G2, this is my hot take, but there's a team that has like top 5 potential. We're looking at it's like almost feels like an upgraded ENCE. It feels like ENCE, but that shoots harder. 2023 ENCE was a team that was just way better than some of their parts, right? Like, shoot, you had D-Ha like in grand finals, right? Like, and D-Ha was like, well, where's D-Ha now, right? Without Saw.
I think he was playing Frag pretty recently.
Yeah, he was literally at Fragadelphia here in North America and not here at IEM Cologne. So it's like, now he has like just prospects and young players too. I think that ENCE team was a little bit on the skewing towards the older side. This is a team that has years of gameplay and are already starting on a strong foot.
Yeah, you got longevity, you've got experience, you've got a player that can play on the stage and some pious in a really good fashion, a great coach behind them. So I'm with you. I think this team, the sky's the limit, that's for sure. Obviously, when you talk about the top of the top rosters, it's a different story. They might have a struggle to break through that, but
of course,
I still have high expectations like you do.
Yeah, they can potentially play up there with, we're talking everyone but Vitality, obviously, is a storyline. We'll see if that breaks throughout the entire tournament. But for now, we're going to toss this one off to a break as we've got Aurora versus the Ninjas and Pajamas coming up next. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Forgot my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashback.
Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Round for Vitality. But it looks clear Astralis have this intention to finish B.
Oh, wow. Good output from Flames, given he was being held. Flash didn't connect to all 3, but he gets info as well.
Okay, well, Apex, if you can get across to help out the monster side, could really bolster this. We're going to have a split here.
Yeah. It's very clear the intention here behind Astralis. Rob's even cheating back over to B. Flash doesn't catch it. Mezzi swings out. Look at the team play. Apex, this Flash connects. All 3 screens white for Astralis on the monster side. Now wrapping in through short is Device. Looking for trouble. Apex barrels with support. Spots out Hooksy, trying to get across, trying to find somewhere to plant. And oh no, he walks into Device's spray. It's 6 all they get. 11 secure for Vitality.
That flash was great, wasn't it? It was in response to the flash through monster. Then one gets piped through for Mezzi. He swings out, double kill. And then at that point, the round feels way too tough for Astralis to get back into. Sure, it was good signs to get a couple of rounds on the board. But that's all it really feels like at this point. Now, the fact that they had those rounds cleanly means they get a full buy with the AWP, AK-47s, and all the util. Whereas Vitality Theirs is not as strong. Famas and an MP9 to complement the rifles. Fast and Furious from Device. Extinguishes, pushes through to put more pressure on this A defense. So Rops is playing A. I don't hate it. I think it'd be great. Rops is the A. Back in phase, he didn't need to because they had rain.
Yeah, true. The rain bathrooms. Well, now we get to see what Robs can do in this position, because he is about to be surely overwhelmed. I mean, sure, intermittent jiggles. Spotted out, takes the head off. Nice from Stown. Apex, you got a lot of responsibility here. He does go for the jump spot.
Oh, so much comms out of Apex there. He saw the bomb.
Yeah. Repositions and they start their commitment. Truck molly lands. Tries to block long. It may work out with Zywoo's contribution. He has the bathrooms on a lock. And now Flames profits from the distraction. Ends up in Astralis destruction. Device claws back. That's a big one. Zywoo last seen divider, but Mezzy now is the one to continue this push just constantly, not letting Device focus on Zywoo. Flames, Mezzy constantly just pestering them in their aggress. And wow, that's 12 comfortably closed out in the end there. And they just didn't stop. Constantly coming back up the staircase and ensuring Device was not comfortable.
It helps with that jump spot on the timing, and it feels like a lot of the timings fall in favor of Vitality as opposed to the rounds we've seen from Australia. It's like we saw Hooksy do the same type of jump spot in the first half. You don't get the same level of information. So the devil's in the details, but this one does feel done.
Yeah, well, it helps when Robs confirms, multiple bodies in his first excursion.
A winner of this will get to take on G2. I was going to say tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure when the match goes down, but they will get to take on G2 for a spot in the playoffs, which happens damn quick. The Mongols 3D Max result has come through, so we'll know who Falcon's opponent will be.
Cool.
So those
That'll
matches...
be a big test, actually, for the Falcons. I'm intrigued to see how Mongols work against them.
And that's crazy that it looks like all the teams who started in Stage 2 are the ones in the upper bracket of Stage 2 to fight for those playoff spots, which isn't always an expectation first tournament of the year.
It's almost like the VRS is doing something. I don't know.
Watch yourself, Richardson.
That was a step, right?
It was, and this will be heard too.
Yeah, okay. That nade is pretty well placed, isn't it? Square on the jaw of Stephen. Device launched across.
Apex has just taken a head-to-head in connector and
that was a 1v1 head-to-head.
Yeah, that was a 1v1.
He wins it out, and that's, I mean, you've talked about Con and its importance.
Oof.
Now, really, I mean, look what it's done. It's actually, it's going to force a complete reroute.
You kind of have to go B. So, is Yabi able to find an incision against Flames and Mezzy?
Can we discuss this as well? Look how Vitality have receded after getting that opening kill. Ooh, good work from Yabi. He's cooking up trouble. He doesn't pay a very heavy price for that first. Should enable him to actually take a fair fight versus Flames.
Oh, the timing on the flash.
Just a second too late. Yabi allowed to spot out Flames' shoulder. Makes good use of it. He nearly had a third there.
Time. They have to go. They have to go. They don't think it's B because it's so quiet.
It's off. It is only going to be Apex here. Now he realizes he's on the right place, but there's 3 players barrowing towards him. He has to win the first. Perfect pre-fire from Stown should enable a plant and should convert to a round.
Oh.
Sure, that's a good nade, and 2 of them are half health. Jump spot confirms pillar occupied. Is Robson Zywoo having a look?
They're still even worried about a flank right now. Do they give this one a go or do they just save? Sure. They're saving. Okay.
Need one.
Yeah, fair enough. Did feel like after Apex just wins the head-to-head against Stare, it should have been enough. Sure, Mezzy goes down. There's no trade from Flames. He's going to be kicking himself because his teammates rotating saying, I have a flash, I have a flash. You needed it immediately, not on that time delay. So Astrala's staying in it for a moment longer.
You were talking about Yabi, his proficiency at B-side. That's a great example right there. I mean, that's exactly what you need, right? That's a Hail Mary, sorry, a bailout from your B lurker. The fact he gets both of them really shifts the tides of battle and extends play.
I think that if we can get this level out of Yabi, right, which is a bit more of a throwback to his time on Heroic, this type of performance, and Device is at 17 kills right now. He's great on Nuke if he's finding those openings. Then we can... Stair is still the newest piece, but we have been talking about him for a little while. He needs to become solid as a rock in the aggressive positions he gets to occupy, and then there'll be no longer pressure on somebody like Stown to be like, well, this guy has to perform.
Yeah.
That won't be the conversation anymore.
Still feel like that can't be a team's like win condition.
Unless you're Falcons.
Unless you're Falcons.
And just keep getting superstars on superstars.
Well, one of them's got to perform all the time, right? You've got 4 of them.
True. And Device with another opener. So this time he just absolutely pips Zai with the post, just peeling in as the quote-unquote sole A defender because of this connector and B preference. How do you get Yabi out of this corner?
You shoot him in the head with a FAMAS. Oh, a flame. Wow. It's resulted in a Mag 7 running him down, peppering him.
All 3, though. That's all 3 players noted with information. There was one spamming, one pushing, one con.
So Stown knives out, straight charging up long. Delayed by that bomb. Now retrieved by Hooksy. Device sits in con and holds the rotate. This is the kill. This is it. It's on Stown. Mezzy, dead. Perfect. One tap to the face. The attempted trade. Oh, but Robs, he puts a little bit of a problem. A little bit of a spanner in the works for Astralis.
They're going back?
Yeah, they're trying to pivot. Apex is here, though.
Yeah, and he's burrowed into Monster.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're expecting this to be someone so close to ramp, expecting them to have both committed over to that B site. He could just time this well. Messy spray, and it's not looking pretty. Still winnable for Robs despite swallowing the HE. Hooksy puts the cherry on top. Apex is not going to be happy with that one.
No, it's 2 rounds in a row where Vitality probably feel they should have already gotten the job done. So the fact that Astralis are able to punch through in both occasions breaks the money now and should extend play even further. 9 is going to come, hopefully, a little bit easier for Astralis, just based off of the level of investment we're about to see.
I wanted to see that second Mag 7 frag come through. Mezzy are the ones clean up, but you were banging on about like the way the info flowed.
Yeah, getting that goosh, it really ruins.
Oh, there's a throwback.
Well, it's not as good anymore, is it?
That's true.
It's not as good. It's still
pretty good,
but not as good. But this is what I'm saying. It's all the same stuff, Alex.
Yeah, but like I'm not upset about that.
Who remembers the past the best?
Yeah,
that's a question.
Yeah,
I don't know. Thorin, I think.
Probably. Okay, that was a wallbang headshot.
We know where you are, roughly.
Roughly. A rough approximation of where you could have been, but they are also cognizant you have legs. You can move. Odyssey CS players still working that out.
There it is, the active lurk from Yabi. And the flames, not going to spill over. This could go uncleared.
Yeah, asbestos Kevlar or something. How's he done that?
If you're Apex, you're saying, please don't push them away. I would love them to walk in and not check this corner, but it's just Yabi's already taken all of this space, and it is a round that Vitality, don't really have any right in winning, so this is just going to continue to give that logical conclusion. They're on their way. And I'll take this one as through the smoke they push. Yabi doubles up for his troubles. Apex, let's get something. Make it double trouble. Yabi's dinked.
I like this idea. It sets the Deagle up for that one-shot headshot potential, and he makes the most of it.
I like this.
Still, though, Yabi is very low HP. If the USP rounds this corner, if he doesn't get them both, Flames gets it. Awkward Hooksy, can you save Astralis? Get him run at from both angles, goes down, and that's how it ends. Of all the ways, of all the rounds, it's that one. An economical. A bit of Kevlar and a pistol. Vitality will take it.
Rugger can't quite believe it, but Vitality, they will take 35 in a row as far as best of threes and best of fives is concerned. They kick Cologne off with a win. They stay in the upper bracket and they take on G2 for a spot in the playoffs. The reigning champs, just one best of 3 away from the Lanxess, the Cathedral calling their name.
Mezzi, congratulations. You turn up to Cologne. A beautiful series from you, particularly when we're looking at the pistol rounds. You were eager to get back in the server, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, a lot of pistol deathmatch. It was nice to get a few clutches in there. It's feeling crisp on the pistols at least. It's nice to find those impact in the clutches.
Tell me a bit about the overpass pick coming out of your guys from Vitality. First of all, like, how much time had you actually been able to put into this map?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a good amount of time to be able to play it. Of course, it's always a bit different because these guys haven't been able to play it officially, and that's kind of what we went with. They obviously played the last tournament. They haven't had a lot of time to be able to play it properly and practice it. And for us, we've had a good amount of time to go for it. And they obviously caught us off guard a little bit with the veto at the start with banning us too. And yeah, I think for today we were confident going into it. It's always a bit shaky in the first official of the season, but we're confident with our preparation on it as well.
The T side on overpass looked rock solid as well. That's super impressive. Is there any particular way you're kind of approaching the T-sider on this map?
I think when it comes to overpass, I don't think there's anything special or new that kind of different to the start of CS2 and CSGO. I think for us as a team, it's just make sure that we play really good foundation CS and our discipline. I think it's so hard when teams are managing to get entries on the CT side. It's so hard because it's so big to rotate between and kind of put together good plans. And for us today is the entries went our way, but also we just played solid CS where we were kind of making simple calls and just everyone stuck to it. And I think it helps on the overpass for that.
Tell me a little bit about the tail end of Nuke, just because the desk were bringing it up, right? There's so many situations where, like, okay, games will get close between you, but then you always have the extra gas to be finishing out at the end. Is there something special that kind of aligns for you in those situations where you feel the pressure and you're able to be the ones withstanding it?
I think it's just obviously the experience as well. I think, like I say, we've been in this situation so many times. You can kind of feel like everyone's still staying calm, and at points, even if Dan's not sure what to call or still needs ideas, I think everyone is staying calm to be able to put forward ideas. And yeah, it's like even when it's like 12-11 or that it's close, it still feels like it's the start of the game or the middle of the game for us. I think we've got so much experience now to be able to stay calm and close out these situations. And sometimes it might not go away, but most of the time it's feeling good in these parts.
Paid off today, Mezzi. Congratulations once again. Vitality now just one win away from making it to the playoffs of IEM Cologne 2025.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
I've only gone and found the second place of the Blast Austin Major Champions, and I can't seem to see Blitz, but here we go. Techno, Mazzinho. How you doing, guys? I mean, an incredible end to your season.
Yeah.
You've had a bit of a break.
Yeah.
Did you have a holiday, or were you just grinding CS for the entire time?
Both.
Both?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just,
so it's like a little bit of outside time.
And playing Crazy It.
Good.
Streaming, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Okay, we have to find I haven't watched your stream.
I just did it on YouTube.
YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, keep your eyes out for that. Techno, did you do much? What did you get up to?
No CS.
No CS?
No CS.
Nah, sometimes that's good. I was just talking to Vitality and they were saying they didn't touch the game. They don't. Especially when you guys are playing so well, taking a step away, come back. It's probably good for the soul.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Sometimes it's gonna help. Yeah.
I'm sorry for reaching over you. I'm not a professional. I'm not. I should be swapping seats and stuff. But is that some new jewelry I see? Very nice. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. I mean, I saw when they did the interviews, it was like, who would you take fashion advice from? A lot of people said Techno. They did. Yeah, you got the drip, bro. You got the drip.
No. He's got a drip.
Look at these. No. Oh, actually, to be fair, MZ.
Look at this. This is scratching.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. He's a fashion killer. He is. Are you guys going to be killing it this tournament, man? You going to be on that grand final stage again?
Not sure. In team beside me, our players past 2 week times 0. Yeah. So
we'll find out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah, but I'll try our best. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you can do. That's all you can do is try your best. And no, we'll just leave it. I think we'll leave it. Last question. Just so I can practice it, I need a cool, like a Mongolian word for like victory, so I can scream it when you win a big game. I'll go like Mongols, whatever it would be. Do you have a word for like, victorious?
Yes.
Yeltha.
Yeltsa. Mongols Yeltsa. No, Mongols Yeltsa.
Mongols Yeltsa.
Yeah, Yeltsa.
Mongols Yeltsa.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try and remember that. Mongols Yeltsa.
Orksha. Orsha, yeah.
Go again?
Orsha.
Orsha.
It's kind of sounds like the Russian ora, yeah.
Yeah, Orasha. Oh, it's kind of like, yeah, Orasha. Write that one down. Thank you very much, boys. And one final question. Do you miss Anubis?
Not really.
No? A little bit?
For me, I hate overpass, yeah.
Where do you play on Overpass? Are you a Bianca by any chance?
I was an A player. Oh my god, that map sucks.
He's got PTSD. He's not a fan of Overpass. But we might see some Overpass at this tournament. It's been played a lot at the moment. Yeah. Okay. We'll see. New maps, new vibes, stylish Mongolians. Yeltsa. What's the lowdown over here? We warming up the aim. Doing a couple of bots.
No AVP.
No AVP. I see that.
Yosuke is playing with up.
Of course, yes. I've been watching all of these Face It highlights. It must be ridiculous. Every time you show up in a server versus Dog or Kioske, there's just hundreds of thousands of people watching you play Face It. Is that surreal, or is that something you were expecting, to just have this much kind of pull as far as your pickup games, your pugs?
I don't know.
Isn't it weird? Is it weird?
I don't know. I don't think it's weird.
Dude, you guys, I love it. I'm entertained, but it's super cool to see you guys in the same team. I wanted to talk a little bit about the map pool change. Are you going to miss Anubis? I'm going to miss Anubis.
Am I gonna miss Anubis? I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. Overpass is cool.
Maybe Anubis was a great map. I mean, I liked Anubis, and I like Overpass as well. So for me, it's not a big difference.
Okay. Yeah, I think it didn't get its chance, man. You guys didn't play it at home. No one played Anubis, so.
We also didn't play Anubis in Falcons.
Yeah,
but we played in G2.
Yeah, it was good. I've seen you play Anubis. I've definitely seen you on the map, but not in a while, I guess. Overpass. We're gonna see you play Overpass.
Let's see.
Good answer. What a professional. Let's see.
Good map, and we have good players as well to play on this map. So, yes, it's up to people to pick it. Maybe we will pick it. Let's surprise people.
Can we just cut to Zonic's face as Modesty was answering? Just do a 180 behind you. Yep. Yeah. He's passed the test. You passed the test. Congratulations. Coach is happy. I've been talking to your boys, and obviously, I mean, I'm not surprised by the answers, which is Xantares is a very hard player to replace. We are filling him into the spots that Xantares was playing. Xfloud can do that. But I've been trying to tell the boys, if everyone else is giving 10% extra to make up for the difference, there's a world where you guys could be underestimated and do some damage. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I say to my boys. I said, for Xfloud to impress the performance of Xantares can be difficult for him. So I don't want him to feel that pressure. I don't waiting Xfloud to be to take the same things that Xantares is doing. Yeah. I just say to the boys, like you told, guys, if we just put 10% everyone your own performance, I think as a team we can fill the gap of missing Xantares, and hopefully here we can show that. And I'm pretty confident. We did 10 days of bootcamp working hard for that, so we will see where we is, but it's always different playing practice and playing in tournaments, so we will see tomorrow.
We will see tomorrow. We will. We'll get a much better idea of how things are going to be feeling after your opening game. And as far as coming into the new, the changes to Counter-Strike, small changes, but Overpass being back, no Anubis. Can you believe it? They removed your baby.
I need to do some yoga now.
Yeah, bro. I'm sorry for bringing it up so soon, but you did lose a map that you guys kind of set the meta on. That's a big blow to a team who have been so strong and on the rise. They just go, oh, what's their best map? Yoink.
So yeah, to be honest, it is what it is. I think I was really confident on Anubis as a leader. It was one of the strong maps. Now we don't have Anubis anymore, so we have to figure out, and Overpass needs to be a good map for us, so we did a lot of work on it, and we will see in the future, but I think it's part of the job. We have to be good in every map, to be a content for a trophy, to be in the top 5 in the world. So one of the goals this year and last month was to update, to make our map pool way better than what is it, because we had a lot of issue on that. And it will be more important today after the loss of Anubis, so we will see them.
Hello, pleased to meet you. My name's Alex. Pleasure, bro. We kind of did all right there, actually. Is it Kyosuke or Kayosuke?
You can call it however you want.
Okay, you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Which one sounds better? Kyosuke! Kyosuke! Actually, they both kind of work. They both kind of work. Okay, so it's either or. Joining the ranks with these boys. I mean, what is it like to be playing on a team with bloody Nico and Monese? Just running around with these boys who you've been watching on your screen for, I'm sure, a couple of years.
It's fun. It's fun to play, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you're a grinder, right? You're a grinder. You just play CS. You want to play, you live, breathe CS. And then you've got people that they were obsessed with it before you even found it, you know what I mean? Do you still feel like, even though you're someone that plays the game a lot, are you seeing the game in a different way now you play with these guys?
Yeah, like we have different sees the game, you know?
Yeah.
Different vision of the game, yeah.
Interesting. So you take their vision, combine it with yours.
Yeah. I'm just learning.
Yeah. And bet that's like a fulfilling process. Like that's a nice process. You enjoying yourself?
Yes, I'm enjoying.
You're gonna destroy everyone?
Yes.
Hell yeah. That's what I wanted to hear. Hell yeah. Kyosuke or Kayosuke, you can say either. Officially. It's official.
Okay, is this the first time you've ever set up an SSD at a big tournament like this?
First time, yes.
All right. Do you know what you're doing?
I don't know. I'm just putting my things and let's see.
All your teammates have talked about.
Big problem. That's it.
Yeah. All your teammates have talked about how nice it is to have kind of like a rookie come into this team and like the energy that you bring, just like I guess being a rookie and being fresh to the SSD setup and all these things. What's it been like for you stepping into such an accomplished organization and accomplished players around you?
To be honest, it feels good, and they're helping me a lot. Like we still didn't play the first official, but in Prague, bootcamp was good. So let's see what's gonna happen in official.
What's the energy like for you? Are you kind of nervous? Like leading into this event, you had to have some ideas in your head. Are you excited? Are you nervous? Are you scared?
To be honest, not yet. I'm not nervous. We need to see the official. Let's see now what's gonna happen.
All right, and really quick, so we don't make this mistake, I need to hear it from the horse's mouth. How do you want your alias pronounced?
Makaza.
Makaza. Okay. Perfect. Well, hey man, I'm gonna let you get to it. You'll never forget the first time, so have a good one.
As far as overpass goes, have you been tinkering? You've been running around? Are you happy to see Anubis go?
Yes, of course, because I guess Anubis so broken map. Yeah, it's broken map. Yeah, because you can win with only 1-2 tactics, and also you don't have a lot of space to realize what you do in the city side, and a lot of advantage from T side there. I had that map, and I'm really happy that they removed it, and the overpass also really good, also for us, because we have good players on that map, and it looks good.
I mean, Anubis had CT aggression. Overpass has a much different, more Counter-Strike version of CT aggression. It's nice to see that back.
Yes, because Overpass has more space to take information, make some moves, make rotations. It's not map like you come into B side from two sides and do split in 1 second, you know. Yeah, it's harder. You need to take more space from T side, take more space from CT. It's more interesting to play like good teams play each other, because every time it's mind games and something like that.
We've had some legendary Counter-Strike matches on Overpass. What about you personally? You've been playing much Overpass. You excited to see its return?
Well, I do like Overpass, and statistically Team Spirit had great stats there, but we have played only 3 maps before it got removed. And I think Overpass T side is the same as broken as Anubis City side.
Okay. But explain, elaborate.
Well, what's the problem with Anubis City side is that if you lose space, and in critical situation, if you lose someone and you play 4v5, it's almost unwinnable. Yeah. And I believe it's the same for Overpass T side. If you try to take space and you lose someone, it's very hard to replay the round. And I think it's unplayable 4v5 on like 50 seconds left. It is very hard, but I still believe there is a little bit more space, and if you're a good micro player, you can still find kills easier than you can do that on Anubis. But it depends, because on Anubis anyways have late timing when there is 0 nades usually for city side, and it's not going to be that way on overpass city side. So I'm not sure. I think it's the same broken on city side as overpass on T side. So the changes pretty much won't change anything. People won't be good with overpass.
Hello guys, today we're with my favorite team, Mouse, and we're going to ask them some questions and see how the player break went. So, Jimmy, Abert told me that you had a bootcamp recently. How was it?
Bootcamp went amazing. We had a good bootcamp in Hamburg, and yeah, we prepared for Cologne.
All right. And Lotan, what did you do in your player break?
Nothing.
Okay, this is going to be a bit tough here, but Machine, not sure here, I think you're a new face in the team. What's your role?
So I'm more of like a second voice, you know. We've been working on strategies with Ludde. We've been working on it. I mean, you know, Adam, sometimes he's hard. Like he's got a very strong will. You know, he knows what he wants to do. And sometimes I'm sitting here, I'm trying to call, I'm trying to give us ideas, and this guy's just got his own ideas. It's tough. I mean, you can ask Brolan, he knows all about it, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty relatable, I have to say. And what do you have to say about it, Brolan?
No fucking clue what he's talking about, actually.
All right, and the most important man, Torji, I heard that you got some goodwill. What's your will for this season?
Man, we need to get this guy out of the team as soon as possible.
I like to hear that.
I think you did a really good job. I think you did a fantastic job. He thought it would be cringe. I don't think that was cringe at all. I think that was actually pretty good.
Perfect.
Would be cringe. Yeah, actually, yeah. Spinks Doward. Take notes. That's all. That's it. You've done it. You've talked about it. Oh wait, anything about Counter-Strike? Overpass, good, happy. Anubis, sad, happy. How are we feeling?
One of the best maps in the pool, easily.
Yeah. Yeah, legit. I mean, it's very tactically heavy, so I guess actually it's a massive map. Does this mean you get to have fun as a lurky boy? Is there a lot of lurky moves on Overpass? I don't even know. I'm not smart enough to know.
It doesn't matter, we will lose to Vitality in the end.
Well, that's a terrible way to end an interview, folks.
Okay, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
Okay, you guys have got one massive troll under this bridge. Yeah, okay. Any closing words? We're not ending like that.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely looks like a troll with his height, so yeah.
Oh, yo! We'll end it there. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for your time, boys.
Ninjas in Pajamas featuring Shush. After spending 4 years and winning several titles with Heroic, you made the move over to NIP at the beginning of the year. We're now past that halfway point in 2025. So what can you tell me about your time in NIP thus far?
I mean, it's been a lot of grinding, a lot of small tournaments just to try to get some VIS points. I think we were pretty lucky, but also played really good, qualifying for Astana. So that definitely made like a huge jump for us. And here we're just wanting to get some extra points as well. And I think with the addition with Casper, we like leveled up our game like by many steps, I think.
Can you tell us about Casper? Tell me about this addition.
I mean, he's a space taker. He doesn't care about dying or running first, so he takes whatever chances he have. And I don't know, it's just so easy to play around. So when he does something, you can just add on it. Plus, he's good at talking as well, which is a huge factor as well in his position. Also, he's 18 years old and he has this firepower and IQ. He can talk and react and all that, control people. Like all these things add a lot to our game.
That goes a long way for a team, definitely that. And speaking of teams, that Heroic one we were speaking of, y'all beat them and 3D Max in stage 1 to get here today. In your own words, can you describe you and your team's performance through that first stage here at IEM Cologne 25?
I think we started pretty slow actually, because we were behind 7-2 against 3D Max in both maps. It was the same the first day. So I think as long as we just get a better start, then we should slide through pretty easily.
Opposite of you today is an Aurora without Zantares. Does that change NIP's approach, or what is the game plan going into today?
I mean, it doesn't really change that much. We're still going to do our prep, do our own things, and just trust our game plan. I think Zantares is a really strong player, so I think they're missing out a lot from him.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Shush.
Thank you.
Did great.
And so, an Aurora without Zantares, and saying Nip, they're not thinking too much into it, but I think Aurora certainly are. It is xFlow going to be stepping in the place of the Turkish Terminator. One of the top 10 players probably of the year so far is not here at IEM Cologne, so they're gonna have to rely on some old talent but young talent.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an exciting opportunity right now. xFlow with some big shoes to fill, but also in an interesting position where, as you said, kind of a familiar face to this core of a team, but likely stepping into much different position here. Might get a lot more attention, might be able to show off a little bit of his flair that he can bring to the table here, which is an exciting prospect for Aurora.
I think there's some interesting history between xFlow and this, formerly Eternal Fire, now Aurora team, as he did play for them back a couple years prior, but got left behind. Honestly, he wasn't playing the great positions either. He was a definitive anchor player, kind of not really moving. He's playing Jota's current positions way back then, and he got left behind in the project. He was like the young up-and-coming Turkish player, and instead had to find new roads and earn his place back into Counter-Strike, and he did so with Sangal and then Heroic. And now suddenly he is filling in for the GOAT of Turkish Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's a really exciting prospect for him. Obviously, it kind of takes a big hit in terms of Aurora and the firepower that they're going to be missing when you lose a player like Zantares, right? It's going to force a little bit of a different structure, but again, it's an exciting prospect that they can land on their feet with xFlow and still have him step up to the plate here. We've seen the consistency throughout this year for this Aurora squad and trying to break through, constantly being a playoff caliber roster, but never really getting those big playoff wins.
Yeah, and taking it over to the Ninjas in Pajamas, who have come through from stage 1, and Kacpersky was, I believe, their top-rated player alongside Wrinkle, but he was the one who made the biggest splash in terms of impact. This guy was frying both against Heroic and 3D Max.
We just saw so many exciting moments from this guy, man. Constant early output in rounds, opening picks rolling through here. When you lose a player like Rose Dose and you fill him with a very aggressive rifler, you fill that position, it just kind of comes as a bit of a surprise in terms of how easily that shift up has been been made, but you've got a very strong core of passive players behind him that I think can very easily fill that role. And now he's just freed up for so much aggression. There's so much trust in this guy to get the firepower going.
Yeah, and kind of going to be in this head-to-head. We're going to compare xFloud's year versus Zentaris. Just, rating-wise, Zentaris has him beat even in the kill-death ratio, but you can see how much more aggressive xFloud kind of is. He is a run in there, get in their face. He's like a 30% opening attempts type of player, one of the most aggressive players in Counter-Strike while he was on Heroic, and he could turn into a big asset here. I really wonder if it will be the kind of downgrade that many people might think, or could he actually step up to the plate and really deliver for his country?
Well, here's another thing we have to talk about with Aurora. I mean, their Anubis performance obviously did kind of enter into a little bit of a drop-off.
Yes, that's true.
The tail end of last season, right? It wasn't the stronghold that it was in early 2025.
Moved away from it, right?
Yeah, but I mean, now they completely lose it altogether.
Yes.
And I think that no matter what the case is, even though it hasn't been the same old map that they once were able to establish on, it's going to be an interesting pivot as to where they try and find their next home turf. Will it be an overpass here potentially? Will they try and pick up that mantle in the vetoes? That could be a really interesting prospect here for Aurora's future.
Yeah.
But those two, it also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is kind of what they pivoted away from Anubis. They were starting to struggle on it a bit, and they started picking into Dust 2 pretty frequently. And honestly, it's a map that xFloud kind of enjoyed. Even Heroic back then would even pick it. It's a train pickup for the Ninjas in Pajamas. This has turned out to be a little bit of a stronghold for them. They like picking this underdog map, and it's Aurora's definitively worst map in their pool as well. This is always going to be the punish pick. So coming out of the break, obviously you're here with the stand-in, but I will really need to see improvement from this map for Aurora. I think 0%. They had a 0% win rate on it going into the Austin Major. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, that's obviously a big problem. And then we get overpass as this decider.
Okay.
NIP, who showed some serious strengths. If you remember getting that map picked against them when they were playing up against Heroic, it was really surprising how well prepared this NIP team was on overpass. So willing to leave it to this decider if it comes down to map 3. They're looking forward to playing overpass to try and close out this series. And that's an exciting prospect.
Absolutely mandatory Dust 2 needed, though, for Aurora. Obviously, they can always... The punish pick for Train, it's like NIP's ace map. It's Aurora's worst by far. They've just gotten steamrolled on it numerous different times. And so with xFloud in the lineup, can Aurora still pack the same punch that we expect from them? Obviously, there's one thing that this Aurora team does, and that is make playoffs. Obviously, the Major went a bit awry for them with best of ones and everything like that. But, at IEMs and all big events throughout the previous seasons, they were present in, I think, every single playoffs.
I don't think they missed one, yeah. They've been super consistent at just locking that in. And getting playoff wins was a different story, but they have an opportunity to continue that success, continue that conversation here in Cologne. Massive cat stance right now on the pistol.
Oh my God.
Udrik's already started off in a massive way. Multiple kills here to open it up, and they're still fighting.
The juice there from Udrik's. Never forget about this player. Arcadia, though, oh, it brings it back. 2 versus 3, picks up a USP, is already scaling up Catwalk. A site is empty. Snappy coming up from spawn, needs a precise shot. It's not great, though. He doesn't want to give up the duel. He'll leave it over towards Wrinkle, who will catch with util in hand. Walks, it goes down, and the second. Don't forget about the extra elements here. This is the real star player that NIP have invested into. Wrinkle locks up the pistol.
Yeah, just listening to some of Wrinkle's interviews and some of his conversations, this is a guy that plays confident Counter-Strike here. Another element of this team that just has that confidence. When you add Kaspersky, obviously you get a lot of factor out of him, but Wrinkle not going to be one to shy away from a fight, trusting his accuracy on that pistol. And IP with the perfect setup, man, collapsing through middle off the back of that flashbang. Or left a little bit stunned on the pistol, but willing to bounce back here. They got a Deagle in play.
I think NIP are going to be a huge dark horse even throughout this group's. Oh my goodness! My goodness, that is like that's like a 300 damage grenade. I don't think there could have been a better grenade thrown. My goodness. Yeah, this one's quite over. Kaspersky took a Deagle headshot. I'm not sure. I think that was just a straight up 98 damage dink from the Deagle. Not even like through the wall or anything of that sort. Well, yeah, this one will be an easy mop up. MP9 gets the last kill. But NIP as a dark horse in this tournament, because there's one thing that a lot of teams don't have on this squad, and that is kind of like tier 1 footage, right? You can see a lot of online games, I guess, but that doesn't actually like prove how they play versus the top teams in the world.
Also, they're coming in with a little bit of a different identity. It's such a big roster change in terms of the kind of role-for-role positioning and the play style in general when you bring in Kaspersky for Rostose. So it's a completely different look here, but the one thing you still have on this Aurora team, still in the server, is a dominant Woxic and a really good map of Dust 2 for him. This is one of his specialty maps.
Yeah, this is literally the best map that he plays. Obviously, who knows what Overpass has to bring to the table here for Woxic, but like across his entire career, Woxic is known for his Dust 2. And he's going to need that.
I think he's a big win condition for this team on Dust 2, and that's a statement start for him with the Scout. Shush is sidelined early, a bit of a multi-killing machine for himself, and a very empty B-bomb site up ahead of Aurora, probably going to lead to just a save here. Snappy picked up a rifle towards middle, but you're probably not retaking this site at this point. And yeah, they will call it off. One entry from Woxic, and he is the win condition in this round.
There's so much more to this tournament for xCloud than just meets the eye. Obviously, you know, to prove himself to this Aurora team, because obviously he got removed a couple years ago. Like, he was like an up-and-coming prospect, and they lost the belief in him, the faith in him, and he earned it back to be now a stand-in for Zentaris. But also, he's looking to prove himself for Heroic as well. Obviously, as Heroic were struggling versus the very Ninjas in Pajamas, very start of the tournament, opening game, he was actually just chirping on Twitter, saying, "Yeah, you want me back now? What's going on?" Obviously, Heroic were able to push themselves into the main stage, which, you know, credit to them taking the win over Virtus Pro. But he might, you know, if things go wrong for Aurora down the stretch, he's looking to still prove his stock at the moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting prospect right there. You just look at what xCloud can do in terms of his just early impact in rounds, and I feel like Heroic, it didn't feel necessary, I would say. Their performance at Dallas was pretty good.
Boost up for the Scout, and a mid push, and another headshot from Woxic.
Give him a break, man.
Let him live. He hasn't even played Counter-Strike, man. And still going for spam kills.
He can't play the game, man. 2 rounds in a row, he's just been snapped out. This is 2 deaths that he's taken so far.
In like the first 5 seconds. In the first 5 seconds of the round, he's done.
Oh.
I mean, Albert sitting in spawn might have been better. Wrinkles, ooh, struggling in the spray. P250 is going to be no good. He empties out the entire mag for the commitment. And that'll give cat control over to Aurora and the A site. And if this goes clean, I think it's just another save.
It's already called off at this point. Now you might be a little more interested in a hunt. Do you have a player lurking about towards top of middle? But Woxic just sidelining Shush again with the statement start. He's doing it with the Scout right now, man. He doesn't even need the AWP. He's finding these opening picks.
I mean, the whole play just goes wrong when Shush gets blown up in middle, because the call is all ready to go for cat control. Yeah, right? And to kind of fight for mid control. And once you do that, you're not fighting for long anymore. And so that means the whole map kind of is given up, because now I can't fight for mid. I didn't get long control, and the CTs are already so compressed that I don't really mind Wrinkle just swinging cat and seeing what he could find.
If he finds any sort of spray down multi-kill right there, it's a different story. Just couldn't connect the shots there. A4 goes a little bit wild. And Woxic does it again. We'll see if they do anything more to ensure that that doesn't happen every round to Shush. If I'm Shush, I'm making sure that that door is smoked.
That is so fast from Woxic. There's
Snappy saying what happened. Shush saying, I didn't get to play.
I mean, obviously peeking before the smoke blooms and being vulnerable to the boost. Yeah, really trying to hit the timing to lower. Maybe it was going to be an upper tons crunch as well. And that
looked like there's 4 players kind of leaning in towards the door side early.
Yep. And honestly, that's literally worst case scenario when your tons player gets picked so early like that. It's because, again, I'm telling you, on Dust 2, your opening move as the ZT side is so important, whether you're focused on middle or focused on long.
Let's see if we just got 3 in a row. Another good spawn for him.
All right.
And yeah, that sounds about right. And this time.
All right, Shush has lived. He did it.
And he get past the point here. This is a real milestone.
He's already fighting towards long, though, and here comes the pop. Joda leading, and Shush gets his first kill of the game. Snappy helping out. Good swing, and an easy advantage here. Comfortable for the Ninjas.
It's amazing what happens when Shush can play around and lock down some quick kills right there. Opportunity now. The upper tons aggression now leads into lower. Kaspersky completely controlling this one. Through the catwalk, misses his spray, doesn't fall away, gets punished for it. Sticking around a little too long. Missed his shot, and Wakadia makes him pay.
I don't even know how far off the mark he was.
Oh, no.
Oh, but Ujerks. Upper tons push, that's the bomb. Nade. Is that going to strike true? Absolutely on the money for Ujerks. Drops his molly and still fights. Catches Wakadia unawares. Woxic holding for top mid. Oh my god, that's the first. Oh, Shush, come on, not the scout again.
Revenge.
Not to be, and IP to stabilize.
Sweet revenge right there for Shush. Gets to play around, gets to find a couple kills right there. And a surprising start for NIP, man. They are not allowing for Aurora to plant their feet in these rounds. I mean, at least when they're able to survive in the early get-goes, that's multiple players marauding through upper tons on the CT side. And, you know, all off the back of probably the reaction towards the long, right? You see a lot of flashes, a lot of utility. That's going to speed you up in the upper tons aggression, but overall, NIP with a point to prove. Long control again successful. We're turning the corner here. A little bit of a quicker motion towards middle, though. Trying to fight for the cat control. Multiple mollies tossed in on location.
Wrinkle's looking to step forward, though, on the line for Cat. Ooh, it's nice on Wakadia. And you have Snappy. Blocking in for long. It's a great anti-flash.
Jeez.
But still, fast flick back. And the run-up Cat was caught. Ujerks also falls 2 versus 3. Got players in CT spawn to make it possible. And Kaspersky wants to play.
A couple HEs here.
But Joda's so focused on Molly and Catwalk. And there's a Molly from CT spawn. Walk up for Kaspersky, denies the bomb plant. He's being the big playmaker, will get shut down by Woxic, but that sets up Shush. Someone needs to run onto the site and plant the bomb. That has to be XFloud. And Shush knows, and he gets the kill. That is massive. Woxic has to sprint out in the open, and Shush drops down into CT spawn. Difficult shot for the Opera to hit, but he's going to try and reposition. Deep CT,
oh my God.
And Woxic is allowed to cross.
He's gone towards the catwalk, but if you're Shush and you want to keep things surprising, you might want to rush towards long. That's exactly what he's going for here.
My goodness. He's done it, but as Woxic gets the plant and no one's home, he might actually read into this. Something is amiss. Woxic switches to the AK, though. That's not the weapon for the long range as Shush vaporizes him from across the map. It is NIP who keep their lead.
Quick thinking in the clutch right there from Shush. Gets around that corner safely and is able to transition that into the long play. As you said, right, there's an internal clock ticking for Joda, wondering where that reposition is. But Shush is so smart in these situations right there. Knows how to stay alive, knows how to avoid contact until the right moment. And Kaspersky, again, being that playmaker, man, disrupting the bomb plant, making sure that the duo is so far removed from the situation.
I mean, he plays without fear of consequences there, and he knows that his teammates can back him up in the clutch there as well. I mean, it's such an unexpected play, right? You don't expect 2v3. They're probably going to save. But Kaspersky in the server and demanding respect of Aurora. Denies that bomb plant, and that's exactly what you want to set up your player in Shush for the clutch. If that bomb goes down, Shush probably doesn't win it.
Absolutely. Looking at a pretty early pace here again, and just phenomenal utility damage. Putting some early pressure. HE smoke.
Wrinkle.
Some visual. There's a small sight line. Execution towards being there out middle.
Oh, Wrinkle's caught.
Timing.
Kaspersky will be able to dive into the site, though, and Ujerks.
Oh.
Was in middle. They didn't smoke mid to B. They throw a fake B execute to draw and rotate and force plays. It's genius here from Aurora. They've completely outplayed the Ninjas. It's all on the Ujerks.
Multiple players getting caught in rotation. They're making up the catwalk just barely. Getting able to slide by Shush. And it's going to be danger zone here for Ujerks. Has to fight for his life.
He's stuck on the site. First kill's good. Oh, in the second. Ujerks putting up the hold. Now switched off. Kaspersky with the support. And now it's Wakati in the clutch. He can do this, though. Players lining up in spawn, but Shush with the quick trade. Ujerks the hero, though.
Man, what a round for Ujerks. That is complete chaos right there. His back against the wall. There's no safety in that round whatsoever. And Aurora just can't track him down. I mean, think of how many times you just see a rifle get blasted in that position. Holding in the back of default. You just think he's surely going to fall, but providing the multi-kill. Oh, Ringo not happy about that one.
Yeah, but still able to win because he's got teammates. He's got backup. Ujerk's a really underrated part of this NIP. I mean, honestly, this NIP team has picked up a ton of underrated players as well and has stayed competitive. Plucking players from the tier 2 grind, basically a lot of, rising stars from 2024, and putting them together with the 2 solid individuals, at least leaders and experienced players, and Snappy and Shush, and I've turned them into a dark horse here at IEM Cologne.
You got to take into consideration how big this opportunity is. This is a team that had to build their VRS ranking from the ground up.
Yep.
So a playoff run here doing damage versus the top dogs is monumental. I think they're fortunate in this situation to have their opening matchup versus Aurora team isn't dealing with their full roster, their full firepower.
Snappy addicted to the grind. I mean, he has decades of a decade of play underneath his belt for sure.
Yeah, the Falcon Super Team would have been too easy.
He's been playing since Go first released, and now Kaspersky. He's been playing since CS2 first released, probably. Shush is overwhelmed though. And actually, Aurora. This is a big time round, huge round. This is a half-buy win. They've broken into the B site. They've gotten the bomb planted. And Aurora can actually set stakes back in the game.
How did that look so easy there? No armor on this round. They just find the quick pistol entries. They are again able to surprise. I think that's what Aurora's doing best in this game. To come down to a couple close clutches. And the reason they're getting this ground is because they're silent up until the point of execution. And then they're surprising. And they explode into action, and that completely blindsides NIP. This time it cost them the round, instead of having to come down to a clutch. You're going to have to pay the ultimate price here in this one.
They still have... I can't even say they have cash in the reserve, really. Ujerks can't even really drop his teammates. It might be an MP9 buy, but we know how good that gun is as of late. Any MP7s? Yeah, that was just NIP completely overwhelmed by the pace of Aurora.
Madger with a big-time entry. X-Fly to follow it up. B-side crumbles quickly here, and a nice shot from Woxic again. Doesn't land the killing blow, but leaves Wrinkle walking wounded. The boost-ups here, the setup that they give Woxic in these early rounds, it always pays dividends, it feels like. I mean, now you think about how important rotating your op is to be in position, and at this point, it's going to come down a lot more to the riflers here as he's forced, relegated to double zoom in the back of B for the remainder of the round.
Then an A-side lean for NIP. A mid to B would end the Ninjas here. They don't even have HE grenades to break open a mid to B smoke. Wrinkle would be toast.
There's a cat lurk smoke coming out from T-spawn right there. As you said, a mid to B would be the right port of call here. If it wasn't for Kaspersky looking for some holes in that smoke. Nothing presents itself, though, so far. Again, Aurora is so good at avoiding contact until the moment's right, until they want to determine it.
They are going mid to B here. Kaspersky needs to stop them at the mid doors somehow. Blocks it. Wow, that's great.
Good kick.
And Kaspersky goes around the edge of it and takes a kill. Absolutely necessary, but he needs to keep fighting.
Well,
He needs to keep fighting, and Madger will punish him for it. You're talking about that flank, though. It's only an MP9, that's the problem, but it does drop the bomb. It slows him down. It gives Wrinkle a chance. 20 seconds, though. 20 seconds. They're still waiting. They're still out in the open. Madger will get the kill. Wrinkle needs his kill on the Wikadia. As Snappy goes down. It's Shush, rather. And now it's Wrinkle, though. On 7 HP, can he do it? Time is of the essence, and Woxic will take him out. Shush inside a spawn, couldn't get anything done. Messy round from Aurora, but they get it across.
I mean, surviving right there. Instincts kicking in. Great coverage coming through from Woxic as well. Shutting that play down, and you look at the disruption. Not only that kill, but the blocked smoke that makes sure that CT is an open sightline. Woxic playing coverage here. He's coming through to play here. Knows that his workload, it gets even more heavy. Having to play without Xanteris, he's got to step up to the plate, have a bigger performance here on Dust 2. And he's bringing that into the mix, providing opening picks here.
Not the right smoke. Safe smoke. Double nades top mid, though. It's good damage on the Madger, but that was their gambit, basically.
For a little bit of trickery, but the road up catwalk might not do them any favors either. Utility going to be too strong. Hoping to get away with this. On the corner, 3 players tucked in.
Dodge flash. And the double dink for Wrinkle. He didn't even take a point of damage.
Ouch.
But they're not going to get greedy. Well, now that smoke, yeah, that stops them. Boost up in CT. X-Cloud clear this. As Kaspersky swings. And Wrinkle.
Oh no. Oh
the
no.
Chance, he gets a kill. And drops down. Gets a deagle too. Now flank even developing from Cat. Shush picked up the AK. Shush hit through middle. Gets Woxic. Illujerks as well off the deagle. It's just Wikadia needing to scramble in a 1 versus 2. He should have access to the bomb. But NIP have access to guns.
Yeah, weapons getting picked up here. And Ujerks is making his move through tunnels. Giving over the bomb, sure, but he's going to force Wikadia's hand into another difficult fight.
Already into the site. Ujerks guarding it.
And better try to go towards A, but he doesn't have time.
He's going to just drop into the site. Plant safe. Molly as well, though. It's good. It's burning. Wikadia forces him into the fight. Perfect double swing from NIP. And they pick up a USP Eco.
Yeah, send it right back in return right there. Had some struggles losing up against the unarmored Tech 9x from Aurora, but they get their revenge, their bounce back. And make sure to let Aurora know afterwards as well. NIP just playing so tricky. That cat setup. Being able to find Jota early and then transitioning that defense in towards a mid to B hold. You know the next step from Aurora after they realize there's a stack is to react towards that middle side. And it is quick from NIP to beat them to the punch.
And they know that's huge. Obviously, they were losing a couple ecos earlier back at stage 1. Finally good for them to answer with some of their own. As Woxic has started to slow down a bit, but Kaspersky sure hasn't. This is a force buy back from Aurora. Kaspersky taking the risk. Get this kill on an X-Cloud. It could be massive, and there it is. First kill's good. Kaspersky.
No way. No way.
And he's clearing Wikadia, but the MAC-10's good. Now a push through the upper tunnels from Shush. Gets a double and gets an advantage.
Open completely.
They're not going
to capitalize.
Oh.
They're getting wrapped up in the flank.
Oh, man. Snappy already in spawn, but Madger was prepared. He gets the headshot. Madger takes a lot of damage, but it's the kill regardless.
Only 1 player spotted as well, and that fadeaway, they don't feel super confident crunching in on tunnels right now. But as that rifler gets closer, they might look to converge here, and it could be a head-on collision in this 2v2.
Yeah, Ujerks in upper tunnels. Is he going to take a look at a T-spawn? No. Instead, he tucks into the deep corner as they walk forward. How diligent is the clear? Not at all. It's Woxic who falls next. It's back-to-back double kills for the Ninjas in Pajamas from the players you'd least expect, Shush and Ujerks.
Yeah, pressing in the face right there. Kaspersky, it looks like an overextension, but you also have to take into consideration Shush's activity. We just got a highlight of what Shush thinks of this young gun that they've just added, right? The communication and the way that he's able to, as such a young player, move pieces around here and tell his teammates what they need to do off the back of his space creation, right there you see Shush can capitalize.
Oh, another chance given over to Woxic.
I would have given him a chance again.
Oh my god.
He taught you a lesson.
I mean, Shush in the pre-match interview was talking about how easy he is to play around, right? He's going to be the one to take the first contact, right? Oh, like, I'm easily going to be able to, not to bait him,
drawing in the eyeballs.
Exactly. He's taking the eyeballs away, and perfectly so there as Shush walked into two backs turn, basically.
Exactly. I mean, it's a perfect little formulation of a round right there from what Shush described. And they get their reward here. Could get 8 rounds to walk away with. Aurora don't make anything with this scrappy purchase.
Snappy has an M4 that's named We Are G2. Hold on. What beef am I missing here? It's a hot rod with a bunch of G2 hollows on it.
Yeah, I see that. Huh. I wonder whose that is.
I don't think it's Snappy's. I feel like it got dropped to him.
Yeah, probably.
Snappy's a humble king. Sometimes.
But by who? Who has that?
Ooh, Ujerks. Seen falling back, and they're not going to be ready for Snappy. First kill is going to come easy. Flashbang's back. Ujerks trying to help his teammate. Off angle taken by Snappy's. Great. Out of ammo now. But we'll have time to reload even then. Because Ujerks is just being so annoying. Snappy steps out, though, and gives a kill back. That is a rifle to be retrieved. Wrinkle can't miss, but now he has. Needs to scope up again. Dodges a shot from Woxic. It is awkward, but 10 seconds. He's just bought enough time. And Gatspersky is just going for frags for fun at the end of this half as NIP are storming away with Aurora's map pick. It's 8-4.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
That's so creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Kacpersky's out here fragging for fun. Everyone else is feeling quite stressed out, but don't worry about it. Wrinkle's got great teammates next to him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be relieved about right there. It's NIP surviving a scare of that eco that was run halfway through.
Let's push.
Oh, but they're ready to crunch right now. Wakadia with the dual Berettas looking to contain this lower control with a lot of help behind him.
Jerks, is he going to strafe down? Obviously. Oh, Kacpersky gets dealt with. Wakadia now on the off angle.
Ooh, good spot.
Couple missed shots. Jerks toying with them until, the toy really hurts. Badger just waits. Take the easy kill and an easy pistol for Aurora coming up. As Badger won't be able to win the battle of the IGLs, the vets.
34 versus 35.
I don't want to make too many age jokes around here. I'm a youngin.
I just think it's funny that they keep on clashing somehow.
An unk off, all right?
Yeah, they keep finding ways in every part of the map to battle up against each other.
Yo, wait a minute. Snappy 1v5. Take the monocle off. Time to lock in. Put his reading glasses on. Can't block that cross smoke.
Can give yourself a little wiggle room to work off of, especially if a player's car.
There's no way. He's not clearing car.
Oh gosh, he missed.
Okay. The old faithful Waxic P2K has been using that since day one. No problem.
Well handled right there. Nicely done from Aurora. The tons crunch rolling out there gives him a lot of early work, and I gotta give credit to Udrix for still trying to flush that out and identifying the dual Berettas as well, but too many resources thrown out. And Aurora do not let that pistol round set up. A little bit slower of a pace for NIP. They don't get much, but it's enough to convince them for a force buy and a fast long duel.
Okay, and yeah, Madger's got to back out. Yep, they are already fast approaching. They're running at him. Fully blinded. And then Xfloud back up with the long range M4. There's firing squad waiting for NIP. Who wants to test it next? It's Shush to go down to Madger, and it is a mowdown here for the Turkish side.
Let's keep on giving him these duels here. Well handled. I mean, even though Madger can't turn that corner in time, a lot of backup for his retreat right there. That's a very quick protocol from Aurora to provide a little security. Counter utility as well, looking good. Aurora can lift off on this CT side.
Yeah, they're boxed. They've got two smokes. Udrix is low. I mean, if Kacpersky was entry fragging, I'd give him a chance.
Well, Udrix can get tricky around the smoke. That's a big hope. But yeah, the bomb is also on the back of Kacpersky, and he can't duel versus Okadia.
Yeah, no head armor. So the MP9 at range can really put in the damage. And fist bumps out there for Aurora. They are back alive on D2.
And this lead that NIP have is quickly going to thin out. So they're going to be forced onto a pretty big eco up next. Having to call that one through. Hit the headshot as well. That's brutal. Nice rip away from Wakadia, farming up some cash for him.
Revolver for
and a scout for Snappy.
Wait, where is
This is wild.
Wait, what?
What a buy.
Excuse me?
Okay, Snappy tossing that one over. I thought maybe he was going to go back and sell it. He actually didn't fire off any shots.
Is he selling it?
No, he didn't have to. They ran out of time.
So he's stuck with the revolver. Okay, so Snappy did drop it to him.
Yeah, Snappy dropped a scout to Wrinkle.
He dropped a scout to Wrinkle, but Kacpersky bought himself.
He still has the revolver. Yeah, he's keeping that thing.
There's no... Okay. I wonder if... I'm struggling. This is actually just breaking my brain.
I haven't seen a revolver in quite some time.
There's one revolver highlight in Counter-Strike history, and it's from a player who's taking a break right now, JL, on B-Site Dust 2.
Yep.
But that was on the CT side.
Oh, what about B-Site Dust 2 on the T side? How will that work? You think he's got the entries in him? Rev that thing up, turn the corner, blow. You're in the site.
It is not IEM Dallas. It is IEM Cologne. There is a sheriff in town.
No sheriffs.
No,
Cologne though.
We don't talk about that game.
They don't have sheriffs. Here they go. Joda in the risk. It did work somehow.
Oh, gets a total moto. They're so cooked. They're so cooked. That was... He got to fire one shot. That's all we see out of that revolver ever again.
Oh, man.
Done at Cologne. No more revolvers.
For now. For now. Didn't quite work as they hoped.
We had our little moment, but alas. It is 7 rounds here for Aurora. Buy back, Wrinkle on the op, and getting the boost. Take the peek. There's no op for Woxic, so he gets to control all these angles.
Yeah, also a little bit late on turning that corner, so there's a small concern, but I mean, Kaspersky instantly fills that space. There's no concern in his mind. No one lower. No one tussling with him early. And again, he's cleared out all of tons and is now working up catwalk. 1:30 on the clock, and they've got this amount of map control. And they've had to use no utility, very little utility to get this space.
And now, they're already up cat. They're past the molly. They're already up the elbow. Surprise factor here from NIP, but the surprise might be over. Woxic getting that kill onto Kaspersky's everything.
Smart jump.
Snappy's making a move.
You gotta get this long player active.
Oh, but Wakadia knew. He full running spammed. Now, Shush, you're talking about the long player. There's a double. That opens back up the round. Wakadia can't get any more. And Joda on the long flank. And that should be round. HE. Oh, not the kill on New Jerks.
Not gonna happen yet. Calling this one off. We're heading in towards CT. Shush might give him a duel here. Wow, okay. He just destroys him. Shush with a big time round here. From starting off this one 0-2 because of the scout shots from Woxic. Didn't get the play, but when he's in the server, man, a difference maker. The right amount of activity rolling through long for Shush and disrupting this site defense.
Yeah, I think the little mistake from Madger, really thinking he needed to help out his teammates. And problem there for Madger is that, you know, obviously he gives up the long lurk. Just a surprise factor, right? That just causes a little bit of chaos. In the back of Madger's mind, he needs to move. He's lost a CT player.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take into consideration how surprising that was. They're holding utility out, ready to kind of react to the execution utility that never comes through from NIP.
Yep.
They're moving up catwalk on a contact play.
Untelegraphed, right?
Absolutely, and it completely catches them off guard. It forces panics in the rotate. It's going to cause you to jump a little bit, and that's when Shush can then thrive. And again, it's Kaspersky not with the opening pick, but the space creation, getting towards elbow early in that round.
Double ops now for the side of Aurora, and one out for Woxic. Again, this is his best map of all time. He loves playing Dust 2. And you can see why Aurora ended up pivoting away from Anubis towards the end of last season, and this was their map of choice.
Oh, and that lower molly kind of hinting that they're still taking lower control, allowing for Kaspersky to scale again.
And he's already out middle, X-Flout unprepared. But counter utility deploy, but just Kaspersky showing himself empties out X-Flout's pockets.
Yeah, a little bit of a utility belt, also gets the A rotate off, but now committed back over towards this A side.
It's Woxic.
Yeah, X-Flout quick in transition. You still have Woxic's op trained and ready to go. They're dodging all of this HE damage.
Yeah.
X-Flout is dispensing all of this utility, thinking that he's doing 50 every time he's tossing this utility in and catches nothing.
Yeah, right now, NIP are actually outplaying in the minds of Aurora. You can see Aurora are a little bit panicked. I think they're closer than they actually are. And instead, it's a long pop incoming. Fully blind is Madger, but still gets the kill. Shush, unable to get the frag. Now X-Flout is the only site defender. And he can't quite convert. Ujuk still stands for just a little bit, but X-Flout surviving, and now Woxic is posted up here on the cap, but X-Flout eventually goes down. He overfaces a little bit. NIP have options. Woxic,
God,
they're seeing the good flashbang. The jump up from Joda, but that's not enough. The bomb plant is in. It's 2 versus 3. It's tentative, but it's playable.
Rifle picked up for Wakadia on the retake here, and the double up known towards long right now with the op in play. Ujerk's so incredibly low, but there's no utility at all here for the CT side.
It doesn't matter here for Ujerk. He's playing a headshot angle, especially versus an upper low HP for Madger. Instant headshot from the Portuguese. Missed shot from Woxic, but Kaspersky can't deliver. Ujerk's on the site. Jump shot from Wakadia is good enough. No MP9 necessary. A4 will do. And now it is Aurora who are starting to roll back the entire map at Dust 2.
Able to hang in there, man. Chaotic situation there. Jump shot going through there. And again, this time a lot more committed to this long defense. Last time we saw Shush spoil the round with his late lurk. This time even more backup. But not the same access that they were hoping for. And Aurora, that's a reaction off the back of NIP showing that early face. They got away with it once here. Tough to get away with it multiple times and a half now. But they've got good long spots here.
It's going to be X-Flat and Madra on the hold as Wrinkle's spinning, trying to dodge these flashes. Eventually eats one. Then the swing. Madra goes down through the smoke. So does X-Flat.
Oh my God.
Aurora didn't even get to fight.
Didn't even get to shoot a bullet right there. Dismissed before this conversation.
Toxic is here. They're already pushed past the smoke though, and he gets off the first shot but won't escape Shush. So
he's late.
So fast on the play, Wakadia late on the double. AWP. And it's time to back away and save if he can. Shush is running through. And he missed. Wakadia in trouble. He's being held from middle as well. Wrinkle's got him. And Aurora, money's about to be broke.
You just, again, it's core to the Snappy identity. These off-spawn calls made from the very get-go. Able to constantly surprise Aurora here on this T side. Keeping them on their toes. This round, they don't even get to play. 2 smoke spam kills deny their access and fighting for this long control, but coming in with a point to prove here right now versus Aurora.
Terrorists win. And just fast-paced plays. I mean, Woxic really just unable to help here, as it's like 3 players unloading their magazines into the smoke because Wrinkle got out so fast, he knows nobody's towards pit. The only thing they can do, if they want to contest, is play behind those smokes. And good communication from NIP. This is B spawn, and it's really last chance here for Aurora. It's a rush. It is a full-on rush. They don't have a molly. It's just a smoke. Surely they're going to pop through this, but there might be 3 players, even 4, to defend this B site.
What about 5 here? Quickly rotating.
They have full mid
They have
control.
full mid control from Joda.
Oh my God.
They're stacking up this B bomb site.
It's going to be a mowdown. You'd have to think, how are they going to get through the tunnels? It's smoked, and they're struggling. They're getting out of there. Somehow nobody dies.
I can't believe it. How is everyone alive in the server right now? I mean, NIP given a gift with the fact that they didn't enter into a stacked site and that no one fell.
Back to lower. It's Joda. And a boost up, but a push forward from Joda could knock down the totem pole, get multiple kills. Getsbursky running right past Ujerks. Gonna get traded out, and Wakadia's double. That should lock up the round right now. 2 versus 4. Snappy sprinting down middle. Dodges a scout shot that would have ended him otherwise. And NIP are assuming Aurora are in a default setup, but they have no idea the tragedy they dodged at the B site.
It's tough to recover the round still from that point, right?
Yeah.
And now they're just going through long. You got Madger reading into this setup right now with his flank going through T-spawn. A little bit of a committed angle here from X-Cloud, though. We'll see what he can gather.
Does Shush hit the blinder? No. X-Cloud taking Xantaur's his spot and doing just fine with it. Get a nice double to lock it up for Aurora.
And what a call right there from Aurora, man. High risk towards the top of middle. Kind of a solo effort from Choda, containing all of that space. Calling not only cat clear, but top of middle, lower. No one out towards long is what he's calling right there. He doesn't hear any footsteps rattling off. And so he just gets that B stack rolling. Aurora are able to overwhelm NIP. And again, it forces them into recovery mode. That off-spawn call does get shattered from Snappy.
And a Cologne winning IGL, now standing as the coach for the Ninjas in Pajamas, giving them some words of advice. It could be Aurora coming back into their map pick. Aurora need to win this Dust too, because their train, it could be a big time risk. That 0% win rate, that punish pick for every top team.
That leaves them vulnerable in the veto again. It feels like a huge hurt in the opportunities for Anubis getting taken out of the pool here. So train even more of a pressure point for this team. Dust 2 has to be new home turf for them.
Slower default, working towards mid.
Oh, here they go. Silent crawl here. Finally taking some contact, actually. Tossing in a little bit of utility. Showing their hand. Eating an HE for the troubles.
xCloud playing one of the most important roles on this map, you know, being that CT cat rotate. Depending on where he stands will be the weakness in the map. You see these dual mid to B smokes. Kaspersky walks through.
Give over the site here. Full focus on mid control right now for the defense of Aurora. And they're on the money and calling this out.
There's no help from xCloud critically. They ran past Wakadia, though. He's inside of the corner. No scope from Wrinkle, though. Gets the entry. Picks up the AK. Trades out his sniper for a proper rifle. And they've gone into the B-side. Bomb still down, though, in the open. xCloud nearly gets the kill. Everyone low here on the Ninjas. But the flank too late here from Madra. They're in, and Kaspersky holding on to the CT spawn. Walks it with the scout shot, though, and a fast flank coming through from Madra. It's being held. Ujerks does see him. That's info. Wrinkle on the op can now post up.
Flashbang doesn't catch Wrinkle either. He's still posted.
Wrinkle needs to hit this, or else he's done. He's on 6 HP. How fast is Madger? And it's a missed shot from Wrinkle. They advance. Madger gets the kill. It's down to Ujerk. Madger helps out his team. 34 years old with a double to equalize the game.
And what big impact coming through. That's Madger in a specialty position, making the right decision in the clutches. Something that he has provided Aurora all throughout this year is good clutch factor, high impact kills late in the game that can push you over the line. And in a round like that, when you need someone to show up and be the hero.
And that is the turning point of this game. It was an 8-4 half for the Ninjas in Pajamas. Both teams have run out of cash.
Oh my
and now
God.
it's Woxic, Seek side offing, free fire in middle.
That's aggressive buy here again from NIP here. Statement that was made in the stage 1 here of Cologne. The aggressive purchasing here, trusting in Kaspersky to try and find these openings with the rifles. But they've lost a player already. And are hoping to work their way through this round down a man. With the defense already in position here. No, a little bit of a silent crawl up cat again. But this time, the setup is just committed. Woxic going to take contact with that op.
It should not be going anywhere for NIP. 3 players on fast rotate. Early kill from Woxic is perfect. And now you have xCloud back of the site. Drops the bomb. And a simple mowdown should be happening here. Even if they get a bomb plant, this retake actually could be difficult. They don't have utility. And a kill from, that's massive. They're in the round now.
Activity coming through from Wrinkle. Has to cover the flank here. Only a single player chasing him down in Joda.
This is a necessary duel that Joda needs to win, and he does. Round locked up here for Aurora. They are closing down their map pick. It almost looked like they would fumble it. But alas, it's Aurora with the lead.
I just need a couple crucial kills. There's more step up from Woxic here. Providing openings with that op and being able to close up rounds. Some tough shots ahead of him on that cat execute. Kaspersky trying to beat that smoke and giving him a sight line into that duel. But look who is fully prepared. And even though there's a little bit of an uprising, will be quelled. And that, I mean, you saw Snappy. He missed his jump down into suicide. It just caused him that little delay, and he can't get his utility belt off.
There's Wrinkle, though. Oh! Rattles off 2 op shots. And now running up cat. xCloud taking the stead of Xantares. Nearly the double kill. Nearly the spray transfer, but not meant to be.
Killing some changes, not bad, but still rocking with the man down. Having to recover this space. Madrick committed in this mid-site defense. Gets blinded up at the flash, but doesn't budge. He's all in on this position. Here's the rotates. Here's the drops as well.
They're going to go 2 players through tunnels, though. This is a little awkward here for NIP. They're still so spread out in a man advantage.
I got a player rotating in towards long committed. I wonder if that's going to change the decision-making. Ringo can't make an effort through this mid door alone. That's one thing that's guaranteed.
The mid B smoke does lure away Joda from his committed position. Needs to get back into that B site.
He will. I mean, now because Woxic's coming through in rotation, offering up a little bit of extra coverage here. There's not just Madra alone here.
On the B site. Oh, and a perfect shot from Wrinkle. Needed the headshot and gets it.
They still have to walk into a B player, though. There's still Joda planting his feet.
They still should know as well that Joda's alive. First kill's good. Ujarks, is he going to commit the bomb? No, they're going back the other way. Shush has heard the rotate. He's already up
Could
past
spoil this, though.
Do they have a smoke? They do. Ujarks can just smoke and get his team up the catwalk. Critically, nade break. Ujarks escapes. And now Wrinkle. Cut things off, and things are safe for NIP. We might need every round of regulation now.
Oh man, what a start to this map here. What a start to this series. Two teams battling for control here on Dust 2. And NIP come with the late round read. A critical last second decision making coming through from Ujarks. Not committing out into that trade, not losing the bomb.
If Ujarks went just a few feet forward, that could have been game. That could have been the map if he loses the bomb and Woxic's also watching tunnels. I mean, you believe in Joda's double kill there just
Absolutely.
from the car position.
I would not want to turn that corner. And neither did Ujarks. That saves them the round.
It's this snap decision making. It's this high player IQ for the Ninjas in Pajamas. It's all these names that prior to the year 2024, besides maybe Shush and Snappy, but the fragging core for this team, you wouldn't have even heard of them. Really new to the Tier 1 Counter-Strike realm, but still able to make Tier 1 level decisions. And this shot, man. Oh my goodness. He needed the headshot there too.
And you got to think he's been put into a couple situations there where his kill has determined the round, and he's just missed it in the last couple, right? So right there, able to provide a big-time pickup. And all of these timeouts being utilized by Aurora in regulation. As they know, they're facing their last stand. With the guns out in play, with all the tools at your disposal, you have to make this round work. The same is true for NIP on the other end of the server. But this could be the one that determines this map and how this series goes on.
And now, round 23, and it's everything you could want. All the guns available. And are they seriously doing this again? There's 3-4 players about to enter into the tunnels, and this might be the round to do it.
Snappy's not scared of the bold calls here, but gets plucked out of the server. Woxic able to deal with Snappy early.
He's here on B as well, and now NIP need to spread out again. They've lost their mid presence.
Yeah, this has been a huge problem for them when their game plan gets disrupted early on by one opening duel. Snappy now having to call from the sidelines from a game plan that was set from the very get-go with him being in the server, but now it's plan B here.
Quite literally. Molly deployed behind the lurk. And rarely, a lot of the times you see this as a bluff. And now you see the smoke break.
Oh my god.
Woxic gonna tap. He nearly takes up the Muskie, but he gets spammed instead. Rakadia in the smoke. Oh, he got another. He got a second. And he still has ammunition, but he still needs to deliver. And he doesn't. That is the B site falling here. NIP do get this. Sprinkle. Smoke to the door. Critical. Bomb will be able to cross. X-File does have an HE though. If that drops the bomb planter.
Oh my god.
But a smoke to window? HE onto the site. Digits punched in, but it just flies past him.
No way.
As Wrinkle is going through the smoke. Just needs the kill. He does get it. And now Wrinkle, only the leg shot. Movement and accuracy off of the AWP will cost the round for the Ninjas in Pajamas. It is map point for Aurora instead.
Just survival right there. Answering the call. Again, dancing inside the smoke for Rakadia. Being able to provide that multi-kill and all the chaos. It ends up consuming NIP. Let's see this opening duel. Nade to blow open the smoke for Woxic to give him that first pick on a Snappy. And despite trying to claw this one back here, too much of a task. That one means the world to Aurora right there.
In a weird way, I think that window smoke that was deployed by Shush actually might cost him the round because Wrinkle needs that duel quickly onto the mid player.
He's looking to open up new avenues for that post plant to kind of wane the feeling of that man deficit they were facing in the low HP bar of Shush. under pressure. They get consumed here, but it's still one last chance.
I mean, Shush did everything he could on low HP. It was Wrinkle who was looking for a duel, but kind of locked out by his own teammate's smoke. So, still a purchase for the Ninjas. Enough loss bonus with a bomb plant still allows an AWP purchase.
A little bit of a util set there dropped in. Deny that cat access here. We'll see if NIP keep up these bold calls. Oh,
start launching
util
util.
Could be so severe.
It's great. And he has another one.
A lot more behind it.
Is he going to be throwing one for close as well?
It looks like that's where he's lining it up.
No, instead he's underneath right now. Just as the cat execute is about to happen, xFloud might be in a bad position in just a few short moments.
There it is. But there's HE's banking off the wall there. Molly to disrupt him as well.
And HE behind it. Oh, it's money damage. Now Woxic needs to hit these shots, so that's a miss. But it's U-Jerks who gets caught on the mid lurk. Smoke onto the site. Oh. HE on the Kaspersky. He just dodges out. 5 HP and Woxic connects. 3 versus 5. Bomb plant, but they need more space. There's another molly. That doesn't stop them.
They have to fight for cat. They cannot play on this site right now. They can't even move towards Goose. This is being cut off by Woxic. They are condensed in this retake.
Already up the A ramp too. Already coming through on the jump up. Wrinkle gives the first kill in. It's now only Snappy from Gandalf and can't get the kill on the xFloud. 1 HP, the difference maker. It will be Aurora down 8-4. Final round of regulation will give them their map pick.
And xFloud has to step up to the plate right there in the last round. An opportunity with that execute heading his way, and just the utility damage alone. Already a massive impact in the way that they're able to hold that round and force the pressure onto NIP. You combine that with the multi-kill, the 3K to close. A good map from Aurora put together just at the right time, able to deliver it in the clutches.
Every single round is so close. Such nail biters in all of them. The B site 2v3, another retake on the A end. Madger coming through late with the double kill. Like, how many retakes were there here for Aurora?
Constantly in those positions, right? Constantly having to deal in those 2v1s, those 2v2 situations, but consistently finding ways to win, which wasn't necessarily the case in the first half. That was where NIP were able to build their lead and foundation, and instead it's tables turning into the second half.
Yeah, over half of their rounds in that 9-3 comeback. They had 5 successful retakes, actually 6. I take it back, 6 retakes in that comeback for Aurora to be able to lock up the map. That is incredible. And it's not even like just random bomb plants. These are high pressure situations where someone misses out on a kill, Aurora lose the game. And every chance they deliver. Things like this from Makadia, 2 versus 2 you're seeing here. And I mean, a big time step up here for Aurora. Obviously, they're going to train next, though, and that's a big worry.
Yeah, I mean, job not finished just yet, but you have the must-need win here on Dust 2, and that's crucial. We talked about it heading into this one.
Yep.
You've got to be able to complete the mission here on your map pick. You have to be able to find new turf here. Dust 2 has been that. You see really good shots offered up by Woxic.
Yep.
That's a good sign heading into train. Now, obviously, the struggles are still there, but they have an Opera that's finding a lot of opening duels, that's playing super active here, denying the off-spawn calls from Snappy and disrupting those plays.
Yeah, it's also, there's been one entire player break. You know, Aurora last season played the most amount of land maps of any team in Counter-Strike. Most land maps, I think it was about like 115 land maps, which is ridiculous considering they're traveling the world. So they've had no time to really build up things, and I think that's why their Anubis started to suffer and they played a bit more of a simpler map like Dust 2, right? And, you know, people eventually have time to take practice, take some time off, skip a couple tournaments. Aurora never did that. Now they had a month to refine, to practice, to come up with their new map pool. So honestly, I expect something better out of this map 2 of Train. Whether they win it or not, all I want to see is improvement.
I'm right there with you. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's an opportunity to kind of answer some of the questions of that veto with how often they were entering into events, and honestly, with the consistent playoff runs that they were having, there's a huge opportunity now with that player break to get some practice done. I do question, you know, how much they can really slot in with the X-Cloud factor and how they have to deal with that situation. But still, your expectations are that the core of this roster has been able to get some work done during the offseason.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, map to a train coming up. It is NIP's ace map. They've loved their kind of pocket picks. They even, you know, dabble a little bit in that overpass, even in this very tournament as well. And Snappy's calling is always great.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. Obviously, a huge opportunity to try and bounce back for NIP. Didn't seem too upset with that loss, but they were in a position of power on Dust 2 to really sink that one on in. And you think what they could have avoided there if they captured that map.
Yeah, we're going to toss this one off to a break as it's Aurora's worst map in their pool, but we'll see what improvements they've been able to come up with over the offseason.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashbang. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Mr. Wakadia. Okay, we're doing the 3D settings. Guys, just so you know, OpenGL rendering GPU, you make sure you select your GPU.
I just actually do everything performance and go performance from here.
Okay.
Nothing.
It's just, he just wants more frames. As many frames as is physically possible, give them to me. Okay. But yeah, same kind of vibe for you coming into this one, as in, you know, you're working without a very strong piece.
I mean, Xantares is is a really special player, and without him, it's gonna be a little bit hot. But it's fine. We have X-Cloud. We're gonna fight. I think we are we did some practice before we came here, and I think we are okay for now. Yeah. We will fight and we will see.
I mean, how long did you get to kind of get X-Cloud up to speed with his roles? Has this been a rush process? How long did you get?
No, actually, because I think some of his roles were same with Xantares, so it's much easier for us. Okay. Like one or two maybe positions he has to play, so I think it's okay. Okay. That's really valuable to know that like a lot of the stuff he's maybe seen it before, he's used to it. Okay, cool. I'm going to be very interested to see how this goes. I think it can go two ways, you know. It goes two ways. If you catch a vibe, you catch heat, catch fire. Yeah, I can see it. I can. What's up, my G?
Hello, Alex.
I mean, I will say, you have got rather large boots that you've got to be slotting into to.
Unfortunately. Yes.
No, but I've been saying to the boys that, you know, if everyone else kind of finds that extra 10% across the board, you'll be able to account for it. Are you excited to be playing? You know, kind of slotting into a different team, kind of that new experience, kind of learning all of the systems and stuff. Is that a bit overwhelming or is that exciting?
I mean,
both.
It was a long time that I didn't play in Turkish team. Yeah. So when I back to Turkish team, it's of course a little bit exhausting to learn all the system from the start, you know.
Is it comms as well? Like, obviously you speak the language, but as in, is it just the speed and the like shorthand, the slang? Does it go quick?
Yeah, like in Turkish, you can say a lot of things very fast, and you don't need to use keywords all the time. You can like also skip. Yes. You can say, for example, instead of in English, like you put every corner a keyword, you say just first right, second right, but you did in millisecond, you know?
Yeah. And so it's just a sound. First right.
But like when it's that fast, then maybe you can leak it, like at understanding. Yes. Because, you know, the comms are too fast.
You have to process it, it takes a minute.
But in general, I'm happy to play here because boys needed a stand-in, and I'm very glad to, you know, stand up and help them.
Hell yeah, bro. Honestly, I think it's admirable that you accepted the offer, and I think this could be an opportunity for you to just put yourself in the shop window and just pop some heads.
Yeah, maybe we can win a trophy in Cologne.
Why not? Why not? You never know. You absolutely never know. Yeah, kill it, man. Kill it.
Hello guys, it's Mark Hauser from Navi. When you show good perform, maybe someone will give you a chance. It was Amiran who called me. He said, congrats, you promoted to main team. I know sooner or later I'm gonna join, so it was just like for time. My biggest strength is confidence. Even when we finish the pack, we are sitting. The most thing that we are working is to not overpeak, because I overpeak a lot. My brother just started to play CS. He invited me to PC club where he was playing with his friends. In that day, I didn't stop playing anymore. To be honest, I don't feel pressure at this moment. Maybe when we're gonna play official, maybe I'm gonna have, but for now, no.
Gritting their teeth are Aurora, quite literally, but able to still pull through 13-11 on their map pick of Dust 2, but now they're heading over to Train, and this is where NIP should be able just to lock it up, we'd think. But what can a player break do here for Aurora?
I mean, it should be able to do a whole lot, right? This is a map that has haunted them. If you think about what's coming into this next season, you don't really have to focus on fixing your Anubis anymore. So you can look at some of the other maps in the pool here and try and you know, play things out a little bit better. They're hoping to revive themselves on Train heading into this season, and you'd have to imagine that knowing that these punish picks were going to continue, that this is something you have to focus on.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what they've cooked up, because, you know, obviously this only happened very recently that they've lost Anubis as well, but it's enough time, obviously, because they've got invited into the main stage instead of having to play stage 1 with the overpass swapping coming in. So they've maybe had a week of practice, you know, on Train to come up with some strategies, some setups, because they know they're going to have to play it now that Anubis is gone.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to come into this one prepared here, looking to try and pull through a sweep. Might feel a little unlikely when it comes down to Train, but we'll see what they can do here. We'll see what Works put in. Xcloud also in the server. He was a pretty good Train player back on Heroic, so he can bring an extra element, and he's already started things off with Wukadia.
That's just a shooting gallery as a full
shots.
All of them. No headshots out of those dual Berettas as they stay moving. They're so difficult to hit, moving back and forth here. It's CS2, and it's an easy double for Wukadia. And as Wrinkle falls, Aurora are going to be off to a strong start. A CT side pistol round. Could get an op out early even for a player like Woxic. And also, by the way, new CT side money's adding an extra $250 on top of everything, too.
That's some extra cash flow going. No bomb plant either. Nothing really giving in this round. NIP trying to match that fight in towards Pop, which is something that almost a lot of teams are willing to throw out there. The double dually push in towards Pop with the collapse through B. Just deny that control early. Take those close range stools. And it is perfectly handled, but the force buy comes back from NIP. They just don't let off the gas.
Okay, it's just going to be a B pop.
Just is rocking no armor with this Galil, which is interesting.
And maybe meant to be passed over to Udruk, says it's going to be pop control. Joda. Oh, that's an instant dink. My goodness, 2 bullets, 1 to the dome of Kacpersky, and immediately that's your entry fragger.
What that also does is it reveals that this is a force. Now, when you're playing NIP, you know that they're forcing a lot, but that's just confirmation right there. And they're keeping their distance on this B side. So this execution, while it might be effective, is still probably not going to provide them easy entries.
Yeah, even a Woxic scout. And also the B site, very difficult to hold. Like, they need both kills onto Wukadia and some. And that's not easy. Kacpersky down immediately. Woxic scout for a headshot. Wukadia picking him off. They don't even get a bomb plant. Never mind a kill. 2-0 for Aurora.
Complete shutdown right there. There's Woxic with the scout headshots that continue to rattle off right now. Does not need the AWP in the mix here. Can still make it work with the scout. You got Wukadia off.
What does he see? What does he see?
Completely committed right there to that defense.
Like, you gotta have a welding mask on to try and get those kills. The flame's so bright, but still good enough.
5 Deagles in play here for NIP.
Woohoo! I love these kind of rounds. Oh, Udrux doesn't, though. He gets chased down by the grenade.
Go tag and bag. Free opening pick right there. One of those Deagles immediately knocked out. And they're still holding these aggressive angles.
Oh my goodness, Joda is stepping up. That is a nasty spray transfer. More of that, please. Says
need it.
All of Turkey. As he's going for more. That's not to hand over an M4, but no headshot from Shush. No problem for Joda. And this will be a 3-0 start on CT side. This is already a breath of fresh air for not just Aurora fans, but probably for Aurora the team as well.
Absolutely.
I'm really looking to see what the gun rounds provide, obviously, especially towards that outer yard. It's where they struggled a lot.
But, I mean, fortunately for them, they'll have the tools Got a flank wrapping this one up, but they'll have the rifles to be brought out. Maybe you're going to stick to another bonus here at this point, but they're going to have the firepower to offer up this early defense. As you said, an op can come through early if they want to upgrade onto it.
Am I tripping, or was xFloud also playing without his glasses back on Dust 2? And did he just like lock in? Is that like putting on a scope IRL?
I can't remember, to be honest.
I think some of those rounds back on Dust 2 he was playing without his glasses on.
Oh, this is a whole lot easier when
I'm literally gonna go check back on the
player cams. I can't remember, to be honest. I wish I could give you an answer here, but Joda again, he's pushing through Pop, this time on a bit of a solo mission, but successful again. Another opening pick, wrinkle space creation denied, and they're already shutting this down completely. Wow. Everywhere, fights are being won, and Wakadia still keeping coverage of lower here. Snappy left wondering what happened to his teammates. They evaporated.
Dude, the first gun round's over in the first 30 seconds.
There's been a single kill entirely for NIP. One at the tail end of that pistol round. Other than that, it's been completely eliminated here. They're off to an electric start. That's a bonus that they just converted and didn't lose a single soul.
And not only that, you're talking about that one kill. It is ridiculous amounts of CT side momentum. Right, we're going to be seeing players at 10K. Mostly across the board right now for Aurora. They're going to be able to buy for maybe the rest of the half. We see a half-buy purchase for the Ninjas in Pajamas. Nate set up to counter Joda, but will be no kills. Still, how do NIP get started on this?
Yeah, they're going to have to find some access here, some entry prowess, and Joda at least a little bit more scared off from his pop peaks. That's a good sign right there, the HE damage. Make sure that they don't lose another opening pick to that move. They're all able to huddle around here and towards Brown Holes pretty comfortably. Execution lining up, Major at the tip of the spear of this hold here with Wakadia again in that back line.
Yeah, Wakadia, a forward Major, though in trouble, but of course Wakadia is going to be able to pick up the double kill. As mini Xantaras here, have you forgotten? But there's a lineup! They both line up in front of each other, and it's still not done, of course. They need to get the bomb planted, and the B site notorious for its open angles, but xFloud can't take advantage of it. It is Woxic 1v3. Again, still weirdly winnable, but Kaspersky on the elevated angle. Half-by victory for NIP.
Well, that's a good way to lift off right there.
Let's go!
And they're right back to getting loud there. Snappy yelling back. Making sure to shut that momentum down here early. Despite the lightning fast start that Aurora lifted off to, just a bit of a chaos in the rotations. Wakadia and Joda lining up completely.
Let's go!
I know Aurora are a big fan of a screaming match. That's for sure. I remember back at Dallas, Aurora versus Heroic. Non-stop between those two.
They were playing up against xFloud at that point.
Yep, and xFloud now on the team, taking some of that energy and plugging it into Aurora.
Able to bring that for a big-time gun round here. Deep scope. I like this angle from Major. Tough to anticipate, but it will allow for a scale on that right side wall here. And a freebie. Sides turned right there. Major will claim one.
That's the,
oh my god.
Claudia. Oh my goodness. Push forward. He does get punished by Snappy, but without the bomb, they can't really react or commit anywhere. Still disadvantaged for NIP. This is the big kill that Wrinkle can't find. Major holding on with the AUG.
Yeah, that's what a little extra funding can do right there. Give you a scoped weapon. He is continuing his push through Ivy, and that's going to be met by Kaspersky here as well.
Oh, I think there's a shadow advantage there. Yeah,
shoot before. Information on the bomb here. Snappy not far off as well. He's shown his face way earlier in the round here. Time ticking down, 30 seconds left on the clock. And there has to be some unity in between this op and rifle on this A side for them to shut this round down.
Snappy walking forward, Woxic holding, hits the flick, and Kaspersky looking to be shut down. Scene, 15 seconds, Joda goes down, Kaspersky's on for it, but xFloud, the last player, the Joker in the deck for Aurora, and he got it.
Gotta spoil that one. Able to close it out there on the scene. Already rotated on in, planting his feet. But still, so much damage done. I mean, you talked about the economy here of Aurora being built up, a firm foundation, and that's some weapons dropped from Kaspersky on just no health. Still, though, timeout coming through. On the side of NIP, a chance to try and revive this half.
While we're in this timeout, I do actually want to confirm xFloud was playing the previous map without his glasses.
That's crazy. I mean, I can't see without contacts or glasses.
Yeah,
I don't know his situation, but maybe it's a little less intense.
Yeah. Interesting sight to see. I mean, we normally see him play with his glasses on, but I wonder what caused him to lock back in. Maybe longer range angles on Drain. I mean, Dust 2 has long range angles too, but yeah, I'm just looking back into some clips on player cameras, and yeah, he was without his glasses in a couple rounds. We have Joda. Oh, pushing forward, that's a team kill. Okay, that makes it a 1-for-1. I can't really shame Snappy there, but there's Wrinkle opening up. Kaspersky continues charging outside, but there's Woxic.
Still have a player here.
Oh, xFloud also activates back turn, and Woxic is farming on CT side up now. Suddenly, it's just Snappy.
That's exciting stuff right there from Woxic. Tricky on the reposition, stays elusive. Snappy with the bomb in play. Recovering space and pop. With an open pathway in towards this B side of the map. A real opportunity to at least get the bomb planted. Then we're talking about a conversation in a clutch. But Snappy going the long way around. Clearing things out. Not going to be diligent enough to catch Wakadia on the angle right there. Safety found in the server. And back over towards this A side. Again, I think bomb plant, I mean, at this point, almost a guarantee, but a clutch opening up to him feels a little bit less likely. Smoke to play off of, though. He's looking for a duel right now. He's looking for an isolated target to play into a 1v2.
0 fights being given over to Snappy, though. They are all just saying, hey, you want to plant the bomb? We'll let you do that.
We'll plant the bomb and also get a smoke down to play surprising.
Yeah, xFloud walking forward. Snappy establishes the bomb, plays on top of the train, though. He might expose himself to xFloud in just a moment. Around the edge. xFloud. Oh, Snappy's screwed. Woxic holding the smoke. Every angle covered there. Snappy with nowhere to go. And it is suddenly a 6-1 lead right now. This is NIP's ace map. They love picking this. It's Aurora's worst map. But what a few weeks of a player break can change potentially when it comes to your comfortability.
Yeah, look at the angles that Woxic's playing right now. So elusive with that AWP. That's something that we know is always... It's always something that Wox can bring to the table on this map. It's almost a surprise here with how good he is at repositioning and how quick his aim is. You know, Train, it obviously should be a really good map for him. These outer yard holds have been a struggle here. He's got to do it again.
Oh, but the flashbangs, they're good, but the shots are not great to back it up. Wrinkle's getting peppered down. xFloud will fall first, but everyone's low. Jessica does collect a second, however. And there's 3 consecutive kills for NIP by some miracle. Woxic is here and found by Wrinkle. And NIP scrape through that A site.
Yeah, they just destroyed. That is some of the struggles in that A side hold. They don't get the access, and the flashes are way too good for NIP.
Yeah, but that was like 3 kills through the smoke. You have xFloud done at Hell, 1 at Sandwich, and you also had Woxic caught.
Yeah, but that was that U-Jerk's late lurk that's rolling through as well. It felt like that was doomed to fail. Wakadia fighting for his life. Couldn't be able to spoil this round.
Snappy just don't overface. And this will just be an advanced way to save. The bomb is decent size here on Train, so Wakadia will definitely not survive. Yeah, eventually now 1 HP, now done. Wrinkle, so it'll be the second on the board for NIP after they're able to bowl through the outer yard.
And good space creation right there. Great utility usage. Not giving Woxic an opportunity to fight with that AWP. That's from the game plan early. Smoke spam kills, they definitely don't hurt. Can NIP try and replicate rounds like that, though? Instant timeout call that I like from Aurora. I think they have to toss in a little bit more early utility towards that T-Con fight. That's the way that they deny access on that side of the map. It's a little too easy to scale out. They didn't have to sacrifice much health. We'll see if that reaction comes through here from the Aurora camp. Caught a little bit surprised here, but back into the mix. The full gun round, as you said, that economy that was established early is still in play. But this could be the last chance for Aurora to keep that healthy.
Yeah, I mean, they got off to such an excellent start, but now they started to take losses. Raj. And in the meantime, xFloud first dead. Outside, there's another advancing T and the former Wrinkle. Thinking otherwise. Oh, made a lot of noise there. Snappy. Claudia put on notice. Madger, will he burn? Still gonna drop the smoke anyways.
I think
I mean, he was
ready
seen.
to reposition as well.
Yes.
Allowing him to at least show that he can escape that position. Wakadia instantly calling over that he heard some footsteps towards Brown Halls right now, but still left on an island here.
It's a hit.
Plays looming towards this A side. Good damage from Joda, keeping Pop contained. The deterrence utility comes down to a single molly, but that's on Wacadia's hands. This aggression gets punished now. Wrinkle prepared. Madras sideline and a man advantage once again put into the picture.
Joda stepping forward though, close to the Olaf box. And this late into the round, it could go uncleared. It could be a surprise.
We see a gambled up player here. Now Wakadia joining up in this defense of the A side. Smart move forward.
Looking for that thread line right through the edge of the box. Uzurk's not committed just as Woxic leaves, however, as he's trying to rotate B. Now it's game time. Here on that A site, flashbang's good. Woxic does hit the flick. Now Joda here in the corner. It's cleared, however. Still, 2 players remain on the site. Woxic needing to hit these shots. Back of the train. Cover provided. And he hits the flick. That's a bomb on the ground. The last player here, Wakadia is low. 10 seconds. Snappy needing to charge him down, and Wakadia overfaces. Snappy will win the 1v1, and he's getting loud.
Oh man, what a win from Snappy right there. Saving his team, and again breaking the economy here of Aurora. Finally, in this half, able to break down that A-side setup. Denying Joda this early damage that he's been providing. The way that Aurora have been establishing dominance is denying this pop control, but this time bested.
Oh my goodness. He is ringing through the halls of Cologne at the moment. Booming voice Snappy has. And Wakadia up close, 5-7. Snappy, all that trashy talk, don't let it come back to you. Instead, it's shush. To start reeling it back in, there's Joda with the kill, but surely that turns them back out to the A site. They are already active.
Woxic scout is. Oh man.
Nearly a headshot. It's very close. Just off the mark, though.
I'll tell you, I'll get out with that gun. Back's turn for Shush. Might get overlooked here.
I think it might.
Ooh. Oh.
There it goes. All right. Madger to keep an AK. Wonder if there's any words Snappy has about saving.
What about not saving here? Getting taken down by Wrinkle. Getting ripped away. NIP happy that they can claw back this T side here. What stood to be a pretty dominant half from the very get-go. Now being disrupted. NIP putting up numbers on this T side. Despite a slow start in this half. They're clawing back their way into the mix. That was another thing. I mean, just talking about the slow starts that they had.
Yeah, I mean, they've had so many of them where they also lose a couple ecos too. You know, back in the heroic matchup, had some struggles, but now Snappy gonna get cleared. It's a devastation in the yard right now. Joda keeps going, but Kaspersky, a worthy opponent. 2 headshots. Madger still though, as that extra player, Shush is not prepared.
Heavy aggression also wrapping this one up. They're stuck in T-Con now. Woxic does only have a scout.
It is a little awkward, but Kaspersky, just a body shot needed, and he's fine. Bomb lost. Wrinkle 1v3.
I just pinned in without the bomb either.
Minute to think about it.
And they do give all of this A space over. This is an interesting spot to be in right now for Wrinkle.
It's a little odd, because top of the red train could actually pick Wakadia if Wrinkle wants to take that angle, and Madger won't be actually able to refrag. That high-low setup's not as good as many people think, but Wrinkle won't go for it. Instead, Woxic is walking forward. There's a scout tag. Wrinkle seen. Here's the second. Woxic getting to practice his sniping there off the scout.
Got a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, those darn targets.
Couple body shots right there to do the trick. And a solid defense. This problem towards the outer yard recovered by the fact that they just throw numbers at the problem. Match with that extra defender ready to go. They have the aggression rolling through. Rakati was already joining up on that rotate.
You're like, oh, okay. I mean, if you want to push Ivy, it is what it is. 7 rounds for Aurora CT side they could be happy with. Train, not as CT side as it once was. It used to be ridiculous, like 60-40. But last, 2025, I think it's been about 52% for CT side. T side has a lot more options these days.
I think that outer yard hold is just a little bit more tricky nowadays.
Yeah, you don't have so many trains to hide behind.
Yeah,
not a lot of
trains
cover
to get on top of.
Yeah, that would. In such tight choke points that you're so vulnerable to smoke spam, it was actually just a gauntlet you had to run. And now, oh goodness, Wrinkle, hard entry outside. From 1v3 saving to going 1-for-1, and now his whole team falls next. But Kaspersky, of course, to bring it back. Another multi-kill for him, 14-9, strutting out onto the B site, holding for the rotate.
Oh,
Snappy with a massive kill. He picks up onto Madger. Woxic has isolated duels here. He needs to fight onto Kaspersky, and he gets it. High sense spray, no problem for Woxic. But he's going to make the read that the rotate is in. No, Snappy. And another 1v1.
Another clutch here. Snappy able to win the last one. He got loud. Can he get loud again? And the clutch here. No secret about his position on this A side. And Woxic making an early move.
Getting tagged up too. Snappy still holding the smoke. Woxic just going to continue to push as Snappy looks away. Now Woxic is here. Snappy has to think about more angles. But he gets in towards camera, now wraps in towards Hell. This is the power position that Woxic is. He reading into it. Around the corner, Snappy will get headshotted. Woxic clears him. Genius 1v1, waves goodbye to Snappy for the half. It's an 8-4 lead for Aurora. Aurora are electric right now. 1 versus 1 clutch. Snappy can try it again, but Woxic with the unbelievable read. He's got every move mapped out in his brain.
A high IQ clutch right there rolling out from Woxic to close the half, gives him 1 extra. 8-4 here at the turn, and we need to see a good T-side out of Aurora as well. Some improvements on the defense showing up. Now it comes down to the second half.
50 smoke. Kaspersky moving forward, but that's not slowing down Aurora. Ujurk's kills are, though, with Kaspersky's dualies. And it's a messy pistol. Quick 3v5.
Lots of damage done here, and the re-aggression continues from Kaspersky as well. In the face right now, but that smoke's still in bloom. It doesn't allow for him to get any visual just yet.
Aurora kind of need this pistol. I feel like this map train is not done. And oh, well, Kaspersky is going to rip it away from them instead. Low HP bars for a couple, but too many crossfires to break.
Need to find this kill to Kaspersky first things first.
Gonna smoke him out.
Good.
He's going to continue to pre-fire anyways, get some tags, but no headshots. And they slink forward.
Oh, don't do it. Tempted. Multiple players here ready to push that smoke.
Now seeing Kaspersky's ready. He's so ready to swing.
Doesn't do it. He's holding it in, man.
Smoke's faded. Flank developing as well. Oh, and Snappy from across the map. And Woxic, no miracles this time. Is NIP. Oh, this is Snappy going full red face right now.
Letting him
at Aurora.
Right there. Need a revival right now. Snappy looking to provide that energy. These rounds rolling up have been challenging as all get out in the clutches, but able to confirm that pistol with confidence.
You are fucked now! Let's go!
Oh boy!
Over. He's calling it right now.
Calling it. You lost the pistol. You're done. Oh my god.
Oh, he knows how important that is.
Those are big words, buddy.
Yeah, you got to back it up here. That should be able to do it. I mean, up against Glocks, you got a good CT side start. The implication of winning this pistol on the defense can just amplify your setup. It can give you utility to keep these choke points cut off.
I know what's going to be replayed by the whole Turkish community after, if Aurora do pick up this map, obviously. Gotta back up your words here. Snappy, you're playing with fire.
Playing with confidence.
You know, Snappy could take my job, man. He's so loud. He's got the booming voice and everything.
It's a ringing, man. He's letting it fly. Every round win here.
Oh. And Shush will start it off with a fiendish kill. Another cross-map one. And Kaspersky used the MP9. Here's the farm up. Wrinkle also adding in. Oh, jumping MP9 was nerfed. Don't matter.
Yeah, you still just got to hit your shot. Having some fun with that one right there for NIP. 2 rounds to close the distance, but there's going to be an immediate gun round here. And you got to think Aurora having some tricks up their sleeve for this T side. Ready and prepared here off the back of this break, looking to improve this map of train, trying to find some wins underneath their belt, but having some troubles in doing so. I think Shush was left a little bit rattled by that Glock. Had to get called a quick pause there in the mix. That should be good here pretty soon.
As fist bumps across the board. Yeah, but this is the huge turning point for Aurora. Can they prove it on T side? Right, you don't have Woxic CT side op to kind of crutch off of. He was putting in some good work. Obviously, Aurora also got 4 rounds off the back of the pistol round, if you can remember. They got a clean 4-0 start.
Looking at what they can do here with xFloud and a little bit of impact that he can bring to the table. Flying into the mix can be a lot more aggressive on that T side and getting opening duels.
Yeah, he'll be that first guy leading outside, right? Glasses are back off, for the record, for xFloud as well.
Maybe they're defensive glasses.
Ah, I see. You know, one for holding angles and one for peeking.
Yeah.
What if he got like only one lens for his glasses, so he peeks with his right eye, literally, and then he holds angles with his left.
That might be it. You might be onto something here. But this is the problem that you're talking about. When Snappy says you're going to have a tough time in this half, this is why they've got the utility, but they're giving him fights. And Ivy jiggling around here for Wrinkle and New Jerks. Scary business. And they're still fighting for it. Smoke beam going to be beat.
Already through, putting pressure on. Kaspersky leaping around these folks, reloading MP9. He is screwed and taken down there by xFloud, and the entry from Makati. A big time round here for Aurora. This could potentially lock up the series. Snappy's words about to be played on repeat. It is the bonus, of course, but round one in this kind of fashion could be devastating, with Snappy with an incredible shot. Open ankles as well. Needing to convert on these shots, but instead is likely to save Aurora here. Now 9-6.
Yeah, but it started off well with a very sharp opening. Lining up those entries coming through towards T-Con. Looked a little bit easy dealing with Kaspersky, and following it up with an extra exit there. Madger has the cutoff. Snappy not going to be able to save his rifle.
It was like Kaspersky spamming that smoke. Obviously you think, okay, I've spammed the smoke successfully, there's nobody close. But it's never a 100% guarantee as well. And
I think that's maybe a risk that you have to take when you have an MP9 in the mix. You just have to try and close that distance, try and get a little bit of good fortunes rolling your way. And again, it is just the bonus, but that looked really easy for them to crack through Ivy, for them to get this opening pick, catching them off guard from Kaspersky. And so the space creation from Aurora shows that they've got some good opening moves. Now, can they prove it up against the full gun round? Can they prove it up against a Wrinkle AWP? This is a little bit more tricky here for them. Keep up that same pace. T-Con control. All the utility tossed in. Deny access towards Pop as well. So Kaspersky has to reroute his early game plan. Might get a visual. Doesn't quite see the cross,
This is a huge advantage right now. It's 2 players, smoke being deployed. Flashbang is excellent. Kaspersky in the open. Snappy in trouble. Ran down by xFloud. Aurora have broken through. It's up to you, Jerks, and he's bringing home 2 with the FAMAS. And now Shush, fast rotation, leaping onto the trains right now. Joda needing to wait for his teammate. Imagine, or does he? He swings and annihilates Shush.
I think the Oppers and Ivy, understandably so, but this is kind of a surprising flank right now. Rolling up from Wrinkle. At least the elements of surprise working in his favor. And the bomb just slowly scaling through Ivy. Starting to get confirmation on where he could be right now and where he isn't. So the focus set up on the flanks here for the side of Aurora.
I mean, this is so terrifying for both teams, right? It's an op that could strike from nowhere, be untradeable.
Walking in towards the back lines of CT spawn. No, gonna route it in towards the A side. Comfortable plant for them right here. That's for sure. That's one guarantee. Numbers punched in. Wrinkle, how much do you want to make this happen?
Oh god, he's walking out. He takes the line onto Madger.
They're not going to budge. They're not going to give up these positions here. All they have to do is sit and wait. Wrinkle has to make that first move with the AWP, and you just think about the difficulty of that prospect.
You're going to go for it, even.
Nothing presenting itself here, and I think he's going to call it a day. 2 in a row for Aurora.
It's the first gun rounds, too.
They get those rifles out and just scale through T-Con. Despite the heavy presence, Op is going to be contained. Wrinkle with an important closing kill. But the ease of access again, the trades available, the all-important kill from Joda to secure that round and put it into the 2v1.
Aurora start tensing up in this moment. They're about to get their very first train win ever. Never a one on this map.
Last time out called right now from NIP. And what they do have is an op that's saved, and they've got a little bit of aggression in their purchase. They've been so willing to call these force buys, and you're looking at a huge turning point round right here.
It doesn't look like they want it. It's just half armor for Kaspersky.
That's really surprising, to be honest. The tendency here from NIP is to never let off the gas. They stay fully focused. They constantly apply pressure with the 5.7s. But that's not going to be the case here.
And there's no excuses for NIP in this game. They got the pistol round. They had 2 chances on the gun rounds as well, and they fall both times.
I want to see what Wrinkle does here in a round like this, right? Because that's probably what you're going to play around. Trying to get the op activated in a situation like this. That's what you got to live on. So HE sailed deep, but they just don't connect on as much damage. Rounds like this are so difficult. If the op can't provide anything or can't allow for stacks to formulate, it's going to be a challenging hold, and they're already out T-Con.
Jerks. Back of the sandwich here. And control established for Aurora. But pistols are starting to pop off just a tad bit for some damage. Just 1 kill here from Shush. He needs more. Round the smoke, round the train. X-Cloud's already right behind you in your walls. Wrinkle does drop the bomb, but he doesn't even get an angle from it. Flies too far forward, and Wrinkle is going to save again. Make that 11 for Aurora.
Yeah, just on the wrong site right there. Never going to get an opportunity to strike for more. Bomb going down now. Aurora able to provide some security, getting past the pistols in that outer yard. 11 locked in, NIP put on the ropes right now. Another saved op for Wrinkle, but still not being a part of these outer yard holes is kind of a problem right now for NIP. You want to see his op be able to string in a couple of kills, and honestly, when you look at a purchase that they're playing around, you think he's going to be there, almost guarantee it. But he starts over towards the upper side, hoping for a player to get caught on the default. There's no hesitation in.
Oh, he could even go down. There's still plenty of time for Madger to run him down.
He's got to run, though.
Walking up. Off the bomb.
Oh, he died. I saw it on the screen.
He did not get it. What a moment right now for Aurora to get their very first train win in one of Counter-Strike's most important tournaments. All those other ones didn't really matter too much. Obviously, back at the Major, would have liked to pick it up versus Mouse, but new season, new team, new map pool, and Shush running forward, sprinting. And he gets the initial. Surely there's no escape here for him. This is a solo play, and there is no trade.
I think those HEs didn't connect either, so what should have done a lot more damage on the Shush ends up being a freebie, an opening pick, and he vanishes like a ghost. A little bit of hesitation kicking in for Aurora, just the right time for NIP.
Knowing that he had the spawn to beat the HEs is truly map knowledge for this guy. Because normally there's a utility bombardment.
This is going to be a full execute right now.
All right. Excellent nade on the Madger, but it's the kills here on the site that are everything, and Snappy is holding on for one. Great counter utility as well as Ujarks picks up Orcadia. Madger to make the lurk.
Oh, man.
And Snappy on lock. Just walks it through the utility, and now is done. Will slide down the ramp, hand over an AK to NIP, and this map is not done.
Snappy delivering the multi right there. Shush off the back of that opening. Provide some early access, a little bit of relief. That could have been a deadly execute with all the resources. But not only Snappy finding that kill, you also got to look at that HE. Delaying that flash timing. It almost created a team flash right there for Aurora. So that counter utility that's tossed in from Snappy on top of his skills have a lot of impact in the server. Now it's low economy for Aurora. They're looking to try and get those guns back out as soon as possible, but more so willing to give over some space. There's a tough pickup from Wrinkle. That's onto the Scout of Woxic. They still have X-Cloud rocking the AK here.
Here comes Madger. Looking to, I think that Scout's about to vanish off the ground, or flashbang to pick it up. Actually gets him on the angle. In the meantime, X-Cloud marauding inside of Pop. It could be a potential pick on Ujerks if he can hit the flick. Instead drops the molly. X-Cloud had an angle onto Katspersky, but could not convert off the back of it. Picked up by Wakadia next. Just looking for that damage.
I needed a little bit of damage to be put on here. Hoping that they can dwindle the resources of NIP as much as possible, but so far just nothing budging. The holes are gelled together, and now you're going to see them try and end it off towards this B side, which has been a deadly ending here for Aurora. Snappy and Shush have been locking this one down, and
there we go. Down the ramp, Shush Re-swing, perfect. Shush is looking very sharp on B. Badger with the scout for 1, and that is all. Little half investment from Aurora goes nowhere. And it is the Ninjas who are rolling back into the game. Snappy in dire need of backing up his words.
You don't want to get stuck on 11, though. That's a scary prospect right now for Aurora. If you don't have that security.
If you missed it, after winning the pistol round, NIP, rather Snappy said, "You guys are effed now." Well, Aurora then went on to win the first 2 gun rounds, and now they're at 11, knocking on the door of a map win.
And a series victory at that. That's what's looming ahead of NIP. A good start for Aurora here in Cologne. And a bit of a revival on train. After taunted them. And a missed up shot right there from Wrinkle. He's sidelined early. And it's kind of got to be filled here from Kaspersky on the reaggro.
They're looking to go back in for the fight. Wakadia gets a lot of info. Where's the reaction for Aurora?
There is none. They're going to be a little too late. Smoke lines up towards T-Con. They've got the lurk smoke out, but there's going to be met with no space creation off the back of the re-aggression. That's so many resources sucked in by Wakadia. But for Aurora, they can't really capitalize just yet. Maybe they can capitalize on a weakened up A side.
He's also
B side, rather.
This could be a critical giveaway.
Oh my god, the timing. Joda keeping his eyes tucked in.
They both get to upper right now, and Shush needs to be prepared for that. Kind of in transition at the moment, at the oil train. Now getting over towards, well, the headshot angle itself will play underneath. Snappy does convert on the walk though. That is the bomb lost. And now Shush needing the double, and he does. NIP are still in their map pick. And Badger will also fall.
Let's fucking go.
This game is going to come down to the wire.
Again, it's going to come down to the wire again right now. All coming down to this decision making. NIP, sure, they might make a mistake here, but they're able to void it off by the quick recovery from Ujerks. And Kaspersky chasing down that recovery, chasing down that frag.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Very important.
Oh man,
don't even need to hit an op shot.
Yeah, Wrinkle very happy about that. When you make a mistake like that, you just have a sinking feeling in your stomach, which when your teammates recover the round so easily, that has to feel good. Shush on an early fire. That's a great HE there. Lands at the feet of Wakadia. And the crunch is coming through again.
Snappy's got to be good on this. But they are armorless.
Oh, good flash.
Pop flash though. Snappy turns it still. Doesn't matter. Sets his aim off enough. That is a 4 versus 5.
Just a freebie picked up. Now, sure, it's just an MP9 at recovery. They don't even go for it. They don't care about the MP9. They want the sight here instead.
It's just Shush. He's been unbreakable so far. Needs to stay that way. Drops the bomb, but gets taken out by Attack 9. Kaspersky flying forward. It's a 2 versus 3. And Aurora with the B site with just pistols. Wrinkle, he's looking for these shots. He's looking for an angle. But bomb's planted.
It's not going to flush him out to the open, but a quick shot. Actually, it's the HE that finishes him off.
Wrinkle, oh, he switches to the AK. There's a second headshot. X-Flout, standing, can't stand up. It's 10 rounds for NIP.
What damage right there from Wrinkle to pull that one back. Quick thinking with the utility usage, and NIP are able to survive that round. A huge scare when they take that site. But again, at this point in the game, it's all about the round count, and they're getting closer and closer to Aurora's scoreline. A chance to punch their ticket into series point, and multiple of them slips their grasp.
I mean, I'm sure even after that missed kill as well for Snappy, he slumped it back in his chair. You can see it from his posture. Nearly gave up that round for NIP. Nearly gave up the game. I'm going to be honest. That would have been the way back in, but Aurora still have not secured map point. Still haven't gotten themselves extra chances, especially on the CT side.
Right now, it just feels like, well, this team can find openings. NIP are able to react to the contact that's taken because there's just not enough pressure that's being applied, especially through T-Con. I mean, that's how they won the first 2 gun rounds, is getting out T-Con effectively, using good utility to take that space. But when they fight towards Ivy or fight heavy B, it's a problem. This is another crunch coming through here from NIP.
This is so risky from Wrinkle. A double swing and it's his doom. but instead he's going to continue walking forward with an op. Kadia sneaks underneath, however. Molly will force him forward into a fight. This is ridiculous from Ringo. He hit his head! He hit his head on the roof! He's done!
Oh my god, can't escape the flames right there, gets consumed. A 4v4. At least Wrinkle goes down swinging, but he will go down in the end.
As the op lost. That's your opper on train gone. What more is there? As xCloud wide swings, out pop, and Aurora have broken into the A site.
Oh.
Ujerks needs a big moment. He's underhand flashing through the smoke, but he blinds himself. He loses his in-game leader. And the ninjas in pajamas could be staring down series point from Aurora. It's looking likely. Shush. Just looking for maybe damage on the back end, but a devastating round from Aurora.
Getting flanked. xCloud gonna put this one to rest. 3 kills in the round. xCloud again standing in and stepping up here for Aurora in the late game. Looking to be the closer. Looking to provide the punishment.
It's Wrinkle's push there. This wasn't worth it for that opener. That opper needs to be present somewhere on the map. And instead he's dead first. Perfect A-site pop. And Aurora calling in one more timeout.
Goes down to the wire again. Will get all the rounds.
On the brink of their first train win ever.
Back of a player break. Back of a chance to revive this map here.
With a stand-in, no less. xCloud's been known as a stand-in for a while at this point. But still, I mean, the stand-in with a triple kill, the double entry into A, is everything.
That's monumental impact here. Obviously, it's huge shoes to fill. The expectation is that this team should be stunted by the fact that they're lost out on their star player, but
Top
a
10
triple
player.
entry coming through there from xCloud.
Yeah, easy top 10 player in the world for Xantares.
They have one more round in them to finally complete the mission.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
How many nades just exploded there into a top B? It's messy as well, but Ujerks is burning in a molly right now. 12 HP, helped out by Shush though. Life saved, and then Shush also with another. Just to make sure this round goes right. xCloud looking to walk the smoke. It's Kaspersky still here in towards Pop. xCloud turns the corner. Easy death. Walks it, walking forward. Can't hit the flick. Kaspersky locks it in. All rounds of regulation required again.
It's a 30-second timeout right there. You can see the game plan formulating for the side of Aurora that whole time. And you know what NIP say? You're never going to get a chance to make that game plan work. You're never going to get a chance to execute.
I can't believe that no NIP player really took damage from those grenades either. Like Aurora, that was their counter. They brought so many players into the brown halls to stop them.
They got stuffed. Can't make their strides here. They're running it back though. Let's try it again here. Will this time go the right way?
They missed their molly though. They missed one of their mollies. They couldn't go with the pace that they wanted to. So now xCloud swinging forward, but that's the entry on a Shush. It's just Snappy here on the B site. Sole defender. xCloud can't find him. Held back by the utility. Now there's support. Ujerks opening up. There's a double. Oh. And Snappy also adds to the picture. Welcome to overtime on train.
Oh my god, quickness coming through from Snappy, able to offer up that security when it all goes wrong right there. Snappy on the scene to save the day.
It's the one duel. It's the one duel versus the stand-in and xCloud. That he wins here. He dies, round over. Instead, Ujerks is there for the double kill through the smoke. And we run it back. First to 16 now.
I can't believe they didn't run through the molly as well. A small window of opportunity Aurora had to charge into that site. No one shushes down.
Because xCloud went forward, the rest of his team stayed behind the molly. If that trade is, that 3 seconds faster, it's round.
Absolutely. Difference maker right there.
Back live. Wrinkle up top. Watched, though, by Woxic. Hasn't been super active on T side. Happily will step up.
Again, the aggression through B has been a huge avenue, so having an op to punish that is massive.
There.
Spot coming through from xBursky. xCloud forced to fade away.
Is there going to be a swing from Snappy?
Almost feels guaranteed. Now he's getting some help as well.
That showed up. Oh, destroys him, and the second. Double setup, waiting for that aggression. And Aurora absolutely rebuff NIP. It's just Shush. Helped out by Ujerks, and everyone just gets slaughtered.
How easy that 13 round is when it ain't series point no more.
Yeah, the pavement is NIP's bed in that one as 5 players just get knocked out.
Yeah, they tried to continue the pace here of aggression, but this time just punished at every facet. Aurora ready to match the energy. Woxic with the op, able to provide an opening. And a much needed T round here when those have been difficult for Aurora in the gun rounds in particular. Can they get anything else here in this first half of OT?
Oh, monster damage early on. Finally, Shush.
There's a collapse again.
Punished for some of his aggression. There's a Molly as well.
Oh.
Running through it here for Ujerks. Are you kidding?
No way they still push this.
Insane decision making, but Ujerk still gets the kill. 2 for 1 in the brown halls. Woxic misses it out. It's Madger to find the kill in a wrinkle though. Other side of the map. Molly deployed though, and Woxic will lose his life.
Oh my god.
Still running out though. X-Flat has the whole A site. NIP committed everything.
Now all in on that crunch again here. So finally a reaction from Aurora to take this space towards A. They got to figure out a way to get this bomb down before the positioning from NIP can start to arrive here. That's up to Madger.
Out. Plant becomes Madger.
He's going to push this.
He's going to push it. It's being watched though and covered properly by X-Cloud. And now maneuvering into B, but X-Cloud is being held. Katspersky close range. This is unclearable. Madger will go first. Doom. And the second is instinct for Katspersky. And NIP answer back.
What quick kills right there. That's why you bring him in. He goes for those all-in moves. Firing through a Molly to find that trade. The escape cut off by Woxic. He can't run away. And the fact that he finds this kill and then knocks down the last 2, denying the trade potential.
Oh, Katspersky's got some... it's so funny because he says everything with a straight face. Like, I feel like he doesn't have the expression, but he's got the energy in his voice. It's funny, like his... he just gives the thumbs up on all of his tweets. Just thumbs up.
Just a wholesome guy. But right now, it's nothing but blood in the server right there, and he just packed a serious couple of kills.
That's graphic. 13 all. X-Cloud still putting in the work, but Katspersky working harder. 26 kills, another top frag performance from this guy, getting the absolute call up to the Ninjas in Pajamas, escaping the online grind. He made it out of tier 2.
Yeah, just at the right time here to escape another online grind that NIP had to get away with. Shush though, I mean, consistently dodging the utility, at least avoiding it for a ton of damage and taking the brown hole space. This is a trademark to the defense. Aurora have been brute forcing, taking that space back away from them, but this time around, you guys can have it. I don't want to deal with flying through a smoke into certain death. Oh, but this is a problem right now. They've cleared out a huge part of this B side. Wrinkle falling back with the op here, can post up on T-Con, and
they could happily 5-stack A if they felt like it. Instead, there's 4 here.
See how this hold goes together. T-Con pressure has been a successful point of call.
Up close, off on the lurk, is ready for it, reads it, but Shota's got the trade. Keeps it level. And Aurora and NIP walking through the smoke, though Wakadia thinks he has a flank. Instead, Ujerks is prepared, and a Wrinkle is holding this. Woxic will have no chance. Now smokes fade. Jota goes down, missed shot for Woxic. And it looks like NIP might have the lead at the split, just 21 HP. And Ujerks will thread in the shot. It's a 1-round lead for the Ninjas.
What a closer right there. Kaspersky able to provide the coverage here. Again, T-Con, the only real problem I've seen on these gun rounds is actually being able to hold off this space. This Kaspersky spamming his clip down has been a bit of a risk right there. He finds the early damage. Puts in serious work on that hold. And now it's up to Aurora. Their lead has slipped away from them finally. NIP claim it. And with a team that's kind of figured things out on the T side towards the tail end of the first half, they now get a chance to close it out on this T side.
Oh, and xFlow never got a chance. Double nade molly done.
What a start, man. Perfection on the utility right there. Pop denied, and you're going to feel the need to get a little bit risky in a moment like this.
Here's Madger. However, holding with the all.
Snappy.
Snappy just walks up.
Oh my god.
Woxic flicks onto that, and a 4v4 given back, but that's drawn away eyes. Madger walks back into Udrix, but it's a kill not clean. Crosshair too high.
The panic, but at least he's alive.
They're caught between multiple different angles at the moment, and then sandwiched between Udrix and Kaspersky. And now Woxic on this site. Does he even want to try it? Well, Wakadia was
here.
He's activating. Kill onto Kaspersky, back to the 2v2, but just does trade. Woxic, where does he want to go? Wrapping around the world.
The bomb's still fully tucked. Watching Pop right now, but
insane.
It has to get the bomb down at some point.
Well, I mean, Woxic did open up from the Z connector.
And now Wrinkle watching his exit.
He's not scoped though. He's expecting a Z connector walkout, so who knows what Woxic has to offer. He walks forward. Out in the open right now is Shush, but doesn't take the timing. Now Wrinkle quick scopes onto him. And that is enough.
Guys, I fucked with 9 kill.
Yeah.
It might be the case here. Snappy might be able to walk the talk that he started off that second half with. Getting plucked out of the skies right there, but you could see the space creation coming through off the back of that. NIP still had some bailout opportunities. If Snappy's able to sneak his way through that round, that's another chance. But that Ivy control that they press onto, catching Madger on the timing, all off the back of that 4v5.
Oh, Wakadia is going fast, but Joda also deals with it. Wakadia got the double, nearly the triple. Nearly a full-on lineup.
Oh, so much dominance established early. Snappy and Udrix left to pick up the pieces, and Joda wants more blood.
He's pushing forward. Snappy, low HP though, 15. Joda's not going to continue though. Not going to
take that shadow advantage.
In the meantime, 2 players stack up B.
He's going to hear this utility pool. I think he might press on. And he's going to do just that now here. Snappy caught with utility in hand. HE might finish him off instead. That certainly will. Udrix going to get sniped out of the server. And Aurora are still in things here. 14 rounds looking for double OT.
I think they're cool and composed, Cole. They ain't sweating over there. As Wakadia full on spray down. First of all, big time from Joda to find that instant pick onto Kaspersky. But the full-on lineup from the side of Wakadia with the flashbang from Madger. There's no like HE stack for that peak. And I'm sure Wakadia made a little read like, hey, they're not throwing this utility set. I have a gap, an opportunity to use. You're also seeing how box halls control is taken. There's constantly that smoke that lands deep into box halls. It gives a ton of angles for the CTs to work around and extinguishes the T-side molly, allowing for aggression.
One more chance here for NIP to seal this one up, take us to map 3. We'll see if that continues to be the battleground here for both of these teams to fight for that box hall control. It seems to be the case here. More aggression rolling through.
Here it is.
Wakadia flew into Pop now, all the way through that B side.
Oh, and a one boost that Woxic nearly hit.
What?
Don't test his sensitivity. He can hit any flick.
Yeah, you're going to have to do much more than run boost right there to get past his crosshair. He is quick enough. Just the connection on the leg shot here, but certainly taking Wrinkle down low and foiling the early game plan here. Wakadia is still fighting, but he's going to have a whole lot of targets on his screen here soon.
Yep. Wakadia. Force back.
Back up. They're all having to scramble to rotate through Z right now.
They're trying to challenge Wakadia at the moment. Flashbang in. Kaspersky clears it, but
B-side defense is so prepared now. They've got the rotates arriving here. Hear the footsteps. Wakadia calls it out, and now Madger and Joda up for the task.
Wakadia is already close back to Pop, though nobody is watching it either. Look at this as they all run in. That's the bomb lost first. Wrinkle goes down next. Magic does fall on his own, but it's Joda here on the site, and we might need double overtime on Train. Shush knocked out. Run it back again.
Perfect hold right there coming through. The communication rolling out from Makati and the rest of his team, calling that was going to be a B-side play. He catches a small sight line. It disrupts the execution before they even make it into the contact of these B players, and Joda holding the line. 15's here, and we run it back here for double overtime.
They stay calm and composed. They don't panic at all. Here for Aurora, they ain't sweating. I think it's NIP who would be doing the exact opposite as Wakadia up to his tricks again. Shush can't find him. Wakadia is the new Xantares. Another double. And now Madra to follow up. It is complete devastation of the ninjas in pajamas. Stop it. Wakadia 30 bomb.
Oh my God. Setting the tone every round, unrelenting right there, pressing forward again through the B side. You just can't contain him. I mean, NIP were throwing constant numbers. They were stacking 4 players to do what Wakadia is just doing solo in these rounds.
And NIP already burned their 1 timeout. They have in double overtime.
I mean, they've got to find a solution. They got to find an answer to his aggression. He's completely shattering their rounds.
It's all chaos. They're just throwing all chaos here. At the side of the ninjas in pajamas. Maybe no scrapbook no more. It's all individual plays. Like, hey, I've got this pick play. Wakadia has done that multiple times inside of the box halls. That area of the map is closed.
Yeah, just avoid it here. He's got another good spawn to rush it down.
He's doing it again. Welcome.
Oh, there you go.
There's the nade stack.
Not a chance right there. That's a huge solution. Off the back of the timeout. What a massive lifeline. The danger man is down. Everyone else now has to pick up the pieces on Aurora, and do they have that in them? Woxic still playing around with the AWP. And a B side of the map that is a little bit weakened here, but NIP are waiting for the reaction. They're waiting for the regression, and instead what you're getting is Aurora on a gamble. 3 players stacking over towards that B bomb site. The op in a solo defense. Best of luck to Woxic.
Playing back a sandwich now, and he can pivot between the angles. I mean, remember, he's high sense, so he can kind of do 180s while scoped in. And playing towards Hell is a strong position. And that's the first. Woxic repeats for a second. Solo defenders just gotten 2, and there's nothing to threaten him. There's no Ivy Lurk. There's nothing. There's Joda 2. Whole A site ripped away. And now it's already here. Bomb on the ground. Who's sweating now, NIP? It's just Kaspersky. 1v4 wrapped up. 2 defensive rounds straight for Aurora.
Think of the trust you have to place in Woxic right there, man. Full faith here. And he has to trust that no one is flanking him. Focusing in and finding the multi-kill, allowing for his teammates to scale in this retake. Well, what a luxury Aurora have. Wakadia finally falls here. The hero of Aurora goes down early, but guess who can step up to the plate? It's Woxic.
Once again, that thought enters your mind. Will Aurora actually win Train? Smoke deep. Kaspersky to be challenged. Standing in front of the utility, sees the flashbang, needs to get out.
Gave himself the most time. Most chances right there to find the opening. Now Woxic playing forward. The lurk smoke. He's not going to provide them much space creation here. Xcloud looking to hunt down his counterpart, Kaspersky. The bullets whiz by. But T-Con control contained, and the recycled smoke going to put the pressure on him.
Nade bounce reveals where Woxic is playing from. In the meantime, it's pop control. Where do you go? 50 seconds. It looks like the A site's the target with the bomb. It's still in T-spawn.
Strong setup here. Still some block utility coming through from Joda. A whole lot to work off of in this defense, including the numbers committed. Even a quick rotate from Okadia could be in the picture. 40 seconds left, and it is going to force their hand. It has to be this A-side play.
Still 4A. Badger playing inside the corner. Kaspersky. Did he see the ankle? As xFloud baiting. Madger tucked in the corner, but xFloud and Joda doing everything. The round not even needed. Madger, whatever inside of A main. The other 3 players vaporize the ninjas in pajamas, unmask the threat, and suddenly it is 3 series points.
It's just a disappearing act right there. Joda makes him vanish right there. Madger with just the easiest pickup in the position that should have been the linchpin. It's instead everyone else that backs him up. He just has to get the freebies. 18 locked in, 3 more chances for Aurora, but it has to be on that pesky T side again.
All right, so Fabre is immediately going to start off this overtime with some words, and honestly, I like this direction. You got 1 more series point. We have 3 opportunities to do it, so let's give ourselves a little philosophy to work with in this overtime. For the first train win, I'm sure they're going to go absolutely ballistic after this one.
And you got to just think here in the back of their minds, they just can't conquer this team, and this T side has eluded them already in regulation. So getting on that same page here, being able to finally break the sludge that has been trained for them with just 1 round. And NIP have shown their tendencies on the CT side. It's a lot of this aggression through that box halls, a lot of aggression that's been haunting Aurora in the early stages. Shush has been so deadly, but they're still trying to match the energy right there. They're still putting numbers at the problem. And again, it's a late collapse. Wrinkle playing in pop with the op has been a theme of this defense. They're playing further back, though, and inviting the aggression here. Missed boost assembled. Not going to be stuck around for forever. Might actually even leave this B side a little bit more vulnerable with the positioning from Wrinkle's op.
Kaspersky does not care. And
One
here's
peek
Wrinkle.
on.
As they approach him, as they get closer to him, though, again, this angle becomes a risk. As he walks forward, flicks up, it's through the wall. Madger now drops the molly. They know that's the op. They can try and run him down. He's stuck behind the flames in front of it, and the whole team wants him. Wrinkle down again.
It's the whole team spotted, and it takes so long to trade Wrinkle down. Defense still looking strong on this B bomb site, and Aurora still have to find a way to entry into Snappy and Shush. That's been a difficulty, so maybe you avoid that problem.
Pop?
Everyone through pop.
Fake B execute into a full pop play that no one's truly watching. Here we go. Full exec from Joda. Flashbang high, but then there's the crossfire. Kaspersky falls though. It's just Ujerks. He's dead to a Woxic entry. A-side open for Aurora.
Well, this is your chance to dunk this one on home here. Fast flank rolling out here right now. Snappy looking to be the hero as Shush tries to move through Z.
Oh, and Snappy will deliver for the first. What is he going to do?
Oh, we don't have time for that.
It doesn't, because now he doesn't have a teammate. It's a 1v2 for Snappy. He picks up the AK, being held by a Woxic off. How are you going to make this guy miss? Aurora about to get their first train win ever. Absolute elation for them. They take the series 2-0 in double overtime with a stand-in.
All of that sweat, all of the hard work you've put here in that offseason to ramp up your train, and finally it gets rewarded in their opening matchup right now versus this team in NIP. A stronghold of their map pool gets knocked out, and they'll be sent to the lower bracket right now as Aurora move forward, even with the xFloud factor.
Yeah, oh my goodness. It's honestly a historic moment for Aurora. They won train, and they did it without Zentaras. It was Rakadia going crazy out there. Woxic finally bringing home a good map. Took nearly dual 30 bombs from the 2 of them. And a quad kill to end it for Woxic.
I mean, that's a big influence right there. You need a closer. You need someone that can push you over the finish line, and Woxic being that guy right there. 4 kills, opening up that A side, finding quick trades for his teammates, providing the closing factor. That is monumental for Aurora. And again, when you hop into a season, when you know that Anubis has vanished from the map pool, being able to finally get a train victory here has to feel like such a relief.
This could have been, however, 2-0 the absolute other direction. Let's not get that wrong. Just 2. There were so many chances. NIP were up 8-4. So many retakes from Aurora. 2 versus 3s. If one of those goes the opposite direction, we could have been in a completely different series. Same for this map. A lot of proving moments as well for NIP. Kaspersky is the real deal despite the loss.
Yeah, that's still a factor here. He's still played an incredibly good series right there. You can see his ability to multi-kill. You can see how effective he is at creating space for his team. A lot of those factors that Shush was talking about in the interview, you see out of the get-go in that series versus Aurora, which is promising. But it's still sent to the lower bracket for them, experiencing, their first loss here in Cologne.
I feel like, however, the Ninjas in Pajamas will be a bit of a terror in the lower bracket. I think they've shown themselves to be head and shoulders above a lot of these Stage 1 teams, and the firepower that Kaspersky provides is going to be a threat in the future. But for Aurora, this is a massive, massive step forward for them, even though without Zentares, the damn one train. They won train, everybody. They did it.
Yeah, again,
I'm just gonna keep hammering that one home. It's been their demon.
Yeah, and I mean, again, you can see when Magic gets up there, the elation that hates right there.
He's hitting the head nods there.
You could tell that mattered to them right there, and that's what you'd love to see from Aurora. They're able to conquer some of those demons here, especially with the difficulties that they're going to enter into this season. Not only with Santeras, but the map pool changes. They still left Overpass to a decider, which I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't get to see that in a certain sense, because I was excited to see more of what Wox can do on that map, see how Acadia reacts to it, but not going to see that in this series.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also, this kind of series win is still a testament that Aurora still got it, despite, the tough time at the major as well, and I definitely the exhaustion of the previous season and some of the agony that just we made playoffs every time but didn't win a playoff, or won like 2 playoff series total. As we can see, our top fraggers here, Woxic went off. This is on train as well. Kaspersky topping the charts for the Ninjas in Pajamas, finding so many multi-kills, but Woxic, that 4K at the end helps him break 30. It's a dual 30 bomb needed there for Aurora.
Yeah, you also have Woxic with the backup of Acadia. That combo deal that you got out of those two was incredible. Constant impact from that duo right there. Whereas Kaspersky, I think, had a little bit of help, but you saw individual flare-ups. I think Shush, in some sense there, Snappy even on some of those holds on the B side. There was some really good unity, but not enough to get it across the line there. And like you said, I still think NIP are going to be a little bit of a spoiler in that lower bracket there. They still have a lot more to do in terms of what they can showcase here at Cologne, but not going to lift off, and a chance to honestly be a best of 3 from playoffs for a team like NIP is a huge opportunity. With how close this matchup is, I think that they understand the opportunity that they lost here with this 2-0.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of time as well for Ninjas in Pajamas to bounce back there as well. There's again so many good silver linings to come through for the Ninjas in Pajamas out of this game, and honestly even just out of this tournament as well. I mean, you're taking on what I believe VRS rank number 7, if memory serves me correct, and or rather number 6. I think just Tai Lu. Okay. Tai Lu is number 7, but yeah, a big win there, as we're actually setting up our bracket right now for tomorrow. Team Vitality versus a new look G2 to make it into playoffs. And Falcons versus the Mongols will be one that could burn the house down. We'll see how QSK takes on some of the best in the world.
Oh, that's going to be absolutely sick right there. That's going to be some exciting stuff. That series, again, determined who makes it into playoffs there. Astralis versus Fury in an elimination matchup,
a last place game? Well, at least in the main stage? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's absolutely nuts. Their Gamer Legion 3D Max, I think both of those teams wanting to show that they have more life in them, wanting to show that they can prove a little bit more. And then, of course, here on the other side of things, we're still rolling through some of the opening matchups. Third map out of FaZe versus Na'Vi is exciting, but Heroic and Team Spirit playing up tomorrow, which which will be a good game, and then Mouse versus Liquid, which I feel like has happened so many times already.
It's a rematch of the elimination game from the Blast Austin Major. Honestly, the cinematic masterpiece that was an ultimate 40 bomb that wasn't able to win it for Team Liquid. Team Liquid had so many chances to eliminate Mouse out of the major, and instead that team reverse sweeped and went to the semifinals and put up a good show against Vitality. But yeah, that'll be a fun one. Team Liquid have definitely been looking a bit on the up and up as of late.
Yeah, they look good. I'm excited to actually see some improvement there. I like that NAF interview as well. Felt like that was brutally honest, but also I think it felt comforting to know that I think he's putting a lot of weight on that performance there in last season, and that he's prepared to try and improve that.
He's looked incredible so far, actually. Here, the dual Canadians have been taking over IEM Cologne, especially back there in Stage 1. Obviously, Stage 1 teams, right? Now, what about some of the world's best? What about world number 3, So that's the big test there for Team Liquid. I think they can do it. No, don't highlight that. No, but I mean, hey, Madra came through.
You remember Madra kills, though.
I do remember Madra multi-kills, all right? But we have an interview with Madra. Obviously, we can show off his stats, but he is the leader here of Aurora, and he just got his first win on Train.
Or without Zantares, finding W's here in Cologne in Stage 2. I've got Major in front of me. Major, how you feeling, buddy?
Yeah, feeling good. Thank you.
You've just secured a first win on Train. Was there a specific tactical adjustment, or is it more about the form and synergy the team's currently showing?
No, I think we had a good game plan on Train and also on Dust 2, I think. I'm very happy about the performance of my boys today. Playing without Xantares is complicated, but we try our best to represent our country and to make proud of fans. So today I'm happy.
As you always do, huh, Major?
Yeah, always, yeah.
With xCloud joining the roster recently, how's he integrated in the team so far? And how would you describe the chemistry and communication with him?
I think he's a great player. He's doing his best. Obviously, replacing Xantares is not easy for him. So I just told to my boys, guys, don't wait that xCloud just replace like Xantares and play the same way. We all have to boost ourselves, like everyone individually have to play like 20% more to fill the gap, of missing Xantares. And for now, I'm happy. Like it was a rough match, little difficult, but in the end we win, and it's also the first win on Train, so I'm very happy about that.
One last question after you from a personal perspective. What are your thoughts on the recent updates regarding everything in the game? We've got economy changes, we've got overpass back. What are your thoughts?
I think it's really good update. Yeah.
Anything you want to say?
Yeah, thank you very much. I kiss my daughter, Defne, Aslan, Ceren, sizi seviyorum. They're watching, so that's why. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a wonderful interview there from Madra, of course, always a family man at the end of the day. And getting his first win on Train, absolutely happy about that. And moving forward in the event, I think I like the decision, though, that xCloud isn't just Xantares. Everyone else needs to step up in the team, too.
And we saw that. Wakati, obviously, I think, who has been, shining throughout this year as well. Joda with a lot of multi-kills, but mostly Woxic in those two maps.
Yeah.
That's a huge elevation from him. And consistency throughout a series, right? You always get a map here or there, especially on Dust 2, where he can really rise to the occasion and perform. But watching him do it for both maps there and do it in a closing statement there, being able to offer up that 4K to finish, you got that extra 20% for sure.
Absolutely. And Wakadia, again, the dual 30 bomb there to lock up Train is exactly what Aurora needed. But there's so much more IEM Cologne happening as well. We got some thrillers as well still happening. Of course, FaZe versus Na'Vi still going down. Brokey is apparently still back in the server and absolutely dragging out of his mind. We're going to go ahead and check that one out. I hope you do as well, but come back in for more IEM Cologne here on the B Stream.
Scrutiny, people twisting up the truth. true, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Bellevue! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.